Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you. Let's start right away with the first one. It is titled, I Sheltered a Poor Old Man and His Dog in a Snowstorm. The second they stepped in, the dog growled at my wife's locked desk, scratching like crazy. Hey, stop. I opened the drawer. And what I saw froze my blood. Then my phone lit up. The night it started, the lake effect snow was coming in sideways, thick enough to blur out the porch light and stick to the windows like frosting. I was standing in my kitchen stirring chili. Nothing fancy, just a throw it in the pot and hope kind of dinner and pretending I wasn't counting the minutes. My name's Curtis Turner. I was 36 then, teaching 3rd grade in a public elementary school about 10 minutes outside Messina, New York, right up near the Canadian border. Still lived in the house my parents left me. 1 floor, no basement, not much insulation, but it was paid off and I could get from couch to coffee pot in about 5 steps. That was good enough for me. My wife, Teresa Turner, wasn't exactly the homebody type. She was 35 at the time and ran logistics ops for her family's regional freight business. She spent more time at off-site conferences than I spent sleeping. Sometimes she'd text from Pennsylvania, sometimes Connecticut, once from St. Louis like it was no big deal. I'd quit asking questions years ago. That night, I had her favorite cheap apple pie from the store on the counter, trying to make it feel like something. She was supposed to be home by 8. She called a little before 9. Roads are trashed, she said. All the hotels are booked. I'll probably stay overnight near Watertown. Her voice was clipped, professional, like I was a client wasting her time. Before I could say anything, she added, "Don't wait up." And hung up. Quick note, before listening, share in the comments which city or country you're watching from and let's continue. I just stood there holding the phone like an idiot. I didn't believe the hotel thing. Teresa always had a plan. Always. If she was stuck, it was because she wanted to be. 20 minutes later, somebody banged on the front door. Not a polite knock. 3 hard thumps. Urgent, like whoever it was didn't want to be out there a second longer. I figured maybe one of the neighbors had spun out or needed help digging a car out. I opened the door and saw a man in his late 60s bundled up like he was headed for the Arctic. Big brown coat, heavy gloves, snow crusted around his hood. Beside him sat a golden retriever, tail thumping slow, snow packed around his legs like he'd been out a while. The dog didn't bark or jump, just looked up at me, calm and tired. The man introduced himself. Name's Harold Perry. Sorry to bother you so late, but I got caught checking on a couple of community folks I help out. Couldn't make it back to town. Phone's about dead. Any chance I could warm up inside for a few minutes? Just the entryway, I swear. He was embarrassed. I could see that. People who ask for help like it costs them blood. That's real. I opened the door wider. Come in. Take your boots off. I've got the stove going. I set him up at the kitchen table with a mug of tea. The dog, he said the name was Jasper, sniffed around, slow, respectful, not a stray, definitely not wild. Perry explained that he worked with a volunteer canine group, not official police stuff, more transport and fostering. Said he'd found Jasper limping by the side of a county road a few days earlier. No tags, no chip, but clearly trained. He's been calm since I picked him up, Perry said. Friendly, bit cautious. But tonight's different. I nodded, half listening, half wondering if Teresa would even bother texting again. Jasper paced the house like he knew it. He didn't jump on furniture, didn't beg, just wandered, tail low. Then he stopped at the door to Teresa's little home office. It used to be my dad's den back when this was his place. Now, it was where Teresa kept her company files, which she never let me near. Jasper stepped forward, nose twitching, then pressed his snout to one of the desk drawers. It was locked, always was. His body went stiff, his ears flattened, and then he growled, low, steady, like he was warning a stranger off. A second later, he started scratching at the wood like his life depended on it. Hey, I said, stepping over. Easy, boy. Perry stood up fast, snapped his fingers, and said, leave it. Calm, practiced. The kind of voice people use when they've worked with dogs that actually listen. Jasper backed off, but he didn't take his eyes off that drawer. I didn't either. Perry stood next to the table, hands still hovering midair like he expected Jasper to make another move. The dog didn't, but his eyes didn't budge either, fixed on that drawer like it had kicked him once and owed him an apology. That one's my wife's, I said, nodding toward it. She keeps business stuff in there. Contracts, logistics forms. Her company's got her on the road more than she's home, so she uses this space to catch up. Perry gave a polite nod. No judgment, no comments. But something in his expression shifted like a switch flipping behind the eyes. He wasn't just some stranded neighbor anymore. He was processing, collecting details like a guy who knew how to read a situation. Outside, the wind hadn't let up. It kept throwing snow against the house in gusts, loud enough to drown out the hum of the fridge. I grabbed a spare blanket from the hall closet and tossed it over the couch. Perry tried to wave me off. "I'll be out of your hair soon," he said. "Just needed a few minutes." His hands were trembling slightly, even with gloves on. I didn't make a big thing of it. Just pointed to the couch. "Storm's not going anywhere tonight. Might as well be warm." He gave in after a moment, sat down stiffly, and pulled the blanket across his lap. Jasper curled up at the foot of the couch, but his eyes kept darting toward the den like he was waiting for something else to happen. I turned off the kitchen light and headed to bed. But I didn't get much sleep. Not because I thought Perry was some kind of criminal. He was calm, careful, almost too polite. But Jasper's reaction wouldn't stop looping in my head. That growl wasn't fear. It wasn't aggression either. It was personal. That dog had smelled something inside that drawer, and it hit a nerve. By morning, the snow had gone from loud to heavy, thick and wet, like it was trying to bury the whole world. I made eggs and toast while Perry washed his hands at the kitchen sink, then set a bowl of water on the floor for Jasper and split some bacon between his plate and a paper towel for the dog. Jasper didn't move until Perry gave a little nod. Then he patted over, sat politely, and waited again. The kind of training that doesn't happen in a backyard. That dog had lived with someone who cared. Not just put food in the bowl kind of care. Real structured care. "Used to help with canine events," Perry said casually. "Searches, fundraisers, community days. I'm not a cop or anything. Just an old guy who likes being useful." He scratched Jasper behind the ears and added, "Whatever he picked up in that drawer, it wasn't paper. I've seen this before." That was memory. Association. I nodded, but I didn't say anything. My stomach had been in knots since before sunrise. Perry stood up, pulled an index card from his wallet, and wrote a number on it with blocky, careful handwriting. Then he handed it to me and said, "If you hear anything about a missing golden retriever, give me a ring. I'll keep asking around." As he zipped up his coat, he gave me a look. Not pity, not warning, just direct. "And if your wife asks about the dog's behavior, tell her I startled him. Leave yourself out of it." He left it hanging there for a beat, then reached for Jasper's leash. The dog didn't resist, just trotted beside him with that calm gait like nothing had ever happened. But when they stepped out into the snow, Jasper stopped, turned his head once, looked back at the house. I closed the door. After they left, I walked straight into the den. The drawer was shut tight, locked clean, no visible damage, just 3 shallow scratch marks near the bottom right edge. The kind that wouldn't show up in bad lighting, but were deep enough to feel with a fingertip. The kind that said something inside that drawer didn't sit right. Mid-afternoon, the district sent out a text saying schools would likely stay closed another day. Normally, I'd have taken that as a bonus. Extra sleep, a slow breakfast, maybe a couple chores, but the house felt too quiet, not peaceful, hollow. Around 5, I got a text from Teresa. Not hi or made it safe. Just don't touch anything in my office. I'll handle it when I'm home. That was it. Cold. Final. I stared at the screen for a long time. Could have been coincidence. Maybe she was being practical. Maybe she'd had a long night. Maybe Jasper was just confused by old smells. But I'd been married to that woman for over 6 years. I knew the difference between routine and reaction. And that text wasn't routine. I didn't respond. I walked to the kitchen, took Perry's index card off the table, and slid it into the front of a worn notebook I kept in the drawer where we used to stash coupons. I'd stopped using it after we got married. But something about holding it again felt right. I wasn't about to start snooping through Teresa's stuff. Not yet. But I also wasn't letting that drawer disappear from my memory. There was a reason Jasper went still in that room. I didn't know what was inside. But from that night forward, I was paying attention. The front door opened a little after 6 o'clock in the morning, and I knew it was Teresa before I even turned around. Not because she made noise. She rarely did, but because the air in the house shifted. She came in with that fast, efficient walk like she was late for something. Coat still on, rolling suitcase left by the door. She looked wrecked in the way only people with control issues ever do. Her face was pale, eyes tired, but her hair was perfect. Not slept on, not messy, controlled. She walked past me like I was a chair that had been moved an inch out of place. I stepped toward her anyway and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. For half a second, she stiffened. Just a half beat, enough for me to feel it. Then I caught the smell. It wasn't her usual clean citrus soap. This was heavier, floral, expensive, the kind of perfume that lingers on coats and doesn't belong in my small kitchen. "You okay?" I asked. "Want some coffee?" She pulled back and gave me a look like I'd asked her for a favor she didn't owe me. "I have a call at 9 o'clock, she said. "I need sleep." No apology, no explanation. She went straight down the hall and shut the bedroom door with a soft click that somehow felt louder than a slam. Teresa had always traveled. That part wasn't new, but this was different. There was an edge to her that morning, sharp and restless, like she was irritated by the fact that I existed in the same space. Looking back, that's what people do when they're trying to keep you off balance. They act like you're the problem for noticing. I stood there a moment, then picked up her coat from the back of the chair to hang it. As I lifted it, something slipped out of the inside pocket and hit the hardwood with a clean hollow sound. A key. Small brass. Not a house key. Too short. Too specific. I stared at it in my palm longer than I want to admit. My first instinct was to put it back and pretend I hadn't seen it. That's what a lot of people would have done. That's what Teresa counted on. But Jasper hadn't scratched the drawer for nothing. Teresa hadn't sent that text unless she thought I might find something. And Perry hadn't looked at me the way he did unless he thought I was standing next to a problem I hadn't named yet. I went into the den and shut the door behind me. The desk was exactly how Teresa left it. Neat, organized, locked drawer right where it always was. I slid the key in and turned it. The lock opened smooth. Too smooth. Like it got used a lot. I pulled the brass key back out and slipped it into my pocket before I even looked inside. Inside were folders stacked neatly, envelopes labeled in Teresa's tight handwriting, a couple of receipts folded clean. All boring, all normal. Until my eyes caught something that didn't belong. A watch. It was a women's bracelet watch. Silverton toned, thin band, small face, delicate in a way that suggested it wasn't meant for daily wear. It wasn't tossed in there either. It had been placed carefully, wrapped in a soft cloth. I picked it up and flipped it over. The engraving hit me right in the chest. Kayla Hill, 30th birthday. Clean lettering, professional, a gift, personal, not something you misplace, not something you end up with by accident. My mouth had gone dry when I heard Teresa behind me. She didn't yell. She didn't gasp. She just stood there in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes flat and cold. The look she used at dinner parties when someone said something she deemed beneath her. She stepped forward and took the watch from my hand like I was a kid holding something sharp. "You shouldn't go through my things," she said evenly. "Who's Kayla Hill?" I asked. She didn't hesitate. "Nobody you need to know." "That's engraved," I said. "That's not paperwork." Her jaw tightened just a bit. Then she smiled. Not a warm smile, a controlled one. "You're paranoid," she said. "Living in this house has made you small. You sit here all day with kids and snow days and you invent drama because you're bored." I felt the hit land, but I didn't step back. "Where did you get it?" I asked. She slid the watch back into the drawer and locked it with her own key, a practiced flick of her wrist. Then she looked at me like she was explaining something obvious. "If you ever go through my things again," she said, "I'll make sure people understand you're not stable. I've already had concerns about you for a while." The threat was clean, calm, meant to sound reasonable. She paused, hands still on the drawer, and added almost casually, "If anyone asks, you've never seen that watch." I stared at her, waiting for something. Guilt, anger, anything human. Nothing came. She walked past me and back down the hall, leaving the den door open behind her like she wanted me to sit with it. I didn't follow her. I stayed there, listening to the quiet, the sound of the lock clicking again in my head. I made sure the brass key was still in my pocket and closed the den door myself. By the time I shut the den door, I knew something had changed between Teresa and me for good. But I didn't have time to dwell on it. School reopened 2 days later, and when I walked into the building, it smelled like wet boots and cheap hand soap. The kind of cold weather funk that clings to public school hallways. That's when I met Zach. New kid, 10 years old, skinny, pale, hair a little too short on the sides like someone had buzzed it in a hurry. What stood out though was his expression. Calm, quiet, and dead tired. Not in a sleepy way. This was the kind of tired you see on guys waiting at the DMV with overdue child support and no backup plan. He didn't smile when I introduced him to the class. He nodded like he'd already been through it a dozen times and didn't expect it to go well. And he was right. My class had a few kids who liked to push buttons just to see what happened. They noticed Zach's silence immediately like it was an invitation. It started small, whispering when he got answers right, snickering when he hesitated, bumping into his desk like it was an accident. Zach didn't blow up. He didn't cry. He just started muttering little one-liners under his breath, dry as toast, like he was narrating the whole disaster for an imaginary audience. When one kid accidentally knocked his math book off the table, Zach said, "Wow, physics is wild today." When another moved his backpack 3 seats over and pretended it wasn't a big deal, Zach just blinked and said, "Guess it walked off." Happens. It was funny. Not in a ha-ha way, in the way where you laugh because you don't want to punch something. I shut it down the same way I always do. No big speeches, no fake bonding moments, just clear rules and follow through. The second time someone touched his stuff, they lost recess. A third incident, parent call. Fast, boring justice. That's how kids learn. Still, Zach wasn't just dealing with schoolyard nonsense. You could see it in his shoulders, tense, hunched like he was bracing for something heavier than name calling. During recess duty that Friday, he hovered near the jungle gym for a bit, then slowly drifted toward me like he wasn't sure if he was allowed. "Can I ask something kind of weird?" he said, hands jammed into his coat pockets. "Sure," I said. "Do teachers ever get tired of fixing other people's problems?" I looked at him. "All the time." Zach nodded like that was the answer he was hoping for. "Cool. So, you're qualified." It made me laugh a little. Not much, just enough to feel like we understood each other. Over the next week, we had a few more of those quiet conversations by the doorway before class, walking to lunch, waiting for the buses. Nothing dramatic, just Zach dropping little pieces of himself when he thought I wouldn't make a big deal out of them. That's how I found out his mom was Kayla Hill, 39 years old, in a coma after what he called some break-in or whatever. He said it flat, like a weather report. But his hands shook when he zipped his coat one day. I didn't push, just listened. He told me they used to live across the county line, that his mom ran her own business out of their garage and used to make the best waffles on Sunday mornings. He didn't mention a dad, but he did say he had a dog. A golden retriever named Jasper. Zach said he went missing the same night. He's trained. He doesn't just wander off. Someone took him or scared him off, I don't know. I stood there, hearing my own heartbeat in my ears. "What color was he?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Standard golden color. Older. Had a scar by his right ear, kind of hidden under the fur. He tilts his head when you say, 'Buddy,' like this." Zach tilted his own head and gave a faint smile. He looked up at me and added, "One of the things they took was my mom's bracelet watch, the fancy one with her name on it. Her sister gave it to her on her birthday." I stared at him, still in teacher mode, calm face, even tone. But inside, my stomach sank. I already knew the engraving. That afternoon, Principal Dana Vaughn called me into her office and closed the door behind us. She offered me tea, which I declined. That's how I knew something was off. She sat down slowly and said, "This is just a heads up. The district got a call. Someone asked if you've been okay lately." They didn't give a name. Just said they were worried about stress, finances, and erratic behavior. I didn't say anything. "I don't believe any of it," she said. "But I'm supposed to pass it along. Think of this as an early warning, not a warning shot." I nodded once. "Thanks for the heads up." I went straight home after work and called Mr. Perry. "Hey," I said. "That retriever you were fostering, did he have a scar by one ear and a habit of tilting his head when someone says, 'Buddy'?" There was silence on the other end of the line. Not confusion, recognition. "Yeah," Perry said. "That sounds like Jasper." I didn't wait. That same night, I called Perry and told him what I knew about the watch, about the kid, about the name engraved where it shouldn't be. I kept my voice calm, but Perry heard it in my tone. He agreed right away to bring Jasper by the school parking lot after dismissal. He was worried it might stir something up, but I told him we'd keep it quiet. Zach deserved one good thing. That next afternoon, I stood just outside the front entrance as the buses loaded up and kids scattered like marbles across the icy pavement. Zach walked out with his hood up and his backpack slung low, dragging like the weight was more emotional than physical. Then Jasper spotted him. The dog froze for half a second, ears perked, tail up, and then he was off. Pure motion. His tail whipped back and forth like a flag in a windstorm, and his whole body started that side-to-side wiggle dogs do when they've completely lost their minds with joy. Zach didn't even flinch. He dropped his backpack in the slush like it didn't matter anymore and fell to his knees. Jasper crashed into him like they were reenacting a movie. The dog licked Zach's face over and over, whimpering, snorting, pawing at him like he needed to confirm every inch of him was still there. Zach laughed. Not the half-sarcastic chuckles he threw around in class to keep people from getting too close. This was a real from-the-chest kind of laugh that cracked wide open and didn't care who heard it. He grabbed Jasper's face in both hands and said, "You dumb dog. You're late." Perry stood a few feet back with his hands in his coat pockets, watching the whole thing like it hurt and healed at the same time. The look in his eyes made it clear he'd gotten attached, too. Probably more than he'd planned to. I clapped Perry on the shoulder. "You did the right thing." He gave a small nod. "Kid needs him more than I do, but I can keep him for now. Yard's fenced, quiet neighborhood. No chaos." Zach looked up from where he was still crouched on the ground, wiping his wet face on his sleeve. "So Jasper's doing a sleepover with a grandpa. That's weirdly perfect." I smiled. "Let's get you home. Sidewalks are still a mess." We walked together through the slush and snow melt, past the salt-stained curbs and piles of gray snow banks that hadn't melted yet. I called the emergency contact listed in Zach's file while we walked. No surprises, no crossing lines. I just wanted someone to know I was bringing him straight home. Zach kept up a steady stream of jokes the whole way. He talked about how Jasper used to fart loud enough to scare himself. How his mom once made pancakes shaped like dinosaurs but accidentally gave one 3 heads. How he used to give Jasper little missions to deliver socks between rooms. He was trying to keep it light, but his eyes stayed serious. At his place, the porch light was already on. A 2-story house, dark red shutters, cracked concrete steps. The kind of house that wanted to look warm from a distance, but didn't feel it up close. Reese Gray answered the door. Late 40s maybe. Clean cut in the artificial way. Fresh shave, combed hair, teeth too white. He had the kind of face that looked like it came from a photo on a real estate sign, like he'd practiced his smile in a mirror and stuck with the version that sold the most. "Hey there," he said, shaking my hand just a little too long. "Curtis Turner, right, buddy? Thank you for walking him home. Appreciate it." He called me buddy twice in the same sentence like he thought it would smooth something over. Zach slid past him without a word and went straight to the kitchen, probably to grab food or disappear upstairs. Reese kept smiling. "Kayla handled most of the finances, but now I'm keeping things afloat best I can. Doctors, bills, lawyer stuff, all of it. It's been a rough season, but we're getting through." He wanted to sound like the hero, like he was holding everything together single-handed. But the way he said we made it clear he wasn't talking about Zach. When I mentioned Jasper gently, Reese shrugged. "Dog's a liability," he said. "They shed, they bark, insurance hates them. Kids get attached and then it's Heartbreak City. You get it? Risk exposure is the last thing I need right now." He said it like he was describing a busted garage door. Not a living creature, not a kid's best friend. Behind him, Zach stood in the doorway to the kitchen, arms crossed, face flat. He didn't say anything until we stepped outside. As we walked down the block, he muttered. "He hates Jasper because Jasper didn't like him." I glanced sideways. "Jasper's a good judge of character," Zach added. "Better than most adults." A minute passed in silence. Just the crunch of boots on packed snow. Then Zach spoke again, softer this time, testing me. "The night my mom got hurt. I was under the bed. I saw boots, big, heavy. Not the guy's face, just the boots. I didn't say a word. I let him keep going. Ree has the same ones," he said. "I know it doesn't prove anything. Could be a coincidence. Like how it's a coincidence your wife is never home." He blinked hard and looked away. "Sorry, that was a bad joke." I didn't answer. I just walked him to the end of the street and watched him go inside. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed with the lights off for a long time. I thought about the smell on Teresa's coat. The way she touched that drawer like it was hers and mine was to stay in the dark. The way Jasper had gone stiff. Then I picked up the phone and called the non-emergency number for the county sheriff's office. I asked if I could speak with a detective assigned to the Kayla Hill home invasion. The woman on the other end put me on hold, then came back and transferred me. "Detective Elena Marwick speaking." Her voice was sharp but not harsh. I told her who I was, what I did, and that I had a dog in my life who might be part of her case. I said I wasn't trying to accuse anyone. I just thought something might matter, even if I couldn't prove it yet. She didn't hang up. She said, "Go on." Detective Marwick said, "Go on." And I did everything I could tell her without sounding like a man chasing shadows. But the next real blow came at home. That weekend, Teresa was back in the house like nothing had happened. She moved through the kitchen with her mug of tea, checking her phone, making notes in a planner she never let me read. I waited until the moment felt halfway calm. Then I brought up the watch again. I didn't accuse her. I asked plain and careful, "That bracelet watch in your drawer, are you ever going to tell me where it came from?" She didn't raise her voice, didn't flinch. She just turned slightly, placed one hand on the locked drawer like she was shielding it from wind, and gave me that slow, patient tone people use with toddlers. "It's work paperwork, Curtis. You're inventing things again." It wasn't a denial. It was a performance. Like she was already practicing what she'd say to someone else about the interaction. She reached across the counter and touched my wrist like it was part of the script. "I think the stress from teaching is finally catching up with you. You haven't been sleeping. You've been quiet." "I'm quiet because I'm thinking," I said. "Exactly," she said, and spiraling. "You should talk to someone before you embarrass yourself," she said, "embarrass the way some people say self-destruct. Real soft, but with barbed wire underneath." Then, like it was no big thing, she added, "I already mentioned it to someone at the district. They've got support resources. It's totally confidential." I didn't answer. I just stared at her. She smiled and walked off like she'd solved a problem. The next day, Principal Vaughn asked if I could swing by her office after lunch. She closed the door and said HR wanted to schedule a wellness meeting. Language I'd never heard directed at me before. They were checking in about stress, work-life balance, fitness for duty. Van looked uncomfortable even reading the phrases off her notes. That's when I understood what Teresa was doing. She wasn't just hiding something. She was building a narrative. One where I was unreliable, paranoid, one where if I ever opened my mouth, people would smile kindly and dismiss it as burnout or instability. And then Ree showed up again, this time in my inbox. The email was casual, overly friendly, said he wanted to offer me cash to tutor Zach privately. Said, Zach responds well to male role models, and he wanted to create a stable routine. The words looked nice, but the tone read like surveillance, like he was fishing to see what I knew, or worse, to get closer to whatever I might be watching. I wrote back a short, polite no. Told him I wasn't taking private students. He replied within the hour with a smiley face at the end of his message that didn't match the words. "No worries, we all have choices." That line stuck in my head longer than it should have. I forwarded the exchange to Principal Vaughn and copied Detective Marwick just so there'd be a record, just in case. I didn't tell Teresa. I didn't say a word. I just started keeping a notebook in my glove compartment. Nothing dramatic, just dates. Notes. Teresa's travel schedules. When she came home angry, when she left and didn't say where she was going, when I got calls from HR, when Ree reached out again. I felt stupid doing it at first, like one of those guys who starts writing everything down like it's evidence. But I also felt a little less alone. The only adult I actually trusted enough to talk to was Perry. I told him the basics. No names, no drama, just that I felt like I was being turned into someone I wasn't. He sat across from me in his kitchen pouring coffee for both of us and said, "You ever notice how manipulators never try to disprove the truth? They just go after whoever's saying it." Then he leaned forward and said, "She's not fighting what you know. She's fighting you, trying to make you the unreliable narrator." He was right. I didn't want him to be, but he was. One afternoon at school, I stopped by the front office to drop off a discipline slip, and I heard the secretary mention something about Hawthorne Freight. I froze in place. She was on the phone with a vendor, confirming which companies had submitted bids for the upcoming student meals and supply transport contract. Hawthorne Freight was Teresa's family company. She never once mentioned their name being in the mix for school contracts. If anyone ever wanted to paint me as involved, say I'd slipped a number, steered a process, I'd be finished. It wouldn't take a court ruling, just a whisper. That's all it takes in small towns. That night, I sat in my truck longer than usual before going inside. I couldn't unsee the pattern anymore. Teresa wasn't hiding some affair. This wasn't about cheating. It was bigger. She was tying herself to Teresa's money play through the school, and if things got ugly, she'd paint me as unstable and conveniently involved. A week later, Perry invited me over again. Said Jasper had been acting strange, and he thought I'd want to see. I walked into Perry's living room, and Jasper came bounding over, tail wagging, big wet head pressed into my jacket. Normal. Sweet. Then Perry reached over to a side chair and picked up a scarf. It was Teresa's gray with those little stitched diamonds on the ends. She'd left it in my car about 2 months back. I hadn't touched it since. Perry set the scarf on the chair and Jasper stopped wagging. His whole body changed. Not angry, not scared, just locked up. Eyes hard, shoulders tense, tail still. He stared at the scarf like it was a threat. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He just backed away slowly, eyes fixed on that thing like it was going to move on its own. Perry knelt down beside him and didn't say a word for a few seconds. Then he said soft and steady, "That dog is telling you her scent is tied to something bad." I swallowed hard. "I know," I said. "I've been trying not to believe it, but I do. The words were barely out of my mouth at Perry's place when I felt the shift in my own chest. Once you say it out loud, there's no pretending anymore. I drove home that night with the window cracked, even though it was freezing, just to keep myself alert. The next day at school, I passed around a big construction paper card the kids had made for Kayla. Stick figures, glitter glue, well wishes, and third grade handwriting. Zach added a little drawing of a dog that looked suspiciously like Jasper, except with a cape. I brought it to the hospital that afternoon after work and asked the front desk to pass it along. Didn't expect anything. I just didn't want Zach thinking the world had already moved on without her. On my way out, a nurse caught me near the vending machines. Mid-40s, brown ponytail, sensible shoes, sharp eyes. She looked me up and down before asking, "Are you Mr. Turner, the teacher?" I said, "Yes." She stepped a little closer, lowering her voice. "I'm Shannon Reed. Kayla's sister mentioned you've been steady for Zach, that you've been helping." Then she glanced over her shoulder and said, "Be careful." She didn't hand me rumors. She handed me facts. Before the attack, Shannon said Kayla had been asking to speak with a social worker and a lawyer. She didn't say much, but she was worried. Said her partner, Ree, was pressuring her to sign things. Medical power of attorney. Some kind of trust paperwork. I didn't interrupt, just listened. Every word felt like another puzzle piece falling into place. She also mentioned something about changing beneficiaries. She didn't say what exactly, but it was tied to her business somehow. She was scared. That's not gossip. That's from my own chart notes. "Thank you," I said. "Really?" As I walked out to the parking garage, I took the back stairwell like I always did. Less crowded, easier to think. At the second floor landing, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A woman in a charcoal gray coat stepped out of the stairwell on the opposite side. She moved fast, purposeful. That squared shoulder walk I knew better than I wanted to. For a split second, I thought, that's Teresa. Same height, same gait, same tilt of the head when checking her phone. I didn't chase her. Didn't yell her name, just kept walking, slower now, watching as she got into a dark SUV and pulled away like she had someplace more important to be. 2 days later, I mentioned it to Detective Marwick on the phone. She checked the visitor log and a hallway camera. Next call I got, she confirmed it. Teresa had been there that same afternoon. No known connection to Kayla. No stated purpose, just present. So, no, I wasn't losing it. My gut wasn't spinning stories. I had receipts now. Zach gave me another one, and he didn't even mean to. We were walking back from lunch one day, him rattling off nonsense about how Jasper once swallowed a sock hole and acted like nothing had happened. Then out of nowhere, he said, "Ree has these boots, big chunky ones with the little red logo on the tongue. He bought a matching pair for the guy who helps him." I slowed down. "The guy who helps him?" Zach shrugged. "Yeah, he called him his problem solver. Said, real men buy gear that lasts." Went on about it for like ever. The box was in the garage for weeks. Had the receipt taped to the top. Like he wanted me to memorize it. He didn't know why my face changed. I didn't tell him. But I knew those were the boots he'd seen from under the bed. He hadn't said it directly, but the pattern was right there. Reese matching boots. The night of the attack. Teresa showing up at the hospital like a ghost. I told Perry everything, every single piece. He didn't flinch. He just said, "You need to stop playing defense." So, I made a move. Bought a dash cam at the Walmart across the highway. Cheap model, nothing fancy. Mounted it in my truck with adhesive strips and pointed it straight down my driveway. If Teresa or Ree wanted to try something on home turf, I'd have timestamps and video. No more hearsay. "No more," he said. She said funny thing. Right after that, Teresa started acting sweet. Not fake sweet. Professional sweet. Like a company rep handling a high-rises client. She made dinner, asked about my class, even offered to go for a drive together one night to reset things. I didn't trust a second of it. That's the thing about manipulators. They always smile when they're loading the second bullet. The day after she made spaghetti and asked about my lesson plans, I got another HR email. Mandatory evaluation, concerns raised, formal tone, time-stamped exactly 24 hours after Teresa had cooked dinner for the first time in 3 months. I sat in the staff bathroom for 10 minutes after reading it, just staring at the floor tiles. She wasn't trying to argue with me anymore. She was trying to disqualify me, discredit, deconstruct. If she could make enough people believe I was unstable, she wouldn't need to win an argument. My truth would just sound like noise. And if she pushed hard enough, long enough, I might actually crack under the weight of trying to explain it. Perry called that night and asked if I wanted to stop by. Said Jasper was being strange again. When I got there, Perry didn't put on a show. He just confirmed what I'd already seen before. Jasper still reacted to Teresa's scent like it was tied to something dangerous. Perry looked me straight in the eye and said, "You don't have to convince everyone. Just one person who can prove it matters." "You don't need to lie," I told Marwick. "I've seen the watch. I've held it. And she told me to pretend I hadn't." I gave her every detail I had. The drawer, the text, the pressure, and the slow smear campaign Teresa had been building to make me look unstable. Marwick didn't flinch. She didn't pat me on the back or promise I was brave. She just said, "If they're trying to retrieve evidence, they'll come back for it." Then she asked if I'd cooperate with a controlled setup. Officers would be in the home, low profile. You'd give written consent. We'd stay out of sight. Done by the book. I said yes before she even finished the sentence. At that point, I was already in the middle of it. Might as well do it the right way. We picked a night that lined up with bad weather. Forecast said snow starting at dusk and getting worse through midnight. Wind, poor visibility, icy roads, the kind of night someone might use to move through town unnoticed. I told Teresa I needed one honest conversation, that I'd found something in her drawer I didn't understand. I kept my voice calm, just like she taught me. Perry came over that evening with Jasper and settled in at my kitchen table. Jasper, thrilled to be part of whatever we were doing, dropped a soaked tennis ball at Marwick's boots and waited like it was his job. She didn't kick him out, just nudged the ball aside with her foot and said, "Dog's better trained than most adults I know." Using the same small brass key I'd taken from Teresa's coat, I unlocked the drawer just long enough for Marwick to tuck a tiny recorder beside the lock box and for me to lay a plain white envelope on top. No note inside, just a decoy. We didn't plant evidence. The watch was already there. If Teresa came back, it wouldn't be because she had questions. It would be because she couldn't help herself. By 11 o'clock, the snow was thick as fog. Wind slapped the porch like it had something personal to say. I was standing in the living room, lights low, pretending to flip through a book when I saw headlights cut across the wall. 2 vehicles pulling into the drive, too fast for the conditions. My dash cam caught both. Teresa came through the door like she was late for a presentation. She didn't knock. She used her key, stepped in, and shut the door behind her like this was her place and I was the guest. Then walked in behind her. Seeing him in my house made my stomach turn. He didn't even hesitate. Looked around like he was already mentally redecorating. He whispered something low to Teresa. Couldn't catch the words, but the way he hovered behind her, it wasn't nervous. It was coordinated. Teresa didn't even glance at me. She went straight down the hallway toward the den. Followed close, voice still low. I stepped forward enough to hear one line clearly. "He's supposed to be asleep," Teresa hissed. That's when I knew this wasn't cleanup. This was control. They weren't afraid of what I might do. They were afraid of what I already knew. Jasper heard her, too. The moment she touched the drawer handle, he lost it. Barked sharp and hard. Lunged forward. Perry had to grip the leash with both hands. Jasper wasn't being aggressive. He was trying to alert. That bark wasn't noise. It was danger. I didn't need to play dumb anymore. I stepped into the hallway and said clear and loud, "What are you doing?" Teresa turned around slow, face still neutral, eyes cold. "Curtis is having an episode," she said flatly. "He's been under stress. He's imagining things." Reese stepped toward me, jaw set, chest puffed slightly, just enough to try and rattle me. "Easy, buddy," he said. "Let's not escalate things." And that's when Marwick stepped in. She and another officer moved in from the back hallway, coordinated, quiet entry, just like she'd promised. Teresa froze, not in panic, but in irritation. Her face didn't show fear. It showed inconvenience. Marwick raised her hand and said, "Ma'am, step away from the drawer." But Teresa didn't. She yanked the drawer open fast, grabbed a cloth-wrapped object, and shoved it into her tote bag like she'd done it before. That was the tell. She didn't hesitate. She knew exactly where it was, exactly how it was packed. There was no searching, no guessing. Marwick moved fast. "Set the bag down," she ordered. Teresa tried to play calm, like she was just holding her own property. But Marwick already had gloves on and a body cam rolling. She opened the tote, pulled out the cloth, unwrapped it. Inside the engraved bracelet watch, Kayla Hill, 30th birthday. But that wasn't all. Tucked beside it was a cheap flip phone. One of those throwaway burner models you buy with cash at a gas station. Marwick turned it on, scrolled quickly, then held it out for the other officer to witness. Message threads, names, dates, location pings, references to cash transfers, and a final note that said, "Get the dog out first." Makes her look weak. No witnesses. Harry hadn't moved. Jasper had gone quiet again, eyes locked on Teresa, tail low. He didn't need to bark now. The house was speaking for itself. Marwick photographed everything on her body cam. Logged it out loud for the recording. Time, date, contents. Then she turned to Teresa and said, "You have the right to remain silent." Teresa didn't resist, but she did try one last move. "I want it on record," she said, smooth as ever. "That Curtis planted all of this. He's been erratic, unstable. You'll see. But that's why we done it this way." The dash cam, the audio recorder, Perry, Marwick, even Jasper. They could try to spin a story, but the timeline couldn't be bent. Not this time. The body cam footage, the dash cam timestamps, the messages on the burner phone, they all did their job. But that didn't mean I walked into school the next day like a man cleared. That's not how it works in a town like ours. People don't wait for court dates. They pick a version of the story that makes sense to them, then pass it around like a casserole. For 2 solid weeks, I could feel it. Parents hesitating at pickup. Colleagues pausing too long in the copy room. Kids whispering just loud enough for me to hear, then going quiet when I turned around. HR still made me sit through their little wellness meeting. Nothing personal, just protocol. Teresa being arrested didn't cancel the paper trail she'd spent months building. She'd played it smart, planted doubt before I had a chance to get ahead of it. Bureaucracy doesn't care that your wife is wearing an orange jumpsuit. It cares about liability. Principal Vaughn was the exception. She looked me in the eye, didn't fake a smile, and said, "I'm glad you're still standing." Most wouldn't be. Zach stuck close in the way only kids know how to do without making it obvious. He'd hang around after the bell, pretend he forgot something, then wander up to my desk with some weird fact about frogs or a joke that didn't quite land. One afternoon he said, "If anybody says you're the bad guy, I'll tell them my dog disagrees." I laughed harder than I'd laughed in months. About 3 weeks after the arrest, I got a call from Marwick. "Kayla's awake," she said, not fully steady, but aware. She asked about her son. I asked if I could visit just once to bring back something to Zach, some proof that his mom was still his mom. Marwick cleared it with the hospital. I went in after school. No badge, no formality, just a plain visitor's sticker on my chest and a get well drawing Zach had made that morning with a superhero mom and a dog flying next to her. Kayla looked smaller than I expected, hollowed out from weeks of tubes and silence, but her eyes were sharp, awake, watching. I handed her the drawing and said, "Zach wanted you to have this." She didn't smile right away, but her hand tightened just slightly on the page and her eyes didn't leave it. She whispered hoarser but clear. "He's okay." "Yeah," I said. "He's got good people watching out for him." She closed her eyes and breathed in slow like she was finally allowed to. Then she looked straight at me and said, "She was there, Teresa." I know her voice. She couldn't speak for long, but she told me what mattered. Teresa wasn't a stranger to her. Their companies had overlapped. Teresa had tried to pitch some kind of partnership. Something Kayla said smelled wrong from the start. She'd rejected it. Teresa hadn't liked that. "She doesn't yell," Kayla said. "She speaks low, sharp, like she wants to be the last voice in the room." Those were the exact words Teresa had used on me too many times to count. Later, Marwick explained the full picture. Ree hadn't just wanted money. He wanted full control. Legal power, medical authority, access to assets. If Kayla died, he got it all. If she stayed in a coma, same thing. The plan worked either way as long as nobody questioned it too soon. And if anyone did, make them look unstable. Teresa's family tried to pressure the county at first. Donations, old favors, whispers about reputation, but the burner phone, the messages, the recovered watch, that was a clean chain. One broken link and it all unraveled. The school district pulled Hawthorne Freight from the transportation bid without making a scene. But locally, everyone knew. Teresa's name had weight before after the arrest. That weight snapped the rope. People stopped returning her family's calls, stopped pretending they didn't see the cracks. Teresa filed for divorce from jail through a lawyer, of course. Claimed I was emotionally abusive. Said I'd become erratic and controlling over the past year. The irony would have been hilarious if it didn't threaten my job. With Kayla's statement, plus the dash cam footage showing Reese and Teresa arriving at my house together, Marwick helped me get my name cleared officially. District HR backed off. The letter in my file got sealed. I didn't throw a party, but I slept through the night for the first time in months. Perry kept Jasper while the court sorted out Zach's living situation. Kid custody cases move slow, even when the facts are obvious. But Jasper didn't seem to mind. He handled it all the same way he always had, with a wagging tail, a slobbery tennis ball, and a kind of unshakable loyalty that made the worst days seem less impossible. He'd gotten all of us through the worst season of our lives. By late spring, the ice finally gave up and the sidewalks stopped trying to break ankles. People in town went back to smiling like they hadn't spent the winter watching each other through fogged-up windows, wondering who was lying. Teresa and Ree were still bouncing between hearings. My divorce paperwork crawled along behind them, slow and overpriced like every legal thing in America. But the first real win, it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't some big courtroom moment or public apology. It was the afternoon Principal Vaughn knocked on my classroom door, handed me a sealed envelope, and said, "HR's closing everything out. No action taken. You handled a hard year with more patience than most people have." Then she nodded once and walked away. I sat in my truck in the lot for a solid 10 minutes after that. Didn't cry, didn't scream, just breathed like I'd been holding it for months without noticing. Kayla started rehab a week later. I checked in without hovering. Recovery wasn't clean or smooth. She'd get dizzy from standing too long, then insist on doing the next rep anyway. She reminded me of the kids in my classroom who hate being told when to slow down. Strong, stubborn, and full of fight. Zach moved in with Kayla's sister while she got steady on her feet again. He still came by my room before the bell some mornings, acting like it was no big deal. He'd toss out a fact about volcanoes or ask if I knew that platypuses didn't have stomachs. I'd nod, play along. Outside like clockwork. Perry and Jasper would be waiting in the pickup loop. Jasper always wagging. Perry always sipping coffee and watching the world like he'd seen it all already. Perry surprised me. He never overstepped. Never acted like a stand-in dad. He just showed up. Dog walks, quick check-ins, small moments that stacked up into something steady. When Zach made a joke that landed too sharp, covering a bad day, Perry was the one who put a hand on his shoulder and let the silence do the work. The sentencing hearing came in early June. Teresa came in with her hair flat ironed and her lawyer voice on, like she still believed this was a misunderstanding. Race looked like a man who couldn't figure out why the con didn't land. I didn't go up there to deliver a speech. When the judge asked if I had anything to say, I stood and said, "You tried to turn my life into a story nobody would believe, and it didn't work." Then I sat back down. That was enough. Teresa lost her board seat at the family company once investigators started tracing her side deals with Ree. Every hand she thought would protect her turned to stone. Her name stopped meaning power. Reese's little empire of control fell apart the second Kayla lived and remembered. Lies make noise, but they don't hold up once the facts show up. Kayla and I didn't jump into anything. We weren't playing house. We didn't light candles and pretend it was fate. But we built trust slow. Me helping with Zach's homework, her letting me drive her to therapy appointments when her balance was off. We had dinners where nobody raised their voice. That was enough for now. I kept the house, not because it was a win, but because it was mine. The one place Teresa couldn't spin into a false version of me. I repainted the den, changed the drawer lock. It wasn't revenge, it was air. By the start of the next school year, Zach smiled more. Jasper kept being a goofball who acted like every stick in the yard was a trophy. And me, I got back to being what I've always been, a stubborn man who doesn't quit. Especially when a kid's watching to see what that looks like. Story 2. My wife's family reunion in Martha's Vineyard. They forgot to book accommodations for me. Oops, everything's full. 67 family members in luxury rentals. I made one call. Next day, when a helicopter landed and picked up just me. Police arrived at her house. Nathan Forbes had learned early in life that some people measured worth in dollar signs, while others measured it in character. The Greer family had always been firmly in the first camp, and Nathan had been fighting an uphill battle for respect since the day he married their daughter, Molly, 15 years ago. He stood in the kitchen of their suburban Boston home, watching Molly hang up the phone with her mother. The forced smile on her face told him everything he needed to know before she even spoke. "So, the reunion's confirmed," Molly said, setting her phone on the counter with deliberate care. "Last week of July, Martha's Vineyard moms rented out 3 entire estates." Nathan raised an eyebrow. 3 estates? How many people are we talking about? 67, including us. Molly wouldn't meet his eyes. It's the whole extended family. Cousins, second cousins, everyone. Nathan had met Molly during his graduate program at MIT back when he was burning through his doctoral dissertation on adaptive systems theory while working 3 jobs to pay for it. She'd been different then, or maybe he'd been too in love to see the warning signs. Her family came from old Northeastern money, The kind that bought summer homes in the Burkers and winter condos in Palm Beach. They tolerated Nathan at first. Certain Molly would eventually come to her senses and marry someone from their circle. That was before Nathan had turned down lucrative corporate offers to build something of his own. Before the lean years, before they had Taylor, 14-year-old Taylor walked into the kitchen, backpack slung over one shoulder, his face buried in a book about marine biology. The kid had Nathan's analytical mind and Molly's gentle nature, the best of both of them. He was quiet, thoughtful, the kind of teenager who preferred titles to parties. "Hey buddy," Nathan said. "Your mom's got news about the family trip." Taylor looked up and Nathan caught the flicker of anxiety in his son's eyes. The kid had learned to dread Greer family gatherings. There were always comments, subtle digs about Nathan's work, pointed questions about their modest lifestyle, comparisons to cousins whose parents bought them expensive cars and designer clothes. "It's going to be amazing," Molly said with forced enthusiasm. "Martha's Vineyard for a whole week. You'll love it, Taylor. Beach, sailing, maybe some whale watching." Taylor nodded. But Nathan saw his grip tighten on his book. That night, after Taylor had gone to bed, Nathan found Molly staring out the bedroom window. "Your mother gave you the speech, didn't she?" Nathan asked. Molly sighed. "She just thinks we should make more of an effort socially." Translation: I should wear nicer clothes and pretend I care about yacht clubs. "Nathan, I'm not criticizing you, mole." He came up behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. "I know this is hard for you." What Nathan didn't say was that he'd noticed the pattern over the years. Every family gathering became an exercise in subtle humiliation. Molly's brother, Heath, had made a fortune in finance and never let Nathan forget it. Her sister, Kendra, had married a venture capitalist. Even her cousins seemed to operate on a different economic plane, one where summer homes and luxury cars were baseline expectations. Nathan's own parents had passed away when he was in college, a car accident that left him orphaned and alone. He'd fought his way through MIT on scholarships and determination, built his consulting firm from nothing. But the Greers measured success in inheritance and connections, not grit and innovation. 2 weeks before the trip, the first red flag appeared. Molly was on the phone with her mother, voice tight with barely controlled frustration. "What do you mean the accommodations are set? I thought you said we'd discuss." "Yes, but Mom. Nathan and I can cover our own." "I understand," but she pressed her fingers to her temple. "Fine. Okay, I'll let him know." She hung up and looked at Nathan with apologetic eyes. "They've already assigned all the rooms and we're in the guest cottage at the Ashworth estate. It's nice, Nathan. Really nice, but separate from everyone else. It's just logistics. The main houses are for the couples with multiple children, the larger families." Nathan had expected this. The Greers had been finding ways to other them for years, but he kept his voice neutral. "Whatever works, mole." What Nathan didn't share was the email he'd received 2 days later from Heath Greer, Molly's older brother. It was addressed to the entire family group, a detailed itinerary for the reunion. Nathan scanned through pages of planned activities, golf at an exclusive club, dinner at restaurants that required reservations months in advance, a private yacht excursion, a catered beachside gala. At the bottom, in what looked like an afterthought, was a note. "Accommodations confirmed for all family members. See attached spreadsheet." Nathan opened the spreadsheet. 67 names, each with assigned lodging. He found his own name, Molly's, and then Taylor's name wasn't there. He read through it twice, certain he'd missed it. But no, every family member was listed except his son. Nathan walked to Molly's home office where she was reviewing lesson plans for the fall semester. She taught art history at a local college, a job her family considered a hobby despite her PhD. "Mole, did you see Heath's email?" She looked up, distracted. "The itinerary? Yeah, it's ambitious. I told Mom we might skip some of the activities. Look at the accommodations list." She pulled it up on her laptop and Nathan watched her face change as she scrolled through. "This can't be right. Taylor's not. This is a mistake. I'll call Mom right now." But Nathan had already seen enough mistakes over the years to recognize a pattern. "Wait, let me guess what she'll say." Molly's call to Gail Greer lasted 15 minutes. Nathan listened from the doorway, his jaw tightening with each excuse he heard Molly repeat. "She says the booking was done months ago. The rental properties have maximum occupancy limits. They tried to find additional space, but everything's booked. She says, we can figure out local hotels in Martha's Vineyard in peak summer season." Nathan's voice was cold. "Mole, they're housing 66 people in luxury estates, and they're telling us our son, their grandson, needs to find a hotel. She says it was an oversight. It's always an oversight with them. Nathan turned away before Molly could see the anger in his eyes. Tell her we'll handle it. Over the next week, Molly made phone calls. Every hotel, every bed and breakfast, every vacation rental within a 20-mile radius of Martha's Vineyard was booked solid. She expanded the search to the mainland, looking at places in Falmouth and Woods Hole, but nothing suitable was available. Nathan watched his wife grow increasingly desperate, making call after call while her family sent group texts about excursion reservations and dinner plans. Not one of them acknowledged the problem they'd created. It was Taylor who finally broke Nathan's resolve. The night before they were supposed to leave, Nathan found his son sitting on his bed, carefully folding clothes into a small duffel bag. The larger suitcase sat empty in the corner. Planning to travel light? Nathan asked, keeping his tone casual. Taylor didn't look up. I figured if there's no room for me, I should be ready too. I don't know. Maybe I can stay in the car or something. Taylor, it's okay, Dad. His son's voice was steady, but Nathan could hear the hurt underneath. I know Grandma Gail's family doesn't really. I mean, I get it. We're not like them. Nathan sat down on the bed beside his son. Look at me, buddy. Taylor finally met his eyes, and Nathan saw the same expression he'd worn himself 1,000 times growing up. The look of someone who'd learned not to expect too much, to make themselves smaller, to fit into spaces that weren't built for them. You listen to me, Nathan said quietly. You're worth 10 of them. You're brilliant. You're kind. And you've got more integrity in your little finger than that whole family combined. Don't ever let anyone make you feel like you're not enough. But we don't have the money they have, Dad. We don't have the house or the cars, or money isn't the same as worth. Nathan put his arm around his son's shoulders. I learned that the hard way. And I'll be damned if I let them teach you otherwise. After Taylor went to bed, Nathan sat in his home office staring at his phone. He'd sworn he'd never make this call, never cash in this particular chip. Pride had kept him silent for 15 years, had made him refuse every offer of help, every extended hand. But this wasn't about him anymore. He pulled up a contact he hadn't used in over a decade, and typed out a message. Byron, it's Nathan Forbes. I know it's been a long time, but I need to ask you for something. Can we talk? The response came less than a minute later. Nathan, my God, man. I've been trying to reach you for years. Call me anytime, day or night. Nathan glanced at the clock. 11:47 p.m. He made the call. Byron Odom answered on the first ring. Nathan Forbes, the man who disappeared into the suburbs. I thought you'd forgotten about your old college roommate. I've been busy, Byron. Too busy for the guy who lived on ramen noodles with you in that shoebox apartment at MIT. Byron's voice was warm without judgment. I read about your consulting firm. Impressive work. You always were the smartest person in any room. Nathan had met Byron during their freshman year at MIT. They'd been assigned as roommates in the overcrowded dorms. Nathan on a full scholarship. Byron the heir to a shipping fortune worth billions. They should have had nothing in common. Instead, they'd become brothers. Byron had seen Nathan at his lowest, working 3 jobs while maintaining a perfect GPA, eating dollar store pasta for weeks at a time, studying while exhausted enough to fall asleep over his textbooks. And Byron had never once made Nathan feel less than equal. When Byron's family hosted charity galas, he'd invite Nathan. When Byron got a new car, he'd offer Nathan the keys to his old one without making it feel like charity. Nathan had always refused. Pride maybe, or fear that accepting help would prove what the Greers had always implied, that he needed their world more than they needed him. After graduation, Byron had taken over his family's empire, expanding it into technology and renewable energy. His name appeared in Forbes and Fortune. He moved in circles where CEOs and senators were casual acquaintances. Nathan had deliberately pulled away, building his life without those connections. Now he was breaking 15 years of silence to ask for help. I need to ask you for something, Nathan said. For my son, he explained the situation, the family reunion, the forgotten accommodation, Taylor's tears. He kept his voice level factual. But Byron had always been able to read between his words. Those people did this deliberately, Byron said, his voice hard. Yeah. And you've been dealing with this kind of treatment for how long? 15 years. A long silence. Then Byron laughed, not with humor, but with the kind of dark amusement that came from recognizing an opportunity. Nathan, do you know what I've been doing for the past decade while you've been ignoring my calls? Building your empire, among other things, but I've also been waiting for you to finally ask me for help with something, anything. Byron's tone shifted, became businesslike. Here's what's going to happen. You and Taylor are going to Martha's Vineyard as planned. I want you to show up at that family gathering. Let them see Taylor's face when he realizes there's nowhere for him to stay. Let them twist the knife. Byron, trust me, how dramatic do you want this? Nathan thought about Taylor's expression as he packed that small duffel bag. Thought about 15 years of subtle humiliation, of watching his wife apologize for his existence, of seeing his son learn to make himself invisible. Very, Nathan said, perfect. I'll handle everything. Just play along and keep your phone on. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. They talked for another hour. Byron catching up on the years they'd missed. Nathan finally dropping the walls he'd built. By the time they hung up, Nathan felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Anticipation. The next morning, the Forbes family loaded their car for the drive to Cape Cod. Taylor was quiet, his duffel bag at his feet, his expression resigned. Molly chatted nervously about the beach, about the activities they could do on their own, trying to paint optimism over the disaster they were driving toward. They caught the ferry to Martha's Vineyard in the afternoon, the sun bright on the water. Taylor stood at the railing, watching the mainland recede, and Nathan stood beside him. It's going to be okay, buddy, Nathan said. Taylor nodded but didn't answer. The Greer family had taken over a section of Edgerton, 3 massive estates along the waterfront, each property worth millions. When Nathan pulled up to the designated meeting point, the first thing he saw was the sheer scale of wealth on display. Luxury vehicles lined the circular driveway. Family members gathered on the expansive lawn, glasses of champagne in hand, children running between them. Gail Greer stood at the center of it all, holding court. She was a tall woman in her late 60s, elegant in white linen, her silver hair perfectly styled. Everything about her radiated old money and older attitudes. She spotted Nathan's car, a reliable but unimpressive sedan, and her smile tightened. Keith Greer, Molly's brother, stood beside his mother wearing khakis and a polo shirt that probably cost more than Nathan's monthly car payment. His wife, Bethany Hudson Greer, looked like she'd stepped out of a country club catalog. Molly got out first, immediately enveloped by her sister, Kendra Shaw, and a gaggle of cousins. Nathan helped Taylor with their bags, aware of the eyes on them, the subtle assessments. Nathan, Molly, you made it. Gail swept forward, kissing Molly on both cheeks before turning to Nathan with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. And Taylor, darling, you've grown. Hi, Grandma Gail, Taylor said quietly. Come. Let me show you to your cottage. It's charming. Really? Very private. Gail gestured toward a path that led away from the main estates. The rest of the family is settled in the main houses. We've had such fun getting organized. The children are already asking about the beach. Nathan felt Taylor stiffen beside him. Molly was already walking with her mother, and Nathan caught the moment she asked, Mom, what about Taylor's room? Oh. Gail's hand flew to her throat in a performance of surprise that wouldn't have fooled the child. Oh dear, Molly. Darling, I thought you understood. The properties have strict occupancy limits. We did the booking months ago and well, it simply didn't work out. I'm sure Taylor can find somewhere comfortable. Perhaps one of the hotels in town. Molly stopped walking. Mom, I called every hotel within 20 meters. Everything's booked. Oh my, how unfortunate. Gail's tone suggested she found it more inconvenient than unfortunate. Well, perhaps Taylor could share a room with one of his cousins. Heath appeared at his mother's elbow, drink in hand. Actually, the kids are already settled and pretty packed in. It would be tight to add another. He's your nephew, Nathan said, his voice carefully controlled. Heath shrugged. Look, Nathan, I get it. Bad planning all around, but we can't just kick people out of rooms. Maybe Taylor can camp. Some of the older cousins were talking about setting up tents on the beach. Could be fun. Nathan felt Taylor's hand grip his arm. When he looked down, his son's eyes were wet, his jaw clenched against tears. It's fine, Taylor whispered. Dad, it's fine. We can just go home. And there it was, the moment that crystallized everything. His 14-year-old son surrounded by 66 family members in luxury estates, being told he should be grateful for the option to sleep in a tent. Being taught that his place in this family was conditional, lesser, disposable. Nathan looked at Molly, who stood frozen between her family and her son, her face pale. He looked at Gail, whose expression showed performative concern, but no actual remorse. He looked at Heath, smirking behind his drink. Then Nathan pulled out his phone and made a show of checking the time. You know what? I think I'll make a call. See if I can't find us something better than a tent. Heath snorted. Good luck with that. Everything's booked, man. We've been planning this for a year. Nathan smiled and walked a few steps away, pressing Byron's number. His old friend answered immediately. Right on schedule, Byron said. Are they being as awful as you described? Worse. Perfect. Give me 45 minutes. Nathan returned to where Taylor stood, his son's shoulders hunched with humiliation. He put his arm around the boy and spoke loudly enough for the nearby family members to hear. Change of plans, buddy. I just called an old friend. Nathan, Molly started, but he held up a hand. We're going to see another option. One I should have considered from the start. Gail's expression shifted to confusion. Another option? Darling, I really don't think you'll find anything available. We'll see. Nathan checked his watch. Should be here soon. The next 40 minutes were excruciating. The Greer family continued their reunion around them. Children playing on the lawn, adults circulating with drinks and appetizers. Nathan and Taylor stood apart, waiting while Molly hovered between her family and them, clearly torn. Kendra Shaw approached. Her husband Leandro Gaines beside her. Nathan. Molly says there's a problem with accommodations. I'm sure we can figure something out. Maybe Taylor could take a sofa. In which house? Nathan asked. Kendra glanced at her husband who shrugged. Our place is pretty full. The kids have their cousins staying with them, right? Nathan didn't elaborate. Then he heard it, the distant thrum of helicopter blades. The sound grew louder, and conversations on the lawn began to falter. People looked up, shading their eyes against the sun. The helicopter appeared over the tree line, a sleek black machine that spoke of serious money, and it descended toward the open lawn with practiced precision. What on earth? Gail began. The helicopter touched down 50 yards away, grass whipping in the rotor wash. Nathan felt Taylor's hand grip his arm again, but this time it wasn't in distress. It was in wonder. A man in a pilot's uniform stepped out, approached Nathan, and extended his hand. Mr. Forbes? Mr. ODM sent me. We're ready when you are. Nathan shook his hand. Give us 5 minutes to grab our bags. The lawn had gone completely silent. 66 Greers stood frozen, watching as Nathan and Taylor walked back to their car and retrieved their luggage. Molly hurried after them. Nathan, what is this? What's happening? Byron Odom is an old friend, Nathan said calmly, loading bags into the helicopter. We were roommates at MIT. He heard about our accommodation problem and offered us his place. Molly's eyes widened. Byron Odom? The Byron Odom? Nathan smiled. Is there more than one? Keith had approached, his swagger gone. Wait, you know Byron ODM? The shipping heir, the guy who just bought that tech company for $3 billion. We go way back, Nathan said. He turned to Taylor. Ready, buddy? Taylor's tears were gone, replaced by something like awe. Really? We're really doing this? We're really doing this. Nathan helped his son into the helicopter, then turned back to the assembled Greers. Gil had gone pale. He looked like he'd been punched. The extended family was pulling out phones, trying to process what they were witnessing. Molly, you coming? Nathan asked his wife. She looked at her mother, then at Nathan, and something in her expression shifted. She'd spent 15 years making excuses for her family, trying to bridge two worlds. But standing there watching them offer her son a tent while they toasted champagne in their estates, something broke. Yes, she said firmly. I'm coming. She climbed into the helicopter beside Taylor. Nathan followed, settling into the seat and pulling on the offered headset. Through the window, he could see Gail's mouth moving. Could see her reaching for her phone. The pilot lifted off smoothly and Nathan watched the Greer family reunion shrink below them. He saw Heath running for his car, saw other family members pulling out phones, saw Gail gesturing frantically. Where are we going? Taylor asked through the headset, his eyes wide. You'll see. Nathan replied, squeezing his son's hand. The flight took 20 minutes, carrying them north along the coast. Below, the Massachusetts shoreline stretched out on a patchwork of beaches and estates. Then the pilot banked toward a peninsula and Nathan saw it. A property that made the Greer family's rented estates look like beach cottages. The main house was a sprawling modern masterpiece. All glass and stone, positioned on a private point with 360 degrees of ocean views. There were guest houses, a tennis court, an infinity pool that seemed to merge with the Atlantic, and a private dock where a yacht was moored. The helicopter landed on a dedicated helipad near the main house. Byron Odom was waiting for them, looking exactly like the man Nathan remembered, but polished by 15 years of success. He wore casual linen like it was tailored, which it probably was, and his smile was genuine. Nathan Forbes, Byron pulled Nathan into a hug. 15 years and you still won't accept help without a crisis forcing your hand. I'm working on it, Nathan said. Byron turned to Taylor. And you must be the young man who's been denied basic hospitality by people who should know better. I'm Byron. Taylor shook his hand, still processing everything. Thank you for this, sir. Byron is fine, and don't thank me. Your dad saved my academic career at MIT more times than I can count. Byron looked at Molly. Mrs. Forbes, I've heard a lot about you over the years. All good things, I hope, Molly said weakly. Only the truth. Come on, let me show you around. The estate was extraordinary. The main house alone had 12 bedrooms, each with en-suite bathrooms and ocean views. Byron led them through rooms filled with art and elegant furniture, explained the amenities, a private chef, staff on call, access to the yacht, jet skis, a stocked library, a home theater. This place belonged to my grandfather, Byron explained. He bought it in the 60s. I've updated it, but the bones are the same. I don't use it as much as I should. Too busy with work. You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. Taylor couldn't stop staring at everything. This is incredible. I'm glad you like it. Byron winked at Nathan. Your dad and I spent 4 years eating ramen and studying until 3 a.m. We always said if we ever made it, we'd remember what mattered. He kept his word. I'm still working on it. They settled into rooms in the main house. Not the guest quarters, Byron insisted, but the primary suites. Nathan's room had a balcony overlooking the ocean. Taylor's room had a telescope positioned to view the stars and the water. That evening, Byron's chef prepared dinner, fresh lobster, local vegetables, homemade bread. They ate on the terrace as the sun set over the water, and Nathan watched Taylor laugh at Byron's stories about their MIT days. Your dad once spent 72 hours straight solving a theoretical problem that our professor said was impossible, Byron said. Didn't sleep, barely ate. When he finally solved it, the professor accused him of cheating because no one could do that alone. What did you do? Taylor asked his father. I showed my work, Nathan said. All 70 pages of it. Byron raised his glass. Your dad is the most brilliant person I've ever known, and I've known a lot of smart people. Molly was quiet through dinner, and Nathan could see her processing everything, not just the estate, but the revelation of his past, the connections he'd never mentioned. After Taylor went to explore the library, she cornered Nathan on the terrace. Why didn't you ever tell me about Byron? She asked. About any of this? Because it wasn't mine to claim, Nathan said. Byron's success is his. I built what I have on my own. But you could have, Nathan, my family has been treating you like you're beneath them for 15 years. One mention of knowing Byron Odom would have shut them up. Would it have? Or would they just have seen me as someone who relied on his connections instead of his own work? Nathan turned to face her. Mole, I don't care what your family thinks of me. I never have, but I care what they do to Taylor. And tonight, they crossed the line. Molly's phone buzzed for the 20th time. She glanced at it and winced. My mother has called 47 times. You should answer, Nathan said. Put her on speaker. Molly hesitated, then took the call. Gail Greer's voice came through high and strained. Molly? Molly? Where are you? We've been trying to reach you for hours. We're at Byron's estate, Molly said. Byron's? You mean Byron ODM's estate? The one that was just on the news. Nathan leaned closer to the phone. What was on the news, Gail? There was a sharp intake of breath. Nathan, we didn't realize you knew Mr. Odom. If we had known. If you had known I had powerful friends, you would have treated my son better. Nathan's voice was soft, dangerous. That's your defense. No. No, of course not. It was a misunderstanding about the accommodations. These properties have strict rules. About occupancy limits. Yes, I heard that explanation. Interesting how those limits applied to everyone except the 66 other family members. Silence then. Nathan, this is ridiculous. You're being dramatic. We would have figured something out. You figured out champagne and catered appetizers. You figured out yacht excursions. You figured out how to make a 14-year-old boy feel like he didn't matter. Nathan's voice remained steady, controlled. But you know what? I figured something out, too. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm done. Taylor and I are going to spend the week here enjoying Byron's hospitality. You and your family can enjoy your reunion. But what about our activities? The family dinners? The gala? Nathan almost laughed. You wanted us at the gala? The one you didn't book accommodations for Taylor to attend? Nathan, please. He hung up. Molly stared at him. That was brutal. It was necessary. Nathan looked at his wife. Really looked at her. Mole, I need you to understand something. I have never cared about impressing your family. Never. But I do care about protecting our son from learning that his worth is determined by other people's narrow, shallow measurements. I know you're right. I know you're right. Molly's voice broke. They're my family, Nathan. I keep thinking if I just try harder, if I can just make them see what? That we're good enough. That we deserve basic respect. Nathan took her hands. You can't make people value what they've decided is beneath them. And I'm tired of watching you try. The next morning, Nathan woke to find Byron on the terrace, coffee in hand, reading something on his tablet. He looked up when Nathan joined him. Your mother-in-law called my office 6 times yesterday. Byron said, my assistant is very confused. Sorry about that. Don't be. I'm enjoying this immensely. Byron handed Nathan coffee. I looked into the Greers last night. Old Boston money descended from shipping merchants, family trust worth about 40 million spread across various relatives. They sit on charity boards and country club committees. Very respectable and they're about to have a very bad day. Byron's smile was sharp. I made some calls. Turns out 3 of the estates they're renting. I know the owners. They're friends of friends. I had interesting conversations about deposit terms and cancellation clauses. Nathan raised an eyebrow. Byron, relax. I'm not kicking them out. I'm just making sure certain people know who they've been treating poorly. Byron leaned back. Also, the country club they're planning to visit. I'm on the board. So is my cousin. We're having lunch there tomorrow. I thought you and Taylor might join us. That's not necessary. Nathan, you spent 15 years refusing my help because you're proud and stubborn. Now you finally let me in. Don't make me waste this opportunity. Byron's expression softened. These people hurt your kid. Let me have a little fun with them. Taylor emerged then, still in pajamas, looking like he'd slept better than he had in weeks. Is that a yacht? He asked, staring at the dock. It is, Byron said. Want to take it out today? We could go whale watching. We're sailing. Or just cruise around and eat lobster rolls. Taylor looked at Nathan, who nodded. Whatever you want, buddy. Can we go whale watching? Really whale watching? Not like the tourist boats. Byron grinned. Already planned. We leave in an hour. They spent the day on the water, just the 4 of them and Byron's captain. The yacht was absurd. A 60-footer with multiple decks, a full galley, and more technology than Nathan's consulting firm. But Taylor didn't care about the luxury. He cared about the humpback whale they spotted breaching half a mile from the boat. About the pilot whale pod that swam alongside them. About the marine biologist Byron had hired to come along and answer Taylor's endless questions. Nathan watched his son lean over the railing, binoculars pressed to his face, and felt something loosen in his chest. This was what Taylor deserved, not tents and sofas and afterthought accommodations, but this joy, this belonging. That evening, Byron's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and laughed. It's Garrison Ashworth. He owns one of the estates your in-laws rented. Don't answer on my account, Nathan said. Byron answered anyway, putting it on speaker. Garrison, how's the island, Byron? I need to ask you something. Garrison Ashworth's voice was cultured. Careful. I have a family, the Greers, renting my property this week. They're claiming to be close friends of yours. Never heard of them. That's what I thought. They've been calling my property manager, asking for special accommodations, dropping your name. When I heard Nathan Forbes was staying at your estate, I wanted to verify. Nathan's my best friend from MIT. The Greers are his in-laws, and they've been treating him like garbage for 15 years. They forgot to book accommodations for his 14-year-old son at this family reunion. A long pause. They what? Forgot. Can you imagine? 67 family members in luxury rentals, and they forgot 1 child. That's unconscionable, isn't it? Byron's voice was pleasant, but Nathan heard the steel underneath. Nathan's too polite to make a fuss. Me? I'm making a fuss. They talked for a few more minutes. Byron catching up with his friend. Nathan listening in growing disbelief. When Byron hung up, he looked satisfied. Garrison's going to have a conversation with the Greers about their behavior. Very polite, very civil, but he's going to make it clear that their rental is contingent on them maintaining certain standards. Byron, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Byron's expression was serious now. Nathan, you were there for me when I had nothing to prove except my brain. You never cared about my family's money. You never asked me for anything, even when you were working 3 jobs and barely sleeping. You treated me like an equal when most people saw a checkbook. You were my friend. Exactly. And now I'm returning the favor. Byron stood. These people need to learn that who you know and what you've built matters more than what you inherited. It's a lesson I learned from you. The next day, Byron insisted they attend lunch at the Island Country Club. Nathan tried to refuse, but Molly, who'd been quiet since the phone call with her mother, convinced him. "Let me do this," she said. "Let me show them whose side I'm on." The country club was exactly what Nathan expected. White tablecloths, hushed conversations, walls lined with photos of past presidents and championship winners. Byron greeted the maitre by name and led them to a table on the terrace overlooking the golf course. They'd been seated for 10 minutes when Gail Greer arrived with Heath and Kendra along with several cousins and their spouses. They'd clearly heard Byron was dining at the club and had come to what? Apologize network. Nathan wasn't sure. Gail approached their table, her smile brittle. "Byron Odom, what a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Gail Greer, Molly's mother." Byron stood politely, but didn't extend his hand. "Mrs. Greer, I understand there was a misunderstanding about accommodations. If we'd known Nathan had such distinguished connections." "That's exactly the problem," Byron interrupted, his voice cutting. "You should have treated Nathan and Taylor with respect because they're family, not because you thought they might know someone important." Gil's smile faltered. Heath tried to step forward. "Mr. Odom, I think there's been some miscommunication." "Has there?" Byron's eyes were cold. "Because from what I understand, you had accommodations for 66 family members, but somehow forgot a 14-year-old boy. That seems pretty clear to me." "The properties had occupancy limits," Keith started. "Please don't insult my intelligence. You had 3 estates with flexible room assignments. You simply chose not to make space for Taylor." Byron glanced at Taylor, who sat quietly beside Nathan, watching. "How does that make you feel, Taylor? Knowing your extended family chose champagne and catered meals over ensuring you had a bed?" Taylor swallowed hard, but met Byron's gaze. "It hurt, but Dad says people who measure your worth by their convenience aren't worth impressing. Your dad's a smart man." Byron turned back to Gail. "Mrs. Greer, I've made some calls since we met. Did you know Nathan turned down multiple 6-figure job offers after MIT to build his own consulting firm? He could have taken the easy path, used connections, played the corporate game. Instead, he built something from nothing. That takes character. We've always respected Nathan's work." Gail began. "Have you?" "Because I've heard 15 years of stories that suggest otherwise. Subtle digs, pointed questions, comments about their modest lifestyle." Byron's voice stayed level, but Nathan could see the anger underneath. "Nathan Forbes is worth 10 of the people in this club. And if you can't see that, you don't deserve him in your family." The entire terrace had gone quiet. Conversations had stopped. Heads had turned. Gil's greater than S face was white. Heath looked like he wanted to disappear. Kendra Shaw tried a different approach, addressing Molly. "Sis, this is getting out of hand. We're family. We should be able to work this out." Molly looked at her sister for a long moment. "You're right. We're family, which is why you should have made sure my son had somewhere to sleep before you worried about champagne selections." "Molly, no." Molly's voice was firm, and Nathan saw his wife clearly for the first time in years. "I've spent 15 years making excuses for you. For Mom, for all of you. I told myself you didn't mean it. That Nathan was too sensitive, that I just needed to try harder to make everyone get along. But you hurt my son. You made him feel worthless. And I'm done pretending that's acceptable." Gail reached for her daughter. "Molly, darling, please. We're going to finish our lunch now." Molly said, "You can go back to your reunion." The Greers left, their exit watched by the entire club. Nathan reached under the table and took Molly's hand. She squeezed back, her eyes wet, but her expression determined. Byron raised his wine glass. "To family. The kind you choose, not the kind you're stuck with." They clinkied glasses and Nathan saw Taylor smile for the first time in days. A real smile, unguarded and bright. The next 2 days passed in a blur of activity. Byron seemed determined to show Taylor everything the island had to offer. They went deep-sea fishing, visited the Marine Biological Laboratory, took the yacht out for sunset cruises. Nathan found himself relaxing in ways he hadn't in years, watching his son come alive with curiosity and excitement, but he also knew the reckoning wasn't over. Byron had been making calls, quiet conversations with friends and business associates. Nathan didn't ask for details, but he noticed the way Byron would smile after certain conversations, the way he'd tap his tablet with satisfaction. On the 4th day, Molly's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She answered hesitantly and Nathan watched her face change as she listened. Yes, I understand. No, we haven't. Yes, of course. Thank you for letting me know. She hung up and looked at Nathan with wide eyes. That was the rental company managing one of the estates. They're asking Mom's family to vacate early due to contractual violations. What kind of violations? Nathan asked, though he suspected he knew. Something about misrepresenting their connections and making inappropriate demands of the property management. Molly looked at Byron, who was studiously examining his coffee. Did you? I made a few phone calls, Byron said mildly. Mentioned that the Greers had been using my name without permission. Suggested that their behavior toward Nathan and Taylor might reflect poorly on any property owner who continued to host them. The owners reached their own conclusions. Byron. That's Molly stopped, then surprised Nathan by laughing. That's exactly what they deserve. The full scope of Byron's intervention became clear over the next day. The country club where the Greers had planned their gala dinner called to say there had been scheduling conflicts. The yacht company canceled their booked excursion due to maintenance issues. The golf reservations vanished. The restaurant reservations disappeared. One by one, the carefully planned activities of the Greer family reunion fell apart. Gail called Molly in a panic. Everything's being cancelled. The gala, the yacht, the golf. I don't understand what's happening. It's called consequences, Mom, Molly said, her voice calm. You humiliated a 14-year-old boy because you thought his father wasn't important enough to matter. Turns out he matters to people who actually have influence. This is ridiculous. We've spent thousands of dollars and we've spent 15 years being treated like second-class members of this family. Molly looked at Nathan as she spoke. I should have stood up to you years ago. Should have protected Nathan from your comments and your condescension. But I was afraid of losing you, losing the family. You're not losing us. We're here, are you? Because from where I'm standing, you only care now that you realize Nathan has connections. You didn't care when he was just a smart, hard-working man who loved your daughter and grandson. Molly's voice broke. You taught me to value the wrong things, Mom. And I'm done with that lesson. She hung up. That evening, Nathan found Molly on the terrace watching the sunset. He sat beside her, not speaking, just being present. I'm sorry, Molly said finally, for all of it. For not defending you, for making excuses, for letting them treat us that way. You were caught in the middle, Nathan said. I never blamed you. You should have. She turned to him, tears on her face. You've been protecting me for 15 years, Nathan. Protecting me from seeing what my family really was. Never complaining, never making it my problem. And I let you, Mole. No, let me say this. She took his hands. You're the best man I know. You built a life, a career, a family, all on your own strength. You never needed my family's approval and you never pretended to. I'm the one who kept trying to force two worlds together that were never going to fit. What are you saying? I'm saying I choose you. I choose Taylor. I choose the life we've built. She smiled through her tears. And if my family can't respect that, if they can't see what I see when I look at you, then they're not my family anymore. Not in the ways that matter. Nathan pulled her close, feeling the weight of 15 years shift and settle into something new. I love you, Mole. I love you, too, and I'm going to spend the rest of our lives proving it. On the sixth day of what should have been the Greer family reunion, Nathan received a call from an unknown number. He almost didn't answer, but Byron, who was teaching Taylor to sail, nodded toward the phone. Take it, Byron mouthed. Nathan answered, Hello, Mr. Forbes. This is Lawrence Greer, Molly's father. Nathan had met Larry Greer exactly twice in 15 years. Once at the wedding, once when Taylor was born. The man was a ghost in his own family, overshadowed by his wife's personality and preferences. Mr. Greer. Larry is fine. I am calling to apologize for my wife, for my children, for myself. His voice was heavy with something that sounded like shame. I've been watching this family tear itself apart this week and I realized something. We've been wrong about you, about what matters. Okay, Nathan said, not willing to give more than that. Gail comes from a world where appearances and connections mean everything. I thought marrying into that world would make me someone better. Instead, I became someone smaller. Larry cleared his throat. You're everything I should have been. Self-made, principled, present for your son, and we've spent 15 years trying to make you feel lesser because it was easier than examining our own failures. Nathan didn't respond, waiting. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect you to accept this apology, but I wanted you to know that at least one member of this family sees you clearly, sees what we've lost by not appreciating what we had. Larry paused. Taylor is a remarkable boy. He gets that from you. And if Molly has the sense, I hope she does. She'll hold on to you with everything she has. She does, Nathan said quietly. And I'm holding on to her, too. Good. That's good, Larry hesitated. For what it's worth, I'm having words with my wife and children. There will be changes. I can't promise there'll be enough, but there'll be something. After they hung up, Nathan stood on the terrace processing the conversation. Byron joined him, handing him a beer. Deathbed conversion? Byron asked. Something like that. Molly's father apologized. And how do you feel about that? Nathan thought about it. One apology doesn't erase 15 years, but it's a start. Maybe you're more forgiving than I'd be. Byron said, I'm not forgiving. I'm just tired of carrying anger. Nathan looked at his friend. Thank you for all of this. For giving Taylor a week he'll never forget. For showing Molly's family that their metrics don't define worth. Thank you for finally letting me help. Byron clinked his beer against Nathan's. And for the record, I'm not done. Your consulting firm. You're doing good work, but you're limiting yourself. Why? Because I don't want to owe anyone. What if you're not owing? What if we're partnering? Byron's eyes gleamed with the same look he'd had at MIT when he was working through a complex problem. I've been looking into sustainable technology solutions. Your expertise in adaptive systems would be perfect for some projects. I'm developing real work, Nathan. Not charity, not connections, a genuine partnership. Nathan felt the old instinct to refuse to maintain independence. But he thought about Taylor on the yacht, about Molly finally standing up to her family, about 15 years of pride that had accomplished what exactly? Tell me more, he said. They talked late into the night, Byron laying out projects that would challenge Nathan's skills. Nathan pushing back with questions and refinements. It felt like MIT again. Two minds working in tandem, building something neither could create alone. The next morning, their last full day at the estate, Byron gathered them all for breakfast on the terrace. I have a proposition, Byron announced. This estate sits empty most of the year. I'm here maybe 2 weeks annually. It seems like a waste. It's an incredible property, Molly said. It is, which is why I want you to use it whenever you want. Summers, weekends, holidays. Byron looked at Taylor. Especially you, kid. You should be able to study marine biology in an environment that feeds that interest. Byron, we can't. Nathan started. You can and you will. This isn't charity, Nathan. It's friendship. It's what friends do. Byron leaned forward. You gave me something at MIT that I'd never had before. Someone who saw me as just Byron, not as my family's heir. Someone who valued my mind over my money. That was priceless. Let me return the favor. Taylor looked at his father with pleading eyes. Nathan felt the last walls of his pride crumble. Okay, he said. Thank you. Good. Now, I have one more surprise. Byron stood. Follow me. He led them down to the dock where a smaller boat was moored. Not the yacht, but a beautiful 30-foot sailboat perfectly maintained. This was my grandfather's, Byron said. He taught me to sail on this boat. I want Taylor to have it. Byron. Nathan couldn't find words. I'm serious. It's too small for me to use regularly, but it's perfect for learning. Taylor showed real aptitude yesterday, and it'll give him a reason to keep visiting. Byron put his hand on Taylor's shoulder. If your dad says yes. Taylor's eyes were wide. Dad. Nathan looked at his son at the hope and excitement on his face and realized that sometimes accepting generosity wasn't weakness. Sometimes it was wisdom. Yes, Nathan said. Yes, we accept. Taylor threw his arms around Byron. Then Nathan, his joy impossible to contain. Molly was crying and Nathan pulled her close. The four of them standing on the dock as morning sun sparkled on the water. On their last evening, Byron insisted on a proper dinner. The full formal dining room, his chef preparing a multi-course meal, candles and wine in celebration. They dressed up. Taylor borrowing one of Byron's old blazers. Molly wearing a dress she'd packed for the Greer family gala she'd never attend. Over dessert, Byron raised his glass. To Nathan Forbes, the man who taught me that wealth without character is just numbers in an account. And to Taylor, who reminds me why it matters to stay grounded. And to Molly, who had the courage to choose her own family over her family's expectations. They toasted, the crystal ringing in the candlelight. Nathan's phone buzzed with a text. He glanced at it and smiled. Molly, your mother wants to know if we'll attend the final family dinner tomorrow night. She says she has something important to say. Do you want to go? Molly asked. Nathan thought about it. He thought about 15 years of subtle warfare, about Taylor packing a small duffel bag, about the moment his son had been told to be grateful for a tent. He thought about Byron's friendship, about Molly's tears on the terrace, about Larry Greer's phone call. Yeah, he said finally. Let's go. But we go together and we go as equals. No more apologizing for who we are. Molly smiled. Together as equals. The next evening, they returned to the Greer family estates for the final dinner. The atmosphere was markedly different from their arrival. The champagne was gone, replaced by beer and simple wine. The catered meals had become potluck dishes. The planned gala had morphed into a casual cookout on the beach. The family gathered as Nathan, Molly, and Taylor arrived. This time in a car Byron had lent them, a Mercedes that made a quiet statement. Nathan saw the looks, the whispers, the way people watched them cross the lawn. Gail Greer stood at the center, but she wasn't holding court. She looked diminished, tired, and when she saw Nathan, something in her expression crumbled. Nathan, Molly, Taylor. She approached them slowly. "Thank you for coming." The entire family had gathered, 66 people forming a loose circle. Nathan realized this wasn't going to be a private conversation. "I owe you an apology," Gail said, her voice carrying across the lawn. "I owe all of you an apology. What we did, what I orchestrated was cruel. It was beneath the standards I've always claimed to uphold, and it's cost us dearly." Heath stepped forward, his swagger completely gone. "I was a dick. There's no other word for it. I let myself think that because I made money, I was worth more than people who made less. That's garbage thinking, and I'm sorry." Kendra spoke next. "We got caught up in keeping up with each other, in maintaining appearances. We forgot what family actually means." One by one, family members spoke, some sincerely, others clearly uncomfortable, but trying. Nathan listened, his arm around Taylor, feeling his son lean into him. Finally, Larry Greer spoke. "I've been a coward. I let my wife run this family's values into the ground because it was easier than standing up for what I knew was right. Nathan, you've been more of a man in your silence than I've been in 30 years of marriage. I'm sorry." The apologies hung in the air. Nathan felt Molly squeeze his hand, felt Taylor watching him, waiting to see what he would do. "I accept your apologies," Nathan said finally. "But accepting them doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean everything goes back to how it was." He looked at each family member in turn. "Taylor is 14 years old. He's smart. He's kind. And he deserves to grow up knowing his worth isn't determined by how much money his father makes or what connections he has. If this family can respect that, can respect him, then we can move forward. But if not, we're done." "We can," Gail said quietly. "We will. And one more thing," Nathan's voice hardened. "Molly is done being caught in the middle. Done making excuses for you. Done apologizing for me. She's my wife. She's Taylor's mother, and she's her own person. You'll treat her as all three with respect. Understood?" "Understood." Multiple voices echoed. The dinner that followed was awkward but genuine. People asked Taylor about his interests, listened to him talk about marine biology without condescension. Heath made an effort to talk to Nathan about his consulting work without comparing it to his own career. Kendra apologized to Molly privately for years of passive-aggressive comments. It wasn't perfect. It wouldn't erase 15 years, but it was something. As the evening wound down, Nathan found himself standing at the edge of the beach with Larry Greer, watching the sunset. "My wife has spent 30 years building a family on foundation of sand," Larry said. "Money, connections, appearances. It took watching it crumble in a week to realize what we'd lost along the way." "What did you lose?" Nathan asked. "Authenticity, joy, the ability to value people for who they are rather than what they represent." Larry looked at Nathan. "You never lost that. Even when we tried to grind it out of you, you held on. That takes strength I don't have. You found it this week. Maybe. Or maybe I just finally got tired of being small." Larry extended his hand. "I hope you'll give us a chance to do better. Not for my sake, but for Molly's, for Taylor's." Nathan shook his hand. "One day at a time." They drove back to Byron's estate that night. The three of them quiet in the car. Taylor fell asleep in the back seat, exhausted from the emotional weight of the week. Molly reached over and took Nathan's hand. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For being exactly who you are. For never compromising. For showing me what matters." She squeezed his fingers. "And for loving me even when I didn't deserve it. You always deserved it, Mole. You just needed to believe it yourself." The next morning, they packed to leave. Byron met them on the terrace for coffee. His eyes tired but satisfied. "So," Byron said, "think you'll come back?" "Try to keep us away," Nathan said. "Taylor's already planning his sailing schedule." "Good." And Nathan, Byron set down his coffee. "That partnership I mentioned, I'm serious about it. I've already had my lawyers draw up preliminary terms. Equal partnership, shared decision-making, your expertise, my resources, building something that actually matters." Nathan felt the last vestiges of his old resistance fade. "Send me the documents. Let's do this." Byron grinned. "Welcome back to the world, Nathan Forbes." They flew back on Byron's helicopter, watching Martha's Vineyard receded below them. Nathan saw the three Greer estates, saw the family members packing up their cars, preparing to return to their lives. He wondered if any of them would actually change or if this week would fade into family mythology. Another story to tell at future gatherings. But it didn't matter because he'd changed. Molly had changed. Taylor had learned a lesson about worth and dignity that would serve him for life. As Boston appeared on the horizon, Taylor leaned forward in his seat. "Dad," he said through the headset. "Can we really use the sailboat whenever we want?" "That's what Byron said. And we can go back to the estate. Anytime." Taylor was quiet for a moment. "Then I'm glad everything happened the way it did. I mean, I wish Grandma Gail hadn't been mean. But if she hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten to spend a week with Byron. Wouldn't have learned to sail. Wouldn't have seen you stand up to them." Nathan turned to look at his son. "You would have been fine sleeping in a tent, wouldn't you? You would have made the best of it." "Maybe, but I'm glad I didn't have to." Taylor smiled, and it was the same open, genuine smile Nathan had seen on the yacht. "I'm glad you called Byron. I'm glad you have friends who see how awesome you are. You're pretty awesome yourself, buddy." They landed at a private airfield outside Boston where their car was waiting. Byron had insisted on having it driven there. One final gesture of the week. As Nathan loaded their bags, Byron pulled him aside. "That family of yours is going to try to change," Byron said. "Some of them might even succeed. But Nathan, don't let them take advantage of your forgiveness. Don't let them think this week means everything's forgotten." "I won't. But I also can't spend the rest of my life fighting them. For Molly's sake, for Taylor's sake, I have to give them a chance to do better." "Fair enough. Just remember, you don't owe them anything. You already gave them 15 years of patience. If they blow this chance, that's on them." Nathan hugged his friend. "Thank you for everything." "That's what brothers do," Byron said. "Now go home, build your life, and call me more than once every 15 years. The drive home was peaceful. Molly dozed in the passenger seat. Taylor read his marine biology book in the back. And Nathan thought about the week that had just ended. Thought about his son's tears, about the helicopter landing, about standing in that country club and watching Byron dismantle the Greer's pretensions with simple truth. He thought about partnership offers and summer sailing and the weight of pride. He'd finally sat down. When they pulled into their driveway, their modest, comfortable, perfectly adequate house, Taylor jumped out and ran to the door, calling out that he wanted to video chat with Byron about sailing techniques. Molly stayed in the car with Nathan for a moment. "Are we going to be okay?" she asked. "With my family? With everything?" "We're going to be better than okay," Nathan said. "Because we're not defined by them anymore. We're not trying to fit into their world or prove anything to them. We're just us, and that's enough. That's more than enough." Molly leaned over and kissed him. "I love you, Nathan Forbes. Thank you for not giving up on me." "Never," he said. Inside, Nathan's phone buzzed with an email. The partnership documents from Byron's lawyers, comprehensive and generous, but also an email from Larry Greer with the subject line, "Moving Forward." Nathan opened it. "Nathan, I wanted to follow up on our conversation. I've had long talks with Gail and with our children. We're making changes, real ones, not just performative gestures for show. Heath is taking a sabbatical from work to reconsider his priorities. Kendra is in therapy dealing with her own issues around worth and validation. Gail as well, Gail is trying. I know you have no reason to believe this is real, but I wanted you to know that Taylor has an education fund waiting for him. Not from the family trust, from me personally. Money I've been setting aside for years because I knew Gail would never approve. It's his regardless of what happens between our families. Because he deserves it and because you shouldn't have to carry that burden alone. We lost 15 years being blind to what mattered. I don't expect to get them back, but I hope we can build something new, something better, Larry." Nathan read the email twice, then showed it to Molly. She cried and Nathan held her, understanding that some wounds took time to heal, that some bridges could be rebuilt even after burning. That night, after Taylor went to bed, Nathan stood in his home office looking at the consulting projects on his desk, the partnership documents from Byron, the email from Larry. He thought about the version of himself who'd refused help, who'd built everything alone, who'd taken pride in needing nothing from anyone. That man had been strong, but he'd also been alone. This new version, the one who accepted friendship, who let people see him clearly, who stood up not just for himself, but for his son, who'd finally let his wife choose sides without guilt. This version was stronger. Molly appeared in the doorway, coming to bed. "Yeah, just thinking about how sometimes winning doesn't look like what you expected. Sometimes it's not about crushing your enemies or proving everyone wrong. Sometimes it's just about standing firm in who you are until the world adjusts around you." Molly smiled. "Very philosophical. Also very you. That's what Taylor said, that I'm awesome. He's right. You are. She held out her hand. Come on, awesome man. Tomorrow you have a partnership to negotiate and a son who wants to plan 17 sailing trips. Nathan took her hand and followed her out of the office, turning off the light behind him. In the darkness, his phone lit up with one more message from Byron. Already missing you guys. Next summer at the estate, we'll make it annual tradition. Also, I have some ideas for projects that could really change things. Call me tomorrow. Nathan smiled and typed back, absolutely. And Byron, thanks for teaching me that letting people help isn't weakness. It's wisdom. The response came immediately. You taught me that first, Nathan. I'm just finally returning the favor. Nathan put his phone away and went to bed beside his wife in his modest house with his brilliant son asleep down the hall in a future that suddenly seemed brighter than any helicopter ride or ocean view estate. Because in the end, the Greers had tried to measure him by their metrics and found him lacking. But Byron, Taylor, and Molly, the people who actually mattered, measured him by the only metric that counted: character, integrity, love. And by that measure, Nathan Forbes was wealthy beyond imagination. Story 3. My wife said she and my daughter were spending Christmas with her ex-husband. She needs a real father figure. If you don't like it, divorce me. I didn't argue. I took the Japan transfer I'd refused for years. 1 week later, she came home and called me in a panic. The snow was falling the night, she told me. Big slow flakes that caught the light from our kitchen window and turned the world outside into something soft and silent, deceptive. I remember thinking how beautiful it looked, how peaceful. While my wife sat across from me at the table we'd picked out together 7 years ago and told me our daughter would be spending Christmas with another man. Mark and I have been talking, Sarah said, her voice steady in that way that meant she'd rehearsed this about Emma, about what she needs. I sat down my coffee. It had gone cold anyway. Okay. She needs stability. She needs a father figure who's actually present. If you've ever felt the moment before impact, that split second when you see the car running the red light, when you hear the ice crack beneath your feet, when you realize the ground is closer than it should be, you know that time doesn't actually slow down. Your brain just suddenly has room for 1,000 thoughts at once. I thought about the school play I'd missed last month because of the Henderson acquisition. I thought about Emma's soccer games, how I'd made it to maybe half of them this season. I thought about the Japan offer sitting in my email inbox, the one I'd turned down 3 times because I couldn't imagine being that far from my family. Present, I repeated. Sarah's fingers wrapped around her wine glass. Her nails were painted a deep red, fresh from the salon. I'd given her my credit card that morning when she asked. I always gave her my credit card when she asked. Mark's been spending time with Emma, taking her to the park, helping with homework, showing up for her recital, the things a father does. Mark. I let the name sit there between us. Her ex-husband, the man she divorced 8 years ago for growing apart. The man who'd paid child support but rarely used his visitation rights until I realized with a cold clarity about 6 months ago. He's changed, Sarah said. And there was something in her voice, something warm. He's really stepped up. Emma adores him. Emma was 10 years old. She'd been 2 when Sarah and I got together, 3 when we married. I'd been the one to teach her to ride a bike. I'd been the one holding her hand on the first day of kindergarten. I'd been the one she called Dad for 7 years until recently. So, what exactly are you telling me? I asked, though I already knew. I could feel it in the air, heavy as the snow piling up outside. Sarah took a long sip of wine. Emma's spending Christmas with Mark. I'm going too. She needs both of us there. And honestly, David, you work through every holiday anyway. I don't work through every. Last Christmas, you took 3 conference calls on Christmas morning. The Tokyo markets don't close for American holidays. Exactly. She leaned forward and I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. Certainty, decision. The look she got when she'd made up her mind and nothing I said would change it. That's exactly the problem. Emma needs a father who puts her first. Mark is offering to do that. The rational part of my brain, the part that had made me one of the youngest senior analysts at Mercer & Klein, was already running calculations. Sarah's increased spending over the past 6 months, the new highlights in her hair, the gym membership she'd suddenly taken an interest in, the way she'd started dressing nicer for coffee with friends, the subtle shift in how she looked at me, or rather how she'd stopped looking at me at all. The other part of my brain, the part that still remembered our wedding day, the part that still loved her despite everything, was trying to find the words that would fix this. Sarah, I said carefully. We can talk about this if you feel like I'm not present enough. I can make changes. I'm not asking for permission, David. Her voice cut through the kitchen like a blade. I'm telling you how it's going to be. Emma and I are spending Christmas at Mark's cabin in Aspen. 2 weeks. We leave on the 23rd, 2 weeks, Christmas, and New Year's. The holidays I'd specifically kept clear this year, the time I'd fought to protect from work obligations because last year had been so fragmented. And if I say no, I asked quietly. Sarah's laugh was short and cold. Emma's my daughter. Legally, I mean, you never adopted her. We agreed it wasn't necessary since Mark was still in the picture. So, legally, you don't have a say. There it was. The truth beneath the truth. The ground falling away. But beyond that, she continued, her voice taking on a harder edge. If you have a problem with this, David, we can make it simple. Divorce me. The word hung in the air between us like a challenge, like a dare. She stood up, smoothing her designer sweater, the one I'd bought her for her birthday. I'm going to bed. Early morning tomorrow. Mark and I are taking Emma to look at private schools. I sat there in the kitchen for a long time after she left, watching the snowfall, listening to the silence of our house. A house I'd bought with a signing bonus I'd earned by working 100-hour weeks. A house Sarah had decorated with furniture and art and things that cost more than most people made in a month. A house that had somehow somewhere along the way stopped feeling like home. My phone buzzed. An email. I almost ignored it. It was past 11 and nothing good came from checking work email after 11 o'clock. But maybe that was the problem. Maybe that was exactly what Sarah meant when she said I chose work over family. I opened it anyway. Subject: Tokyo transfer final offer. David, I know we've discussed this 3 times now, and each time you've declined. I respect your commitment to your family. However, this is the last time I can extend this offer. The Tokyo office needs a senior analyst who understands both the American and Asian markets. You're our first choice. The package is comprehensive. 40% salary increase, executive housing in Shibuya, full relocation assistance, and most importantly, a 4-day work week with protected weekends. The Japanese office culture we've built values balance in ways our New York office hasn't mastered yet. This offer expires on December 15th. If we don't hear from you by then, we'll be offering the position to another candidate. Best, Richard Chen, Managing Director, Mercer and Klein Tokyo. I read it twice, then 3 times. 40% increase. 4-day work week. Protected weekends. Tokyo, half a world away from watching my marriage disintegrate in slow motion from being told I wasn't enough while being everything I knew how to be. If you've ever stood at a crossroads in your life, you know that some decisions are made in the moment, and some are made in all the moments leading up to it. Every missed recital, every late night at the office, every time Sarah's voice had that edge, when she asked if I'd be home for dinner, every time Emma called Mark instead of calling me, I opened my laptop. The response took me 20 minutes to write. I kept it simple, professional, the kind of email that didn't reveal that I was making one of the biggest decisions of my life while my wife slept upstairs dreaming of Christmas in Aspen with her ex-husband. Richard, thank you for your patience with my previous hesitation. I'm writing to formally accept the Tokyo position. I understand the start date would be January 2nd, and I'm prepared to relocate on whatever timeline works best for the transition. Please send over the contract and relocation details. Best, David. I hit send before I could second guess it. The snow was still falling. The kitchen was still silent, but something had shifted, like a weight I'd been carrying had finally been set down. I didn't go upstairs to bed. Instead, I opened a new browser window and searched for flights to Tokyo. One way, departing December 23rd, the same day, Sarah and Emma would be heading to Aspen. There was a seat available, first class. I didn't hesitate. Then, I did something I hadn't done in years. I closed my laptop, turned off my phone, and sat in the quiet of my kitchen, watching the snow fall and thinking about what it meant to be present, really present, not just physically there, but emotionally invested, mentally engaged, spiritually connected. I thought about the last time Emma had really looked at me. The last time she'd run to me instead of past me. I thought about when Sarah had stopped kissing me goodbye in the mornings. When her I love you had become automatic instead of intentional. I thought about how I believed that providing was the same as loving, that working hard was the same as showing up, that paying for a life was the same as living one. And I realized, sitting there in the expensive kitchen of my expensive house, with my expensive coffee gone cold in my expensive mug, that Sarah was right about one thing. I hadn't been present. But the question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether I could change. It was whether she'd been telling the truth about what Emma needed or whether she'd been telling the truth about what she wanted because I'd seen the way she said Mark's name. I'd heard the warmth in her voice when she talked about him. I'd noticed the things a husband notices when he's losing his wife, even if he's been too busy to admit it. The snow stopped falling just before sunrise. The world outside was pristine, untouched, white, and clean and new. I made fresh coffee and watched the sun come up over our neighborhood, over the houses full of families who maybe had their own secrets, their own silences, their own versions of coming apart. My phone buzzed at 6:30. An email from Richard. Contract attached. Welcome to Tokyo, David. You're making the right choice. I wondered if that was true. I wondered if there was a right choice in any of this or just different kinds of endings. Upstairs, I heard Sarah's alarm go off. Heard her moving around, getting ready for her day, getting ready to take our daughter or my daughter, even if not legally, to look at private schools with her ex-husband. I saved the Tokyo contract to my desktop without opening it. There would be time for that later. For now, I had exactly 7 days to figure out how to disappear from my own life, 7 days to pack up 8 years of marriage, 7 years of fatherhood, and everything I thought I knew about who I was supposed to be. 7 days before Sarah would come home to an empty house and a note on the kitchen table. Before she would finally understand that some ultimatums don't go the way you expect. 7 days before she would call me in a panic, her voice breaking in ways I'd never heard before. Saying words I'd never imagined she would say. But I didn't know that yet. All I knew was the snow had stopped falling. The sun was coming up and I had a flight to book. The thing about dismantling a life is that it's remarkably easy when no one's paying attention. I started on Monday morning, the day after Sarah's ultimatum. She left early coffee with Mark to discuss Emma's school options, she said. Like that was perfectly normal, like my input wasn't needed. Emma had already left for school. The house was mine. I stood in my home office, coffee in hand, and looked at 8 years of accumulated existence. Degrees on the wall from Columbia and Wharton, photos from corporate events, the Crystal Award I'd gotten for closing the Henderson deal. All of it carefully curated, professionally framed, meaningfully meaningless. My phone rang. Richard Chen, David, got your acceptance. Fantastic news. His voice had that early morning energy of someone calling from 13 hours ahead. I'm sending over the relocation team's contact info. They'll handle everything. Shipping, housing setup, visa processing. When were you thinking of arriving? I looked at my calendar at the red block Sarah had marked for December 23rd through January 6th. Aspen holiday, it said in her handwriting, like I was invited, like I was part of it. December 23rd, I said. I'd like to be settled before the new year. There was a pause. Richard was smart enough to read between lines. That's quite soon. Are you sure the holidays can be? I'm sure. All right, then. I'll have the team reach out today. David, I know this is a big move, but Tokyo is going to be good for you. Different pace, different priorities. The office culture there, we actually go home at reasonable hours. Family time is protected. Weekends are sacred. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was running away from a family that didn't want me there, to a place that valued family time. That sounds perfect, I said, and meant it. After we hung up, I opened my laptop and started making lists. The rational part of my brain, the analyst part needed structure. Needed to break this impossible thing into manageable pieces. Things to do, contact lawyer, separate finances, pack essentials, arrange storage for everything else, close joint accounts, transfer utilities to Sarah's name, update will and beneficiaries, write the letter. That last one sat there on the screen, blinking at me. The letter. What do you say to someone who's already left you? Even though she's still sleeping in your bed. What do you say to a child you've loved as your own who's already chosen someone else? My phone buzzed. The relocation team. I spent 2 hours on the phone with them, arranging for movers to come on Friday, the day Sarah and Emma would be out looking at that private school in Connecticut. Everything I wanted to keep would go into a storage unit. Everything else would stay in the house for Sarah to deal with however she wanted, and the timeline is firm. The coordinator asked. You'll be ready to fly out on the 23rd. Firm, I confirmed. Excellent. We'll have your apartment in Shibuya ready. 3-bedroom? As requested. Actually, make it a 1-bedroom. I won't need the space. Another pause. Another unasked question. Of course, I'll update the request. I spent Monday afternoon at my lawyer's office. Jonathan Park had handled our estate planning when Sarah and I got married. He looked older now, grayer, but his eyes were still sharp. Divorce? He asked when I explained why I was there. Eventually, right now, I just want to protect myself. Separate the finances cleanly. Jonathan leaned back in his chair studying me. You know, I have to ask. Is there someone else? Because if Sarah's going to claim, there's no one else, I said. There's barely been me and her for the last year, if I'm being honest. He nodded slowly. And the child, Emma, not legally mine. Sarah made that very clear. But you've been her father figure for 7 years. You could make a case for visitation. Maybe even partial custody depending on no. The word came out harder than I intended. Sarah's right. Emma needs stability. A custody battle would destroy that. I'm not going to put her through that. Jonathan's expression softened. That's admirable, David. Stupid, maybe, but admirable. I laughed short and bitter. Story of my life. We spent the next hour setting up a legal framework. Separate bank account in my name only. Transferred from our joint savings. My contributions over the years. Tracked and documented. Updated beneficiaries on all my accounts. Removing Sarah. A new will. A power of attorney that didn't include my wife. The house? Jonathan asked. It's in both our names. I'll sign over my half. Consider it settlement in advance. David, that house is worth close to $2 million. You're just going to give her your half. I thought about Emma's room painted purple because it was her favorite color. I thought about the backyard where I'd taught her to ride a bike. The kitchen where we'd made pancakes on Saturday mornings before I started working Saturdays, too. Yes, I said. I'm just going to give her my half. Jonathan made notes, his pen scratching across legal pads. What about alimony? You've been the primary earner. She could let her try. I've kept records of every deposit into our joint account, every bill I've paid, every expense I've covered. If she wants to go that route, we can talk about how much of my income went to funding her lifestyle while she rekindled things with her ex. That got his attention. You have proof of an affair. I have proof of patterns, unexplained absences, increased spending on appearance, a sudden interest in activities that align with Mark's interests, text messages on the phone bill. Nothing explicit, but frequent. Very frequent. Jonathan was quiet for a moment. You know, if you wanted to fight this, I don't want to fight. I want to leave cleanly. I want her to wake up one day and realize what she threw away. And I want to be too far away for her to reach me when she does. He studied me with something like respect. Tokyo, you said. Tokyo. Well then. He gathered his papers. Let's make sure you leave with everything you're entitled to. I left his office with a folder full of documents and a strange sense of clarity. The kind of clarity that comes from accepting the inevitable. From stop fighting against the current and just letting it carry you wherever it's going to go. Tuesday, I worked from home. Sarah barely noticed. She was busy with her own preparations, packing for Aspen, texting constantly with someone who made her smile in ways I couldn't remember her smiling at me. Emma came home from school and found me in my office. Dad, she said, and my heart broke a little because she still called me that. Still didn't know this was all ending. Can you help me with my math homework? I looked at the spreadsheet on my screen, a financial analysis that could wait, that would always wait because there would always be another one. I looked at my daughter standing in the doorway with her backpack and her earnest expression in her mother's eyes. Of course, I said, and closed my laptop. We sat at the kitchen table, working through word problems about trains leaving stations and fractions of pizzas. She was smart, quick with numbers, and I felt a surge of pride that I had no right to feel because I wasn't really her father, was I? I was just the man who'd been there, the man who'd been convenient, the man who was about to disappear. Emma, I said carefully when we finished the last problem. You know I love you, right? She looked up at me with those serious 10-year-old eyes. I know, and you know that sometimes adults have to make difficult choices, but that doesn't mean the love goes away. Something flickered across her face. Uncertainty, maybe even fear. Are you and Mom getting divorced? The question hit me like a physical blow. Kids always know. They always sense when the ground is shifting beneath them. I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe. But whatever happens, I want you to know that these years with you have been the best years of my life. She was quiet for a long moment. Then Mom says Mark is my real dad. Mark is your biological father. That's true, but you're my dad, too, aren't you? I pulled her into a hug. This child who I'd loved and raised and failed in ways I was only beginning to understand. I'll always be your dad, sweetheart, no matter what. She hugged me back tight and fierce. And I wondered if she knew somehow that this was goodbye. If some part of her understood that when she came back from Aspen, I'd be gone. Sarah found us like that when she came home carrying shopping bags from Nordstrom. Her expression went cold. Emma, go do your homework in your room. Emma pulled away from me reluctantly, gathering her books. She looked back once before heading upstairs, and I tried to memorize that look, that moment, because I didn't know when I'd see it again. Don't, Sarah said when Emma was gone. Don't what? Don't confuse her. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I stood up slowly, carefully, keeping my voice level. I was helping her with math homework. Is that not allowed now? You know what I mean? Don't try to guilt her about Aspen. Don't make her feel bad about wanting to spend time with Mark. I would never do that, wouldn't you? Sarah set her bags on the counter. Thousands of dollars worth of new ski clothes charged to our joint credit card. You're so good at the quiet martyr act, David, the long-suffering provider. But we both know the truth. You chose this. You chose work over us over and over again. If you've ever wanted to scream at someone to unleash years of frustration and hurt and anger, you know how it feels to swallow all of that down and stay calm. Stay rational. Stay controlled. You're right, I said quietly. I did choose work. I chose to build a career that could give us this life, this house, those clothes, that car in the driveway. I chose to provide because I thought that's what a husband does. What a father does. A father shows up, David. And what does a wife do, Sarah? Does she honor her commitments? Does she communicate when she's unhappy? Or does she reconnect with her ex-husband? Spend months laying groundwork and then issue an ultimatum on a Sunday night over cold coffee, her face flushed. This isn't about Mark, isn't it? This is about you never being here. About Emma, needing more than a bank account and a distracted nod when she tries to talk to you. You're right, I said again, and watched her blink in surprise. You're absolutely right. I wasn't present enough. I prioritized wrong. I made mistakes. She opened her mouth, closed it. She'd been ready for a fight and I wasn't giving her one. So that's it. She said finally. You're just admitting it. What would you like me to do, Sarah? Beg you not to go to Aspen? Forbid you from seeing Mark? Issue an ultimatum of my own? I picked up my coffee cup, rinsed it in the sink. You said if I didn't like it, I should divorce you. You made your position very clear. And what's your position? I dried my hands on the dish towel, taking my time, choosing my words carefully. My position is that I hope you and Emma have a wonderful Christmas. That I hope you find what you're looking for in Aspen. That's it. She sounded almost disappointed, like she'd wanted the fight, wanted the drama, wanted me to give her a reason to justify what she was doing. That's it. I walked past her, heading toward my office. She caught my arm. David, she stopped, searching for words. I didn't want it to be like this. I looked at her hand on my arm at the rings. She still wore the engagement ring with the 2-carat diamond I'd saved for months to buy the wedding band we'd chosen together. I looked at her face, still beautiful, still familiar, still the face of a stranger who happened to share my last name. How did you want it to be? I asked softly. She let go of my arm. I don't know. Different. Me too, I said, and meant it. That night, I slept in the guest room. Sarah didn't comment on it. Maybe she was relieved. Wednesday, the movers came to give an estimate. I showed them what would go to storage, my clothes, my books, my personal items. Not much, really. For 8 years of marriage, everything else could stay. You're not taking the furniture? The foreman asked, looking around my office. No, just what's mine and the art? Some of these pieces look valuable. I glanced at the walls. An abstract piece Sarah had bought at a gallery opening. A landscape from our honeymoon in Tuscany. None of it meant anything to me anymore. Leave it all. Thursday, I went into the office to tie up loose ends. My team was surprised when I announced I was transferring to Tokyo. Effective immediately. But the Henderson follow-up, Janet said, her face falling. We were supposed to present in February. You'll present in February. You've done most of the work anyway. I paused, searching for the word. Overshadowing you. This is your chance to step up. She looked uncertain but pleased. When do you leave? Monday. The shock rippled through the conference room. Monday. 5 days. Impossible. Except it wasn't impossible. It was just decisive. I spent Thursday afternoon writing transition memos, delegating responsibilities, ensuring nothing I'd been working on would fall through the cracks. The work that had consumed so much of my life, that had cost me so much, turned out to be remarkably transferable, replaceable, just like me. Friday morning, Sarah and Emma left early for their Connecticut school tour. Sarah barely said goodbye. Emma hugged me tight. See you Sunday, Dad. She said, see you Sunday, sweetheart. It was a lie. By Sunday, I'd be 30,000 feet over the Pacific. The movers came at 9. By 3 o'clock, everything that was mine was in storage or packed for shipping to Tokyo. The house looked exactly the same, except for the empty spaces in my closet. The bare spots on my bookshelf in the office, the missing toiletries from my bathroom. Sarah probably wouldn't even notice. I spent Friday night in a hotel near JFK. Saturday, I ran final errands, closed the joint accounts, Transferred utilities, signed the house over to Sarah with Jonathan witnessing. Everything legal, everything documented, everything clean. Saturday night, I sat in that hotel room with a glass of whiskey and wrote 2 letters. The first one was for Sarah. I kept it simple, factual. No accusations, no bitterness, just information. I'd accepted the Tokyo position. I'd be gone indefinitely. Here were my lawyer's contact details. Here was my new email address. The house was hers. I wished her well. I didn't mention Mark. I didn't mention the affair that wasn't quite an affair, but was close enough to count. I didn't mention the months of distance. The careful way she'd engineered this whole situation. I just gave her what she'd asked for. An exit. The second letter was for Emma. That one was harder. That one took 3 drafts and a second glass of whiskey. Dear Emma, I want you to know that leaving has nothing to do with you. You are smart and kind and funny, and being your dad has been the greatest honor of my life. Sometimes adults make choices that are hard to understand. Sometimes we have to go far away to figure out how to be better. That's what I'm doing. I love you. I will always love you. No matter how far away I am, no matter how much time passes, that will never change. Be good for your mom. Work hard in school. Keep being exactly who you are. Love always, Dad. I sealed both letters in separate envelopes. Left them on the hotel desk where I'd find them in the morning where I wouldn't lose my nerve. Sunday morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. Sarah. I almost didn't answer. Then I thought maybe something had happened to Emma. Hello, David. Hi. Her voice was strange, tight. I just wanted to check you're still okay with us leaving Monday morning for Aspen, because if you've changed your mind about the divorce thing, we could. I haven't changed my mind. Have a wonderful trip. Oh, okay. She sounded almost disappointed. You'll be here when we get back. January 6th. I looked at my plane ticket on the desk. Japan Airlines Flight 006 departing Monday at 6 p.m. Sure, I lied. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see you then. Have a good flight, I said and hung up. I sat there for a long time, looking at those 2 letters, thinking about the family I'd built and lost and failed, thinking about the man I'd been and the man I was about to become. Then, I ordered room service breakfast and started preparing for the last day of my old life. Tomorrow, I would drive to my house at noon while Sarah and Emma were still packing for Aspen. I would leave the letters on the kitchen table. I would take one last look at the home I'd bought and the life I'd built. And then I would drive to JFK, board a plane, and disappear into the sky. But I didn't know yet what would happen after that. I didn't know about the phone call that would come a week later, about Sarah's voice breaking in ways I'd never heard before. All I knew was that I'd made my choice, and there was no going back. Monday morning arrived cold and crystalline, the kind of December day that looks beautiful in photos but cuts right through you when you step outside. I checked out of the hotel at 10 o'clock. The clerk asked if I'd enjoyed my stay and I said yes, because that's what you say even when you've spent the weekend dismantling your entire existence in a corporate hotel room that smelled like generic air freshener and other people's disappointments. The drive to my house to Sarah's house now really took 40 minutes. I kept the radio off. Silence felt appropriate. Final. If you've ever returned to a place that used to be home but isn't anymore. You know that feeling, that strange displacement, like you're a ghost haunting your own life. I pulled into the driveway at 11:30 and the house looked exactly the same. Same wreaths on the door that Sarah had hung the week before. Same icicle lights along the roof line. Same Mercedes SUV parked where it always was. Waiting to take my wife and daughter to the airport and then to Aspen and then to whatever came next. I used my keys, soon to be just a piece of metal with no purpose, and stepped inside. The house was chaos. Suitcases everywhere. Emma's ski gear piled by the door. Sarah's voice floating down from upstairs sharp with stress. Emma, I said, pack warm pajamas. Not every stuffed animal you own, but Snowball needs to come. And Mr. for Whiskers. They'll be lonely, normal family sounds. The kind of sounds that happen in houses across America every day. The kind of sounds I would have found annoying 2 weeks ago when I still thought I was part of this. I stood in the foyer listening, memorizing. Then I walked to the kitchen. The kitchen where I'd received Sarah's ultimatum. The kitchen where I'd made my decision. The kitchen where I was about to end everything. Without a single raised voice. I set the 2 letters on the table, white envelopes, crisp and official, Sarah's name on one, Emma's on the other, my handwriting, careful and clear. For a moment, I considered adding more. A longer explanation, a defense of my choices, a list of all the things I'd sacrificed, all the hours I'd worked, all the ways I'd tried to build a life worth living. But what was the point? Sarah had made up her mind. Emma was 10 years old and caught in the middle of adult complications. She shouldn't have to navigate. More words wouldn't change anything. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Sarah's voice closer now. Emma, go make sure you have your charger and your headphones. You know how you get on long flights without. She stopped when she saw me. We looked at each other across the kitchen, across 8 years of marriage and months of unraveling in a gulf that had become too wide to bridge. She was dressed for travel. Designer jeans, cashmere sweater, her hair pulled back in that effortless way that actually took effort. She looked good, happy, even lighter than I'd seen her look in months. David, she said. You're home. Just came to get a few things I forgot. Her eyes went to the letters on the table. What's that? Just some paperwork. Nothing urgent. Emma bounded into the kitchen before Sarah could ask more questions, her backpack trailing behind her. Dad? She crashed into me with the full force of a 10-year-old who hadn't learned to be guarded yet. I didn't know you'd be here. Are you coming to the airport with us? I hugged her tight, breathing in her strawberry shampoo, the fabric softener smell of her favorite hoodie, trying to memorize the weight of her in my arms. Can't, sweetheart. Work call. But I wanted to say goodbye. It's just 2 weeks, she said, pulling back to look at me. We'll be back before you know it. 2 weeks? She didn't know that. 2 weeks from now, I'd be 10,000 miles away. That by the time she came back from Aspen, the only father she'd really known would be gone. You're going to have such an amazing time, I said, keeping my voice steady. Promise me you'll be careful on the slopes and listen to your mom. And Mark, Sarah interjected. Mark's an expert skier. He'll make sure she's safe. Of course he would. Mark, the expert skier. Mark, who had time for ski trips and school tours. Mark, who was everything I apparently wasn't. And Mark, I agreed. Emma studied my face with that uncanny perception kids have. Are you okay, Dad? You look sad. Just going to miss you, I said truthfully. But I'm happy you're going on this adventure. Sarah checked her watch. Emma, go do one final check of your room. Make sure you didn't forget anything. Emma hesitated, looking between us. That look again, like she knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite name it. Go on, I said gently. I'll still be here when you come down. She hugged me once more, quick and fierce, then bounded back upstairs. Sarah and I stood in the kitchen, silent. The refrigerator hummed. The clock ticked. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked. You didn't have to come, Sarah said finally. We talked yesterday. You said you were fine with everything. I am fine with everything. Then why are you here? I looked at her. Really looked at her, maybe for the last time. Tried to remember when I'd fallen in love with her. Tried to remember the woman who'd laughed at my jokes. Who'd said yes when I proposed on that beach in Maui. Who'd promised forever and meant it. At least in that moment. I wanted to say goodbye, I said simply. Something flickered in her expression. Guilt maybe, or uncertainty. David, it's just 2 weeks. You're being dramatic. If you've ever swallowed words that would change everything, you know how they feel in your throat. Heavy, necessary, impossible to keep down, but terrifying to release. I almost told her then. Almost said, I'm leaving. I'm going to Tokyo. By the time you land in Aspen, I'll be gone. Those letters on the table will explain everything. But Emma was upstairs. Emma would hear. Emma would be heard in ways I couldn't predict or prevent. So instead, I said, you're right. Just 2 weeks. Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and her whole face changed, softened. That smile I used to inspire but hadn't seen in months. Mark's at the airport, she said. He wanted to make sure we had plenty of time for security. Of course, he did. Thoughtful Mark. Present Mark. Mark who showed up. You should get going then, I said. She looked at me and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something like regret, like she was realizing this was a threshold. And once crossed, there would be no going back. David, she stopped. Started again. I know this year has been hard. I know we've grown apart, but maybe when we get back, we could try counseling. If you're willing to make some changes, if you can commit to being more present, Sarah, I interrupted gently. Go to Aspen, spend Christmas with Mark, figure out what you want, really want, and then we'll talk when you get back. It wasn't a lie. We would talk. It just wouldn't be the conversation she was expecting. Emma came thundering back down the stairs, dragging her suitcase. Ready? Sarah looked at me for another long moment, then nodded. Okay, we'll talk when I get back. I helped them load the car, made small talk about flight times and weather in Aspen and whether Emma had her motion sickness medicine. Normal things, dad things, last things. When everything was packed, Emma hugged me one more time. Love you, Dad, she said into my chest. Love you too, sweetheart, so much. Sarah got in the driver's seat, started the engine. I stood in the driveway watching them back out, watching Emma wave from the window, her smile wide and excited and unknowing. I waved back until they turned the corner and disappeared. Then I stood there in the December cold in the driveway of a house that wasn't mine anymore and felt the finality of it settle over me like snow. I went back inside, walked through the rooms one last time, the living room where we'd hosted dinner parties, the office where I'd spent so many late nights working, the guest room where I'd been sleeping for the past week, Emma's room, purple walls and posters of pop stars, and a shelf full of books we'd read together. I didn't take anything. Everything I needed was already in storage or on its way to Tokyo. Everything else was just things expensive, meaningless things that had somehow become substitutes for actual connection. I locked the door behind me at 115, put my key in the mailbox, got in my car, not the Mercedes, just the practical Honda I'd bought years ago and kept because it was reliable, and drove away. I didn't look back. There was nothing to see. The drive to JFK took 90 minutes. I checked in at 3:30 for my 600 p.m. flight. The agent looked at my single carry-on bag with surprise. "Just the one bag for Tokyo?" she asked. "I travel light," I said. She upgraded me to business class. Some algorithm had flagged me as a priority passenger, probably because of how much I'd flown over the years for work. The irony wasn't lost on me. I went through security, bought a coffee I didn't drink, and sat at the gate watching people, families heading to Christmas vacations, business travelers like me, or like I used to be. A young couple holding hands, excited about some adventure. My phone buzzed. A text from Sarah made it through security. "Flight boards in 20. Thanks for understanding about Aspen. I think this will be good for all of us." I stared at that message for a long time. Good for all of us. Like my absence was a gift. Like removing me from the equation would solve everything. I typed back, "Safe travels. Give Emma a hug for me." Then I turned off my phone. Not just silenced. It actually powered it down. In 12 hours, I'd be in Tokyo, in a different time zone, a different life, a different version of myself. They called my flight at 5:30. I was one of the first aboard. Settling into my business class seat while other passengers filed past. I accepted champagne from the flight attendant. Declined the warm nuts. Stared out the window at the darkening New York sky. The flight attendant came by with a warm towel. "First time to Tokyo?" she asked in accented English. "Yes," I said. "Then, no, I don't know." She smiled kindly like she'd heard stranger answers. "Well, welcome aboard." The plane pushed back from the gate at 6:05. We taxied to the runway while the safety video played on screens, showing us how to brace for impact, where the exits were, how to survive a crash into the ocean. Survival instructions. How appropriate. If you've ever left everything behind, not just a place, but a whole identity, a whole understanding of who you were supposed to be, you know that moment when the wheels leave the ground. That moment when it becomes real, irreversible, done. We lifted off at 623. New York fell away beneath us. Light spreading out in every direction. Millions of people living their lives, having their own quiet dramas and loud disasters and everything in between. Sarah and Emma would be in the air too by now, flying west to Aspen while I flew east to Tokyo. Both of us leaving, neither of us knowing we were moving in opposite directions in more ways than one. I pulled out my laptop once we reached cruising altitude, opened the folder with the Tokyo contract, read through it properly for the first time, seeing the details I'd been too numb to process before. The salary was absurd. The benefits were generous. The apartment in Shibuya was fully furnished. I'd have a corporate car service, a relocation specialist to help me navigate Japanese bureaucracy, language lessons, cultural training, everything I needed to start over, everything except a reason why. A message popped up in my inbox. "Richard Chen, even though it was morning in Tokyo and he should have been in the office, David saw you're en route. Welcome. Kenji from our team will meet you at Haneda. He'll get you settled. Take a few days to adjust to the time difference before coming in. Looking forward to working with you," I typed back. "Thank you. See you soon." The flight attendant brought dinner. Some gourmet thing with too many components. I pushed it around my plate, ate a few bites, gave up, accepted more champagne, even though I shouldn't. The bubbles felt appropriate, celebratory, even though there was nothing to celebrate. Or maybe there was. Maybe freedom was worth celebrating even when it felt like failure. Around hour 3 of the flight, somewhere over Alaska, I pulled out the leather notebook I'd bought at the airport, opened to a blank page, stared at it. What do you write when your whole life has just ended? What wisdom do you record? What lessons have you learned? I wrote day 1. Then I stopped because what did that even mean? Day 1 of what? Day 1 of running away? Day 1 of Tokyo? Day 1 of figuring out who David Chen was when he wasn't someone's husband or someone's father or someone's employee. I closed the notebook, looked out the window at the darkness, at the wing, cutting through the night at the tiny lights below that might have been cities or stars or just reflections in the glass. My seatmate, a Japanese businessman who'd been working on his laptop, glanced over. "First trip to Japan?" he asked in perfect English. "Yes," I said. "Business or pleasure?" I considered the question. "Escape," I said finally. He laughed, thinking I was joking. "Ah, yes. Tokyo is good for that. Very easy to disappear there. 13 million people. You can be anyone. Anyone." The word hung in the air between us. "That's exactly what I'm hoping for," I said. He nodded sagely like he understood, though he couldn't possibly. Then he went back to his laptop and I went back to staring out the window. The flight passed in that strange timeless way long flights do. I slept in fits and starts, waking to see other passengers sleeping or watching movies or reading. Anonymous people on an anonymous flight. All of us suspended between places, between versions of ourselves. They served breakfast somewhere over the Pacific. Miso soup and rice and grilled fish. It was good. Better than the dinner. Or maybe I was just hungry enough to appreciate it. The pilot announced our descent into Tokyo at what my body insisted was the middle of the night, but was actually early morning local time. The sun was rising as we broke through the clouds, painting everything gold and pink and new. Tokyo sprawled below us, massive, dense, overwhelming. A city so big that my problems would be microscopic in it. A place where nobody knew my name or my story or the ways I'd failed. We touched down at 7:15 a.m. Tuesday, December 24th. Christmas Eve in Tokyo. Though Christmas wasn't really celebrated here the way it was in America. Just another day, just another beginning. I cleared customs, collected my bag, and found Kenji waiting with a sign that said, "David Chen, Mercer, and Klein." "Chen's son," he said, bowing slightly. "Welcome to Tokyo. How was your flight?" "Long," I said, "but you must be tired. I'll take you to your apartment. You can rest. Settle in. Tomorrow is Christmas. The office is closed. So, you have time to adjust." Christmas. I'd almost forgotten. Sarah and Emma would be waking up in Aspen tomorrow morning, opening presents under someone else's tree, making memories with Mark, the real father figure, living their best lives without me. And I would be here alone in a Tokyo apartment half a world away. Kenji drove us into the city through morning traffic. Tokyo was overwhelming neon and concrete and crowds even at this early hour. Everything was in Japanese. Everything was foreign. Everything was exactly what I needed. The apartment was in a modern high-rise in Shibuya. 23rd floor, minimalist and clean and empty in the best way. No history, no memories, no ghosts. The fridge is stocked with basics. Kenji said, "Here's my card. Call if you need anything." Really, anything. That's my job. He left me there in the silence, in the emptiness. In the aftermath of the biggest decision I'd ever made, I stood at the window looking out at Tokyo, spreading in every direction. Millions of lives, millions of stories. Mine just one more. And not even an interesting one. My phone was still off. I'd turned it back on when we landed, just long enough to text Richard that I'd arrived safely, then back off. I didn't want to know if Sarah had texted. Didn't want to see messages asking where I was, why I wasn't answering, what was going on. Let her land in Aspen first. Let her settle in with Mark and Emma. Let her have a few days of her perfect Christmas before reality caught up, because it would catch up. She'd call the house and I wouldn't answer. She'd worry. She'd call my cell and it would go to voicemail. She'd drive home early to check on me and she'd find those letters on the kitchen table. But that was days away, maybe a week. For now, I was just tired, jet-lagged and heartsick and free in a way that felt more like falling than flying. I unpacked my single bag, took a shower in the pristine bathroom, collapsed into the bed that smelled like nothing. In the apartment that held no memories, in the city where no one knew my name, and for the first time in weeks, I slept. I woke up disoriented, my body insisting it was the middle of the night while sunlight streamed through unfamiliar windows. The clock on the nightstand said 2:47 p.m. I'd slept for 6 hours. Outside, Tokyo hummed with afternoon energy traffic. Voices, the constant white noise of a city that never quite stops moving. Christmas Eve, December 24th. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, waiting to feel something. Regret, guilt, panic, relief, anything. Instead, I felt hollow, like I'd left so much of myself behind that what arrived in Tokyo was just a shell, a placeholder, a man-shaped space waiting to be filled with something new. My phone sat on the nightstand, still powered off. I looked at it like it was a bomb. Shortinger's phone, as long as I didn't turn it on, Sarah both had and hadn't found the letters. Both was and wasn't in Aspen wondering where I'd gone. Both did and didn't know her marriage was over. I left it off. Instead, I got up, showered again. The hot water felt like absolution and explored my new apartment properly. It was beautiful in that deliberate curated way. Everything matched. Everything was new. The kitchen was fully equipped with appliances I didn't know how to use. The living room had a couch I'd never sat on, a TV I'd never watched. The second bedroom was set up as an office with a desk and ergonomic chair and a view of the Shibuya crossing. I stood at that window for a while watching the famous intersection. Hundreds of people crossing every time the light changed. Moving in organized chaos. Everyone knowing where they were going. Everyone except me. The fridge, as Kenji had promised, was stocked. Japanese staples I didn't recognize. Rice, miso paste, fish, vegetables, also some Western concessions, eggs, milk, bread, butter, provisions for a man starting over. I made coffee in the high-tech coffee maker, got it wrong twice before producing something drinkable, and sat at the kitchen counter watching Tokyo move beneath me. If you've ever experienced that strange displacement of jet lag combined with emotional upheaval, you know how reality gets soft around the edges. How time stops making sense. How you can't quite believe you're where you're doing what you're doing. I'd left New York 30 hours ago. In that time, I'd crossed an ocean in 13 hours and the boundary between one life and another. And now here I was drinking mediocre coffee in a pristine apartment while somewhere over the Pacific or maybe already in Aspen. My wife and daughter were living their lives without me. My phone stayed off. I spent the afternoon doing nothing, staring out windows, unpacking and repacking my single bag, reading the employee handbook Mercer and Klein had left in the apartment. Learning that Tokyo office hours were 9 to 5, that overtime was discouraged, that there was a company gym and subsidized lunch and mandatory vacation days, a different world, a different culture, a different understanding of what it meant to work, to live, to balance everything I'd thought I wanted while destroying my marriage by not having it. Evening came early. It was winter and Tokyo was dark by 5. I ventured out, mostly because staying in the apartment felt like hiding, and I wasn't ready to admit that's what I was doing. Shibuya at night was overwhelming. Neon everywhere, people everywhere, sounds and smells and stimulation that my jet-lagged brain couldn't quite process. I walked without direction, letting the crowd carry me. A foreigner in every sense. Alone in a sea of people, I found a small restaurant down a side street, the kind with a curtain over the door and no English on the menu. The chef looked up when I entered, nodded, gestured to a seat at the counter. I pointed at what the person next to me was eating ramen, it turned out, and he nodded again. Went to work. The ramen came 10 minutes later. It was the best thing I'd eaten in months, maybe years. Rich broth, perfect noodles, pork that melted on my tongue. I ate in silence, surrounded by people speaking a language I didn't understand and felt more at peace than I had in my own home. When I finished, I tried to pay, fumbling with yen I'd exchanged at the airport. The chef waved away my attempt at, thanks, just nodded again with that same quiet courtesy. I walked back to my apartment through streets that were still crowded at 9 p.m. Bought a beer from a vending machine because you could do that here. Buy beer from machines on street corners and rode the elevator up to the 23rd floor. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it, silent, clean, empty. I drank the beer, standing at the window, watching Tokyo live its life below me. Somewhere in that sprawl of lights were 13 million stories. Marriages and divorces and births and deaths and everything in between. My story wasn't special. It was barely worth noting. That thought was somehow comforting. I turned on my laptop, not my phone. Not yet, and checked my email. Work stuff mostly. Richard welcoming me again. The relocation team confirming everything was satisfactory. HR sending onboarding documents and one from Jonathan, my lawyer, with a subject line that said simply, "Ready when you are." I opened it. "David, all documents are prepared and filed. When you're ready to proceed with the divorce paperwork, just give me the word. Everything is in order. The house transfer is recorded. Your accounts are separate and secure. You're protected. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. Sometimes the bravest choice is the quietest one. Best, Jonathan." I read it twice. Then I wrote back. "Jonathan, hold everything for now. Let's see what happens when she finds the letters. I'll be in touch, David." Because I wasn't a coward. Despite evidence to the contrary. I'd left. Yes. I'd disappeared. Yes. But I'd left those letters. I'd left an explanation. I'd given her the truth, even if I delivered it in the most passive way possible. I finished my beer, Took another shower the third of the day, but the hot water helped ground me, put on clean clothes, stood at that window again, watching the city lights blur into constellations. And then at 11 p.m. Tokyo time, which was 9 a.m. Eastern, which meant Sarah and Emma would have landed in Aspen hours ago, I turned on my phone. It took a moment to connect, to sync, to download the inevitable flood of messages. Then it started texts from Sarah. 23 of them. I read them in order, watching my marriage end in real time in short bursts of increasingly frantic text. 9:47 a.m. landed. Flight was smooth. Emma slept most of the way. 10:15 a.m. Mark picked us up. He rented an amazing SUV. Very thoughtful. 11:23 a.m. just got to the cabin. David, it's gorgeous. You would love it. Well, if you ever took time to actually vacation. That last parenthetical hit different when you knew what was coming. 2:34 p.m. settled in. Going to hit the slopes for a few hours. Emma is so excited. 6:47 p.m. Great first day. Emma did amazing. Mark is such a good teacher. 7:15 p.m. Making dinner. Tried calling you. Go straight to voicemail. Everything okay? 9:30 p.m. David, seriously, why isn't your phone on? I'm starting to worry. 10:45 p.m. Called the house. No answer. Are you working late on Christmas Eve? Really? Then nothing for a few hours. I imagined her going to bed annoyed, but not truly worried. Irritated at my typical behavior. My typical absence. Then this morning, Christmas Day in Aspen. 7:12 a.m. Merry Christmas. Still can't reach you. This isn't funny. 8:33 a.m. David, I'm actually getting worried now. Can you please just text me back? 9:15 a.m. Called your office. They said you took leave. Leave? Since when? 102 a.m. I called Janet. She said, you transferred to Tokyo. Tokyo? What the hell is going on? 10:47 a.m. I'm coming home. Something is wrong. This isn't like you. 11:15 a.m. Mark thinks I'm overreacting, but I know you. You wouldn't just leave without telling me. Did something happen? Are you in the hospital? 12:23 p.m. On my way to the airport. Emma is staying with Mark. I'm coming home to check on you. 1:45 p.m. Flight leaves at 3. I'll be home by midnight. David, please, if you get this, just let me know you're alive. I looked at the timestamp on that last message. She'd sent it 4 hours ago. She was probably boarding now. Would be in the air soon. Would land at JFK around midnight Eastern, which was tomorrow afternoon, Tokyo time. She'd go to the house. She'd find the letters and then she'd know. My hands were shaking. I set the phone down, picked it up again, set it down. I should call her. I should text her back. I should tell her I was fine. That she didn't need to fly home on Christmas. That everything would be explained when she got there. But I couldn't. The words wouldn't come. The courage wouldn't materialize. Instead, I did what cowards do. I waited. I opened a browser and searched for flights from Aspen to New York. Found the one she must be on. United 1847. Scheduled to land at 11:47 p.m. Eastern. I did the math. That was 1:47 p.m. tomorrow, Tokyo time. In about 14 hours, she'd land. In 15 hours, she'd be home. In 16 hours, she'd read my letter, and then my phone would explode. I poured myself a whiskey from the bottle I'd bought at duty free. Sat at that window again with my phone in one hand and my drink in the other, watching Tokyo celebrate Christmas in its understated way. The phone buzzed. A voicemail notification from an hour ago when I'd had it off. I played it. Sarah's voice tight with worry. David, I don't know what's going on, but I'm scared. This isn't like you. Please, please, just call me. I don't care if you're angry about Aspen. I don't care about any of it. I just need to know you're okay. I'm coming home. I'll be there tonight. Just please be there. The message ended. I played it again. Heard the fear in her voice, the genuine concern. If you've ever wanted to take something back, to undo a decision, to rewind time and choose differently. You know how it feels. That desperate, impossible wish. But time only moves forward. Planes only fly one way. Letters once left can't be unwritten. I thought about Emma spending Christmas with Mark while her mother flew home in a panic. I thought about Sarah on that plane, imagining worst-case scenarios. I thought about the letter waiting on our kitchen table. The words I'd written in a hotel room that felt like years ago now. Sarah, by the time you read this, I'll be in Tokyo. I've accepted a transfer that I should have accepted years ago. Except I thought I had something here worth staying for. I was wrong. Not about Emma. She's the best thing that ever happened to me, Even if she was never legally mine. And not about you. At least not at first. I loved you. I probably still love you in the way you love something you've lost. But you were right. I wasn't present. I chose work over family. I prioritized wrong. I failed. And you chose Mark. Maybe you never stopped choosing Mark. Maybe I was just the convenient option, the stable one, the one who paid the bills while you figured out what you really wanted. I'm giving you what you asked for. A divorce, freedom, the house, everything in it. I've already signed over my half. My lawyer will be in touch with the paperwork. Tell Emma I love her. Tell her this wasn't her fault. Tell her whatever you need to tell her to make this easier. I hope you find what you're looking for in Aspen. I hope Mark is everything I wasn't. David, reading it now from half a world away, it seemed harsh, cold, not at all what I'd meant to convey. But it was too late. The letter was there. Sarah was in the air. The clock was ticking toward a moment I couldn't stop and wasn't sure I wanted to. I finished my whiskey, poured another, watched Tokyo blur into abstract light. My phone buzzed again. A text from Emma. Dad, where are you? Mom left really fast and won't tell me what's wrong. She said you're okay, but she looked really scared. Are you okay? Merry Christmas. I miss you. I stared at that message for a long time. Sweet Emma. Confused Emma. Emma, who'd been looking forward to Christmas in Aspen and now had her mother flying home in a panic and her father, her not legally father, gone silent. I wrote back, I'm okay, sweetheart. I'm sorry your Christmas got complicated. This is between your mom and me. You didn't do anything wrong. I love you. Have fun with Mark. I sent it before I could reconsider. Before I could add more, explain more, make promises I didn't know if I could keep. The message showed as delivered, then read. Then 3 dots appeared as she typed. Are you and Mom getting divorced? Kids always know. They always see through the adult lies and complications to the simple truth beneath. I don't know yet, I wrote. Maybe. I'm sorry. It's okay. I kind of knew you guys haven't been happy for a while. Out of the mouths of babes. 10 years old and already more perceptive than either of her parents gave her credit for. You're very smart. I texted back. I get it from you, she wrote. And Mom says, I get my stubbornness from you, too. I laughed. Alone in my Tokyo apartment on Christmas night. She's probably right about that. Where are you? Mom said something about Tokyo. Yeah, I got a new job in Japan. That's so far away. Yeah. Will I ever see you again? The question broke something in me. Something I'd been holding together through sheer willpower and geographical distance. Of course you will. I promise. When things settle down, we'll figure it out. Another promise I didn't know if I could keep. Another assurance built on hope and uncertainty. Okay, I should go. Mark is making hot chocolate. Enjoy it. I love you, Emma. Love you too, Dad. The conversation ended. I sat there with my phone and my whiskey and my view of Tokyo, feeling the weight of what I'd done settle more heavily. I'd left. I'd run. I'd chosen the quiet exit over the loud fight. And now a 10-year-old girl was spending Christmas making hot chocolate with her biological father while her mother flew home in a panic. And her stepfather, former stepfather, drank alone half a world away. If you've ever questioned every choice that led you to a moment, you know how it compounds. Every decision, every priority, every time you chose wrong, stacking up like evidence against you. I should have fought for my marriage. Should have recognized the signs earlier. Should have made different choices about work-life balance. Should have been present. Really present. Not just physically there, but emotionally available. Should have. But I hadn't. And now here I was. I set an alarm for 3:00 p.m. the next day, midnight Eastern, when Sarah would be landing at JFK. I wanted to be awake for that. Wanted to be ready for whatever came next. Then I went to bed in my new Tokyo apartment on Christmas night, alone and free and terrified and relieved all at once. I didn't sleep well. Jet lag, yes, but also anticipation. Dread. The knowledge that in less than 12 hours, Sarah would know everything. Would read that letter, would understand that I hadn't just gone quiet, I'd gone completely. When I did sleep, I dreamed of Emma, of teaching her to ride a bike in our backyard, of her first day of school, of all the moments I'd been there for and all the ones I'd missed. I woke up at 2:47 p.m. to my alarm, groggy and disoriented. Made coffee, stood at my window, watching Tokyo move through its afternoon while half a world away. Sarah's plane descended toward JFK. My phone was silent. No new messages. She was in the air, unreachable, probably going crazy with worry and anger and confusion. At 3:15 p.m. Tokyo time, I checked the flight status. Landed early. She'd be in a cab soon. Would be home by 1:30 a.m. her time. Would walk into our dark house and find those letters on the kitchen table. I poured another coffee I didn't need. Paced my apartment. Checked my phone every 30 seconds, even though it hadn't made a sound. At 4:00 p.m. Tokyo time, 2 a.m. Eastern, I imagined her walking through the front door, seeing the letters, picking up hers with shaking hands. At 4:15, I imagined her reading it once, twice, 3 times, trying to make the words say something different than what they said. At 4:20, I waited for my phone to explode, but it stayed silent. 5 minutes passed. 10:15 nothing. And then at exactly 4:37 p.m. Tokyo time, my phone rang. Sarah. I stared at it, my heart pounding, my mouth dry. Let it ring once, twice, 3 times. Then I answered, hello. And what I heard on the other end changed everything. David. Her voice wasn't what I expected. No anger, no accusation, just my name, said like a prayer, like a plea, like the last word before drowning. Sarah, I said carefully. Silence. Not the angry kind, the breathing kind. The kind where someone is trying to hold themselves together and failing. I found your letter, she said finally. I know you're in Tokyo. Yes, you left. Her voice cracked on that last word. You just left. If you've ever had to defend the indefensible, you know how words fail, how explanations sound like excuses, how truth sounds like cruelty. You told me to, I said quietly. You said if I didn't like your arrangement with Mark, I should divorce you. So, I'm divorcing you. I heard her breath catch. Heard something that might have been a sob. Quickly stifled. I didn't mean it like that, she whispered. I didn't mean for you to actually. She stopped. Started again. David, I came home to an empty house. Your clothes are gone. Your office is cleared out. It's like you were never here. I was there for 8 years. Don't. Her voice hardened slightly. Don't do that. Don't make this about another pause. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you talk to me? When would you have liked me to talk to you, Sarah? Before or after you told me you and Emma were spending Christmas with your ex-husband? Before or after you said Emma needed a real father figure? Before or after you said if I didn't like it, I should divorce you? Silence again. Longer this time. I was angry. She said finally. I was frustrated. I didn't mean yes you did. I kept my voice even calm. The analyst voice, the voice that dealt in facts. You meant every word. You've been planning this for months. The increased time with Mark, the private school tours, the coffee dates that became ski lessons that became family dinners. You were building a new life, Sarah. You just wanted to keep the old one running in the background until the new one was ready. That's not fair, isn't it? I walked to the window, looked out at Tokyo. Distance made this easier somehow. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you weren't seeing Mark behind my back. Tell me those coffee dates were really just coffee. The silence that followed was answer enough. Nothing happened, she said finally. Not physically. I didn't cheat on you. Technically, I said, you didn't technically cheat on me, David. But you fell back in love with him, didn't you? Somewhere between the coffee dates and the ski lessons and the school tours. You remembered why you married him in the first place, and you realized you'd never really stopped loving him. I heard her crying now, no longer trying to hide it. Full broken sobs coming through the phone from half a world away. Part of me, the part that had loved her, that still loved her, wanted to comfort her, to tell her it was okay, to make this easier. But another part, the part that had spent the last week dismantling a life, packing up 8 years into a single suitcase, fleeing across an ocean, that part stayed silent. I'm sorry, she said when she could speak again. David, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't plan it. Mark and we started talking about Emma. And then we were talking about other things and it felt so easy, so natural, like coming home. And what did I feel like? I asked quietly. Like work, she whispered. Like something I had to maintain, like a job I was failing at. The honesty of it hit harder than any accusation could have. Because it was true. We'd become work to each other. Maintenance. Obligation. When did it stop being good? I asked. When did we stop being us? She was quiet for a long time. I don't know. Gradually. So gradually I didn't notice until it was already gone. You were working more. I was pulling away. Emma needed things we weren't giving her. And then Mark showed up at her soccer game one day. Just one game, he said. Just to see her. And suddenly there was this other option, this other version of how life could be. So you chose it. I didn't choose anything. I didn't stop it from happening. That's choosing, Sarah. Passive choosing, but still choosing. More crying. I listened to it echoing through the phone, imagining her in our kitchen. Her kitchen now surrounded by the life I'd paid for and couldn't save. What about Emma? I asked finally. Does she know? She knows something's wrong. She doesn't know you're in Tokyo. She doesn't know about Sarah trailed off about any of this. What am I supposed to tell her? Tell her the truth that I took a job in Tokyo. That you and I are getting divorced. That it's not her fault. She'll be devastated. She'll survive. Kids are resilient. And she'll have you and Mark. The father figure she apparently needs. Sarah made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. God, you can be so cold when you want to be. Cold? I'm halfway around the world because staying in the same city as you was unbearable. I'm in a country where I don't speak the language in an apartment that smells like nothing. Drinking coffee alone on Christmas night. That's not cold. Sarah, that's survival. It's Christmas night there. Different time zones, different everything. She was quiet again. I could hear her moving around, probably sitting down, probably at that kitchen table where we'd had our last real conversation, where I'd left the letters that ended everything. I read Emma's letter, too, she said softly. I'd forgotten about that. The second letter, the one I'd written to my daughter who wasn't legally mine, who I'd loved anyway, who I was losing because I'd failed to be what she needed. And I asked, it was beautiful and heartbreaking. David, she loves you. She doesn't understand why you're not here. She thinks. Sarah's voice broke again. She thinks you left because of her. Because she wanted to spend Christmas with Mark. The guilt hit like a physical blow. That's not I need to talk to her. Can I talk to her? She's in Aspen with Mark. I didn't tell her I was flying home. I just said it was an emergency and that I'd be back soon. So, you're going back? Of course, I'm going back. I can't leave her there alone on Christmas. She's not alone. She's with her father. The word hung between us. Father. Mark was her father. Biologically, legally, now practically. I was just the man who'd been there for 7 years. The consolation prize. The runner-up. You're her father, too, Sarah said quietly. You raised her. You were there for all the important things, except the ones that mattered. The recital I missed. The games I didn't make. The homework help she started asking Mark for instead of me. That's not fair. You tried. Trying isn't enough, Sarah. You taught me that. Results matter. Presence matters. And I failed on both counts. Silence settled between us like snow. Heavy, suffocating final. So what now? Sarah asked finally. You just stay in Tokyo? We never see you again. You become a ghost story, Emma tells her therapist. Someday Jonathan will send you the divorce papers. The house is yours. I already signed it over. I've separated all our finances. You won't have to deal with me for anything practical. Practical? Right. Her laugh was bitter. Always so practical, David. So rational. So controlled. Would you prefer if I screamed? If I raged? If I flew home and made a scene? My voice stayed level, calm, even though inside I was anything but. Would that make you feel better? Would that give you permission to be the wronged party instead of the one who engineered all of this? I didn't engineer. You gave me an ultimatum, Sarah. You told me to accept your relationship with Mark or divorce you. You backed me into a corner and then got surprised when I chose the door. I didn't think you'd actually leave. I thought you'd fight. I thought she stopped. I thought you cared enough to fight. And there it was. The real accusation. The heart of it. I cared enough to leave, I said quietly. I cared enough to remove myself from a situation where I was clearly unwanted, where I was the obstacle to your happiness. I cared enough to let you go. That's not caring. That's running away, maybe. Or maybe it's the kindest thing I could do for both of us. I heard her moving again, a door closing, the sound of water running. She was probably in the bathroom trying to compose herself. The bathroom we'd renovated 2 years ago. The expensive tile she'd insisted on. The rain shower I'd paid for and barely used. I don't want a divorce, she said when she came back. Her voice was steadier now, determined. I know I said it. I know I pushed you to this, but I don't actually want it. What do you want, Sarah? I want, she trailed off, started again. I want to figure this out. I want us to try counseling. I want to see if we can fix this. Why? The question seemed to surprise her. What do you mean why? Why do you want to fix this? Because you love me? Because you miss me? Or because it's inconvenient that I actually called your bluff? That's not David. I do love you. I never stopped loving you. You just love Mark more. It's not about more or less. It's different. Mark is he's familiar. He's easy. We have history. We have history, too. 8 years of it. I know. And I don't want to throw that away. She sighed. And I could picture her running her hand through her hair the way she did when she was frustrated. I need you to come home. We need to talk about this face to face. You can't just run away to Tokyo and expect. I'm not running away. I'm starting over without even trying to fix what we had. Sarah. I leaned my forehead against the window, the glass cool against my skin. What we had was already broken. It's been broken for months, maybe longer. We were just both too busy. Me with work, you with Mark to admit it. So, you're giving up. Just like that. I'm accepting reality. There's a difference. She was crying again. Harder now. The kind of crying that comes from deep places. I can't believe you're doing this. I can't believe you're just gone. I can't believe you're surprised. You wanted me gone, Sarah. You told me Emma needed a real father figure. You told me if I didn't like your arrangement, I should divorce you. You got exactly what you asked for. I didn't ask for this. Yes, you did. My voice was still calm. Still, even. You just didn't think I'd actually do it. You thought I'd beg. You thought I'd fight. You thought I'd compete with Mark for your attention like some pathetic. Don't. Her voice cut through sharp. Don't you dare make this about pride. It's not about pride. It's about dignity. About knowing when you're not wanted. About having enough self-respect to walk away before you're completely destroyed. Silence fell again. I could hear her breathing. Could imagine her sitting in her kitchen, trying to process this. Trying to rewrite the script in her head where I was supposed to play the villain or the victim, but not this. Not the man who simply left. What about Emma? She asked finally. You're just abandoning her. The word hit like a slap. I'm not abandoning her. I'm removing myself from a situation where I'm not her legal parent, and you've made it clear I'm not her preferred parent either. She loves you. She loves Mark, too. And Mark is her actual father. Maybe it's better for her if I step aside and let them build that relationship without me complicating things. You really believe that? No, I didn't. But I said yes. More silence. Heavier this time. I need to go back to Aspen, Sarah said finally. Emma will be waking up soon. She'll want to know where I am. Tell her whatever you think is best. What's best would be you coming home. That's not an option. Why? Because you signed some contract. Because you're too proud to admit you made a mistake. Because there's nothing to come home to, Sarah. You chose Mark. I'm giving you the space to fully make that choice without me in the way. I didn't choose. She stopped. Started again. Her voice small. When did you become so cruel? I'm not being cruel. I'm being honest. Maybe for the first time in our marriage. Fine. Her voice hardened. Fine. Stay in Tokyo. Start your new life. Abandon your family. But don't expect me to make this easy. If you want a divorce, you're going to have to fight for it. Why? So you can keep one foot in both relationships. So you can have Mark for the fun parts and me for the financial security. You, David. There it is. The real Sarah. The one who's been hiding under all that passive-aggressive sweetness for months. You don't get to judge me. You were never here. You were always working. Always choosing your career over us. You're right. I was. And I'm sorry for that. But you don't get to rewrite history and pretend you were the perfect wife waiting patiently while I neglected you. You checked out, too. You just found someone else to check in with. Silence. I have to go, she said finally. I have a flight back to Aspen in 3 hours. Safe travels. David. She paused. This isn't over. Yes, it is. You just don't want to admit it yet. We'll see. She hung up. I stood there with the phone pressed to my ear, listening to the deadline, the static, the sound of nothing. Then I lowered the phone and looked out at Tokyo, at the city that had become my refuge. My escape, my fresh start. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. I felt raw, exposed, like I'd just survived something brutal. But I'd survived. I'd faced Sarah. I'd said the things that needed to be said. I'd held my ground. And I'd done it from 6,000 miles away, which maybe made me a coward, but at least I'd done it. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Mom called. She's coming back to Aspen, but she sounded really upset. Did you guys fight? I looked at that message for a long time. Then I typed, we talked. It's complicated, sweetheart, but it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. I hope you're having a good Christmas with Mark. She replied immediately. It's okay, I guess, but I miss you and I'm worried about Mom. When are you coming home? I'm not sure. I wrote back. I'm in Tokyo for work. It might be a while. That's really far. Yeah, it is. Will I see you again? The question broke my heart all over again. This child, this beautiful, perceptive child who I'd loved and raised and was losing. Of course, I wrote, making another promise I didn't know if I could keep. I'm still your dad, even from far away. We'll figure it out. Okay. I love you. I love you too, Emma, so much. I set down my phone and walked to the kitchen. Poured myself a drink, even though it was only 5 p.m. and I should probably eat something first. But eating felt impossible. Everything felt impossible. I'd done it. I'd talked to Sarah. I'd held firm. I'd survived the call I'd been dreading. And now I was alone in Tokyo on Christmas night with a drink in my hand and the weight of what I'd done settling over me like ash. Outside the city sparkled. Inside everything was silent. And somewhere over America, Sarah was boarding a plane back to Aspen, back to Mark, back to the life she'd chosen. While I stood here in my new apartment, in my new city, in my new life, free, untethered, terrified, I raised my glass to the Tokyo skyline and whispered, "Merry Christmas, David. Welcome to the rest of your life." Then I drank and waited for whatever came next. The days after Christmas blurred together in a haze of jet lag and deliberate distraction. I threw myself into work with the same intensity that had destroyed my marriage, except this time there was no one waiting at home to resent me for it. The Tokyo office was everything Richard had promised, efficient, balanced, respectful of boundaries. People arrived at 9 and left at 5. Weekends were sacred. Overtime was discouraged. And yet, I stayed late anyway because going back to my empty apartment felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to admit. Richard noticed. On my third day, "David," he said, appearing at my desk at 6:15. "It's Wednesday." I looked up from the financial models I'd been building. "I'm aware. Everyone else went home an hour ago. I'm just finishing." "No." He pulled up a chair, sat down with the casual authority of someone who'd been managing people for decades. "You're hiding, and I get it. New city, fresh start, big life changes. But this isn't New York. We don't do the martyr thing here. If you've ever been called out for behavior you thought you were hiding, you know that moment of exposure, that flash of defensiveness. I'm not. You've been here since 7 a.m. It's now past 6 p.m. You've eaten lunch at your desk every day. You haven't spoken to anyone except when absolutely necessary for work." Richard leaned back, studying me. "Want to tell me what you're running from?" I almost lied. Almost gave him some professional answer about dedication and transition periods and wanting to make a good impression. But something about Richard's directness, about being 6,000 miles from everything I'd known made me tell the truth. "My wife," I said quietly. "Or ex-wife. Soon to be ex-wife. I left her on Christmas Eve. She found out on Christmas Day. And I'm here because if I stop moving, I'll have to think about what I've done." Richard nodded slowly like this made perfect sense. "Kids. Stepdaughter, 10 years old. Not legally mine, but I trailed off. But yours anyway." "Yeah." He was quiet for a moment, then stood up. "Come on. You're buying dinner, Richard. I appreciate it, but that wasn't a suggestion. You need to eat something that isn't convenience store rice balls, and you need to talk to someone who isn't a spreadsheet." 30 minutes later, we were sitting in a small izakaya in Abisu, the kind of place with wooden tables and paper lanterns and a menu I couldn't read. Richard ordered for both of us in fluent Japanese, then poured a sake. "How long have you been in Tokyo?" I asked. 12 years. Came here after my own divorce, actually." He smiled wryly. "Different circumstances. My ex-wife left me for her personal trainer. Very LA cliché, but same basic escape mechanism. Run far enough away that the hurt can't follow. Does it work? Eventually, but not if you do what you did in New York. Not if you just transplant the same unhealthy patterns to a new location." He sipped his sock. "Tokyo can heal you, David. But only if you let it. Only if you actually engage with the life you're building here instead of using work as anesthesia." The food arrived. Skewers of grilled chicken, pickled vegetables, miso soup. I realized I was starving. "How long before it stopped hurting?" I asked. Richard considered this. "The acute pain maybe 6 months. The dull ache a year. The acceptance 2 years. The actual moving on." He smiled. "I'll let you know when I get there. 12 years and you're not." I'm joking. Mostly I dated. I had relationships. But I'm 53 years old and I work in finance. The pool of available women willing to date a divorced American workaholic in Tokyo is limited. Despite everything, I laughed. "But here's the thing," Richard continued, his expression turning serious. I built a good life here anyway. I have friends. I have hobbies. I travel. I learned Japanese. I discovered I like pottery. Can you imagine me doing pottery? But there's this class in Shibuya. And every Saturday morning, I sit at a wheel and make ugly bowls, and it's the most peaceful I feel all week. Pottery, I repeated. Don't knock it. The point is, you have a chance to become someone different here, someone better. But you have to actually try. You have to do more than just work and sleep and wait for the pain to fade. I thought about my apartment, about the nights I'd spent staring out the window at Tokyo, watching other people live their lives, about the isolation I'd wrapped around myself like armor. I don't know how, I admitted, to be someone different. Start small. Join a gym. Take a language class. Talk to your neighbors. Tokyo is full of expats and English speakers. You're not as alone as you think. He refilled our sake cups. And for God's sake, turn your phone off when you're not working. The New York office will survive without your 3 a.m. responses. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. The izakaya filled up with after-work crowds, salarymen in suits, young couples, groups of friends, life happening all around us. She called, didn't she? Richard asked. Your wife on Christmas night. She'd flown home from Aspen in a panic. Found my letter. Lost her mind. And I told her it was over. That she'd made her choice and I was giving her the freedom to live with it. How'd that go? She said she didn't want a divorce. That I was giving up without trying. That I was abandoning my family. Richard winced. Ouch. Yeah. But here's the thing. She'd already checked out months ago. She was rebuilding a relationship with her ex-husband while I was working 80-hour weeks. I was just too busy to notice until she made it obvious. And the kid, Emma, saying her name hurt. She thinks it's her fault. She thinks I left because she wanted to spend Christmas with her biological father instead of me. That's rough. I texted her, tried to explain. But how do you tell a 10-year-old that adults are complicated and messy and sometimes love isn't enough? Richard didn't have an answer for that. We just sat there, two divorced men in Tokyo, eating grilled chicken and drinking sake and carrying our respective wounds. My phone buzzed. I almost ignored it, taking Richard's advice about boundaries, but something made me check. A text from Jonathan, my lawyer. David Sarah called me. She's refusing to cooperate with the divorce. Says, you abandoned the marriage and she's going to fight for alimony, the house, everything. This could get ugly. Call me when you have a chance. I showed the message to Richard. He read it, shook his head. Let me guess. She wants you to come crawling back, and when you don't, she's going to punish you financially, apparently. Can she win? Maybe. I left the state, left the country. She could argue abandonment, but I also have documentation of her relationship with her ex, her spending patterns, the fact that I've been the sole earner for 8 years. It'll be a fight, but you'll win because you're smarter and more prepared. Richard smiled. You financial guys are all the same. Always 3 steps ahead. Is that a bad thing in divorce? No. In life, sometimes. He gestured for the check. My advice, let your lawyer handle it. Don't engage with her directly. Don't let her bait you into angry texts or phone calls. Just let it play out. That feels wrong. Cowardly. That's your guilt talking. You didn't abandon your marriage, David. You left a situation that was already over. There's a difference. We paid and walked back toward the station. Tokyo at night was alive in ways New York never quite managed, neon and crowds and energy, but somehow more controlled, more civilized. Want to know the best thing about Tokyo? Richard asked as we waited for the train. Nobody knows your story here. You can be anyone you want. Fresh slate. Is that what you did? Eventually. Took me a while. But yeah, I'm not the guy whose wife left him anymore. I'm just Richard, the American who does pottery and speaks terrible Japanese and loves this weird, wonderful city. The train arrived. We got on, grabbed hanging straps as the car filled with commuters. What about you? Richard asked. Who do you want to be? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Who was David Chen when he wasn't someone's husband or father or employee? When he wasn't defined by relationships and obligations and the expectations of others? I have no idea. I admit it. Then you get to figure it out. That's the adventure. We parted ways at Shibuya Station. Richard heading to his apartment in Daikanyama. Me heading to mine in the high-rise with the view I'd barely enjoyed. But instead of going straight home, I did something different. I wandered. If you've ever walked through a foreign city alone at night, you know that feeling, that mix of loneliness and freedom, that sense of being untethered from everything familiar. I walked through Shibuya's side streets, past tiny bars and ramen shops and convenience stores, watched people living their lives, couples on dates, friends laughing over drinks, solo diners reading at counter seats. Normal life, the kind I'd forgotten existed. I found myself at a small shrine tucked between buildings. People were there despite the late hour, making offerings, bowing, standing in quiet contemplation. I watched them, envying their certainty, their rituals, their connection to something larger than themselves. A woman about my age smiled at me as she passed. "First time?" she asked in English. "That obvious? You have the look? Lost but curious?" She gestured to the shrine. "You can make a wish if you want. Throw a coin, bow twice, clap twice, bow once more. Does it work?" She laughed. "Who knows? But it feels good to hope for something." I watched her complete the ritual and leave. Then, feeling foolish but also strangely compelled, I approached the shrine, threw in a 5 yen coin, bowed twice, clapped twice, bowed once more. I didn't make a wish. I didn't know what to wish for. I just stood there in the quiet, surrounded by the sounds of Tokyo at night, and tried to feel something other than hollow. My phone buzzed again. Another text, this time from Sarah. "I know you're reading these. I know you're there. You can't just disappear and pretend we never existed. We need to talk. Please." I stared at the message for a long time. Then I did what Richard had advised. I didn't respond. I just put my phone away and kept walking. I found a small bar a few blocks from my apartment, the kind with a wooden counter and 12 seats and a bartender who looked like he'd heard every story. I sat down, ordered whiskey, and just existed. The bartender spoke minimal English. I spoke no Japanese, but somehow we communicated. He poured, I drank, we nodded at each other in understanding. 2 seats down, an older Japanese businessman was doing the same thing. Drinking alone, lost in thought, carrying whatever weight he carried. We made eye contact. He raised his glass slightly. I raised mine back. No words, just acknowledgement. Just 2 men in a bar in Tokyo. Surviving whatever needed surviving. I stayed for 2 drinks, paid, walked the 3 blocks to my apartment building, rode the elevator to the 23rd floor, unlocked my door, stepped into the silence. But this time, the silence felt different, less oppressive, more like possibility. I made tea, actual Japanese tea, not the bags from home, and stood at my window. Tokyo spread below me. Millions of lights, millions of stories. Mine just one insignificant thread in an impossibly complex tapestry. My phone sat on the counter. 3 more texts from Sarah. I didn't read them. Instead, I opened my laptop and did something I hadn't done since arriving. I searched for things to do in Tokyo. Language classes, gyms, cooking schools, pottery studios. Richard had planted that seed. Running clubs, expat groups, ways to be a person instead of just a refugee. I bookmarked a beginner's Japanese class that met on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. A gym with an English-speaking trainer. A photography walk scheduled for the following Saturday. Small steps, baby steps, the kind Richard had talked about. Then I opened my email and wrote to Jonathan. "Jonathan, Sarah's refusing to cooperate. I expected this. Let her fight. Give her nothing beyond what we've already offered. I'm done negotiating. If she wants a war, she can have one. But I'm fighting from 6,000 meters away and I'm not coming back. Proceed with the divorce filing. Let's get this done. David." I hit send before I could second guess it. Then I wrote another email. This one to Emma through her email account that Sarah had set up for school. "Dear Emma, I know things are confusing right now. I know your mom is upset and you're probably hearing things that don't make sense. I want you to know some truths. 1. I love you. That will never change. 2. Your mom and I are having problems that have nothing to do with you. 3. I'm in Tokyo for work, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten you. 4. You can email me anytime. I'll always write back. 5. When things settle down, we'll figure out how to see each other. I'm sorry I'm not there. I'm sorry Christmas got complicated. I'm sorry for a lot of things, but I'm not sorry I got to be your dad for 7 years. Those were the best years of my life. Love always, Dad." I sent it before I could overthink that 1, 2. Then I closed my laptop, finished my tea, and went to bed. For the first time since arriving in Tokyo, I didn't dream about Sarah. I didn't dream about Emma. I didn't dream about my old life falling apart. I dreamed about nothing. Just deep, dark, healing sleep. And when I woke up the next morning to my alarm at 7 a.m., Tokyo sunlight streaming through my windows, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not happiness, not peace, but something close to both possibility. The sense that maybe Just maybe, I could survive this. That maybe Richard was right. That maybe Tokyo could heal me if I let it. I made coffee. Real coffee, not the instant stuff. I ate breakfast at my table instead of standing at the counter. I looked at my calendar and saw the Japanese class I'd bookmarked. The gym session I'd scheduled, the photography walk I'd committed to. Small steps toward becoming someone new. My phone buzzed. More messages from Sarah, probably. More demands or accusations or attempts to pull me back into the chaos. I didn't check. Instead, I got dressed, grabbed my bag, and headed to the office. Not to hide, not to use work as anesthesia. But because it was Thursday, and Thursday meant work, and work was just one part of a life, I was finally slowly beginning to build. Tokyo hummed outside my window. Millions of people starting their days, getting on trains, going to work, living their lives. And for the first time since arriving, I felt like maybe I could be one of them. Not the man who ran away from his marriage. Not the man who failed his family, just David in Tokyo. Starting over. 3 weeks into my new life, I started to understand what Richard meant about Tokyo healing you. It happened in small ways. Incremental shifts that accumulated into something larger. The Japanese language class on Tuesday and Thursday evenings where I struggled through basic phrases with a dozen other expats. All of us fumbling toward fluency. The gym sessions with Kenji, a different Kenji than my relocation specialist. This one, a personal trainer who spoke English with a British accent and had no mercy during burpees. The photography walks on Saturday mornings, wandering through neighborhoods I'd never have found otherwise. Yanaka with its old temples and traditional houses. Shimokazawa with its vintage shops and coffee culture. Daikanyama with its bookstores and quiet streets. I bought a camera, a nice one. Not because I needed it, but because I wanted it. Because taking photos of Tokyo's street corners and alleyways and moments of unexpected beauty gave me something to focus on besides the wreckage I'd left behind. If you've ever rebuilt yourself piece by piece, you know how strange it feels. How you catch yourself laughing at something and think, I'm allowed to laugh. How you make plans for the weekend and realize, I want to do this. Not should, want. Sarah texted constantly for the first 2 weeks. Anger, then bargaining, then more anger. I didn't respond. Jonathan handled everything through lawyers. The divorce was proceeding slowly and messily, but proceeding. Emma emailed twice. Short messages that broke my heart. Dad, Mom says you're not coming home. Is that true? I wrote back. I'm staying in Tokyo for work, but that doesn't mean we can't talk. How are you doing? Her response came 3 days later. Okay, I guess. Mom is sad a lot. Mark tries to cheer her up, but it doesn't really work. I miss you. I miss you, too, sweetheart. No more exchanges after that. I didn't know if Sarah had restricted her email access or if Emma had just run out of things to say to an absent father. Both possibilities hurt equally, but life continued because that's what life does. January turned into February. The Tokyo winter was cold but not brutal. I learned to navigate the train system without checking maps. I found a regular ramen shop where the owner recognized me and started preparing my order when I walked in. I made a friend Marcus, a British guy from the photography walks who worked in tech and had been in Tokyo for 5 years. The secret, Marcus said one Saturday over coffee in Nakamiguro, is to stop thinking of Tokyo as temporary. Stop thinking of yourself as passing through. You're not visiting. You're living here. Big difference. We were watching the Meguro River, which would be lined with cherry blossoms in a few weeks. I'd been looking forward to that to Hanami season. To something beautiful that didn't remind me of home. When did you make that shift? I asked. About a year in. When I stopped converting every price to pounds. When I started thinking in Japanese time zones instead of comparing everything to London. When I woke up one day and realized I wasn't homesick anymore. I'm not homesick, I said. I don't miss New York at all. Not the place, the people. Marcus studied me over his coffee. You haven't told me much about why you're here, just that it was a sudden relocation, work opportunity. I've been vague about my personal life. It felt easier that way. But something about the quiet morning, the river flowing past, the distance from everything made me tell him. Not all of it. The edited version. Wife reconnected with her ex. Marriage fell apart. Decided to start over in Tokyo. Left right before Christmas. Marcus listened without interrupting. When I finished, he just nodded. Brutal timing. Christmas. It was the only timing. They were going to Aspen with him. I was going to be alone anyway. Still, that's a hell of a way to end a marriage. He paused. You doing okay? Was I? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah, I said, surprised to find I meant it. I actually am. Some days are harder than others, but overall, I'm okay. Good. That's good. Marcus finished his coffee. Want to know what helped me when my engagement fell apart? And I know this sounds cheesy as hell, but actually engaging with Tokyo. Not just living here, but really being here, learning the culture, making Japanese friends, doing things that force you out of the expat bubble. Like what? Like the pottery class Richard mentioned to you. I stared at him. How do you? Richard's in my pottery class. He talks about you. Says you're doing better, but still keeping everyone at arm's length. Marcus grinned. Tokyo's small when you're in the expat community. Everyone knows everyone eventually. The idea of Richard discussing me in pottery class was both mortifying and oddly touching. He's worried about you, Marcus continued. Thinks you need more than just work and weekend photography walks. I have the gym and Japanese class, which are both productive and healthy, but they're also solitary. Even the photography walks, you show up. You're friendly, but you never join us for drinks after. You never suggest meeting up outside of scheduled events. He was right. I'd been building a life, but it was still a careful life, a controlled life, one where I could retreat to my apartment in my silence and my solitude whenever things got too real. Come to pottery, Marcus said. Tomorrow, Sunday afternoon. Richard will be insufferable if I bring you, but it'll be good for you. I don't know anything about pottery. None of us did. That's the point. It's humbling. You sit at a wheel and try to make a bowl and it collapses and you try again. Very zen, very therapeutic. I almost said no. Almost gave some excuse about needing to catch up on work or do errands or any of the 100 ways I'd learned to politely decline human connection. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the morning light on the river. Maybe it was Marcus' directness. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been in Tokyo for 5 weeks and could count my actual friends on one hand. Okay, I said. I'll come to pottery. Marcus's grin widened. Excellent. Fair warning, you'll be terrible at it. Everyone is at first, but that's part of the charm. The next day, I found myself in a small studio in Shibuya, surrounded by wheels and clay and a dozen people who ranged from absolute beginners to moderately competent. Richard was there as promised, looking absurdly pleased with himself. You came, he said, like I'd accomplished something remarkable. Marcus is very persuasive. Marcus is a menace. But he's right. This is good for you. The instructor was a tiny Japanese woman named Yuki who spoke perfect English and had the patience of a saint. She demonstrated the basics, centering the clay, pulling up the walls, shaping the form, making it look effortless. Then we tried. If you've ever done pottery, you know how immediately humbling it is. The clay wobbles. Your hands shake. Everything you make looks vaguely obscene or completely lopsided. I made something that might have been a bowl if you squinted and had low standards. Beautiful, Yuki said, lying kindly. Richard at the wheel next to me was making something equally terrible. See, this is what I mean. Can't be a perfectionist here. Can't control it too much. You have to just let the clay do what it wants. That's terrible advice for pottery, but great advice for life. He grinned, his hands covered in clay slip. How's the divorce going? Ugly. Sarah's fighting everything. Claims I abandoned her once. Alimony, wants to keep the house, wants me to pay for Emma's private school, and your lawyer says that she's posturing, that she'll settle eventually, but it's going to take months. Months you'll spend here building this, he gestured around the studio. Could be worse. He was right. It could be worse. I could be in New York fighting this battle face to face, drowning in the daily reminders of what I'd lost. Instead, I was in Tokyo making ugly pottery with strangers who were becoming friends. The class lasted 2 hours. By the end, I'd made 3 bowls of varying terribleness and had clay in places clay should never be. Yuki wrapped my pieces carefully. They'll be fired and ready next week, she said. You come back? Yeah, I said, surprising myself. I'll come back. After class, the group went to a nearby izakaya. I almost begged off my default move, but Richard and Marcus basically frog marched me there. No escaping, Marcus said. This is the best part. Food and drinks and gossip. The izakaya was warm and loud and full of Sunday afternoon energy. Our group took over a long table. I found myself between Richard and a woman named Hana, Japanese-American, who worked in marketing and had lived in Tokyo for 8 years. First time at pottery? She asked. Is it that obvious? You have the look. Confused but determined. She smiled. Don't worry, it gets easier or you get more accepting of failure. Same difference. We ordered food family-style yakitori karaage edamame. Things I was learning to navigate and love. The conversation flowed around me. People talking over each other, sharing stories, laughing at inside jokes I didn't get yet but might eventually. Hana asked what brought me to Tokyo. I gave her the short version. Ah, she said knowingly. The escape relocation. I did the same thing. Bad breakup in San Francisco. Took a job transfer. Been here ever since. Any regrets about leaving? No. About how I left. Sometimes I burned some bridges I wish I'd preserved. But you can't go back. You know, only forward. That's what I keep telling myself. Does it help? Some days more than others. She nodded. That's honest. I appreciate honest. She refilled my beer from the pitcher. You should come to trivia. We do it every other Wednesday at a bar in Roppongi. It's mostly expats. Very casual, very fun. I'm terrible at trivia. Everyone says that. Come anyway. I found myself agreeing. Found myself actually looking forward to it. The afternoon stretched into evening. People came and went. I stayed longer than I'd planned. Talking to Hana about Tokyo neighborhoods, arguing with Marcus about the best ramen shops, listening to Richard tell stories about his early days in Japan when his Japanese was worse and his cultural understanding non-existent. Around 7, my phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Dad, I know you're busy with work, but can we video chat sometime? I want to see where you live. My heart clenched. I excused myself from the table, stepped outside into the cold February night. I called her. Not video chat. I wasn't ready for that. For her to see my face and read everything I was feeling but voice, she answered on the second ring. Dad. Hey, sweetheart. Got your message. How are you? I'm okay. Mom's still sad a lot, but Mark is nice. He took me skiing again last weekend. That sounds fun. It was. But I miss you. Her voice got small. When are you coming home? The question I'd been dreading. The one I didn't have a good answer for. Emma, I don't think I'm coming back to New York. Tokyo is. This is where I am now. Silence. Then forever. I don't know about forever, but for a while, a long while. Because of Mom. She wasn't asking. She was stating fact. 10 years old and seeing through all the adult pretense. It's complicated, I said. That's what Mom says. That it's complicated, but it doesn't seem complicated. You guys don't love each other anymore. So, you got divorced, right? Out of the mouths of babes. Something like that, I said quietly. Are you happier there in Tokyo? Was I? I thought about the pottery class, the photography walks, the Saturday mornings exploring neighborhoods, the feeling of possibility instead of obligation. Yeah, I said. I think I am. Then I'm glad you went. Her voice was steady, mature beyond her years. I'm sad you're not here, but I don't want you to be sad. And you were sad here. I could tell. I felt tears prick my eyes. When did you get so wise? I'm 10. I know things. I could hear the smile in her voice. Can we video chat next time? I want to see your apartment in Tokyo. It looks cool in pictures. Yeah, we can do that. How about next Sunday? Same time. Okay. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Emma, so much. We hung up. I stood outside the izakaya for a moment, breathing in the cold air, letting the emotion wash through me without drowning in it. When I went back inside, Hana looked at me with understanding. You okay? Yeah, just my daughter. She's 10 and somehow more emotionally intelligent than I am. Kids usually are. She slid the beer pitcher toward me. Drink. It helps. We stayed until almost 9. By the time we said our goodbyes, I had 3 new contacts in my phone and plans for trivia on Wednesday and a promise to join Marcus for a hike outside Tokyo the following weekend. Walking home through Shibuya, I felt different. Lighter maybe, or just less alone. My phone buzzed again. This time, Jonathan, Sarah's lawyer, is ready to negotiate. She's dropped the alimony demand. Still wants the house which you already gave her and wants you to contribute to Emma's education. That part's non-negotiable for her. I stopped walking, stood on a street corner in Shibuya, while thousands of people flowed around me. Emma's education, the one thing I'd always wanted to provide for her, the one thing that had nothing to do with the divorce and everything to do with being her father. Legal or not. I texted back, agree to education costs. Whatever she needs, whatever school she goes to, set up a fund. Make it ironclad that the money goes directly to Emma's education, not through Sarah. Done. This should wrap things up. We could be finalized by April. April. 3 months away. The end of my marriage. Official and legal and final. I should have felt sad. Should have felt the weight of it. Instead, I felt relief. And underneath that, the smallest flicker of something else, hope. I walked the rest of the way home, past the bright lights of Shibuya, past the late-night restaurants and convenience stores, past the lives being lived in this city that had somehow, impossibly become mine. My apartment was dark and quiet when I got there. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like a base, a launching point, a place I returned to after living, not a place I hid from life. I made tea, stood at my window, looked out at Tokyo, spreading beneath me, alive and glowing and infinite. My phone sat on the counter, silent now. No more texts from Sarah. No more emergencies or accusations or attempts to pull me back. Just quiet. Just peace. Just the life I was building. Brick by brick, day by day. I opened my laptop and looked at the photos from yesterday's photography walk. The morning light on the Meguro River. The narrow streets of Nakamaro. The moments of beauty I'd captured because I'd been there. Present, engaged, really present. For the first time in years, I uploaded the best ones to a folder I'd titled Tokyo Year 1. Because that's what this was. Not an escape, not a running away, a beginning. And tomorrow I'd wake up and go to work and take my Japanese class and maybe text Hana about trivia and definitely video chat with Emma and continue building this life that was becoming impossibly mine. The divorce would finalize. The wounds would heal. The life I'd left behind would become a story I told instead of a present I inhabited. And I would be okay. Better than okay. I would be free. March arrived with the promise of cherry blossoms and the reality of divorce papers. Jonathan emailed me the final documents on a Tuesday morning. I was in the office reviewing quarterly reports for the Asian markets when the notification popped up. Subject line. Final divorce decree. Signature required. I stared at it for a long moment before opening it. 23 pages. Legal language reducing 8 years of marriage to clauses and stipulations. Sarah gets the house. I get my separate assets. Emma's education fund is established, protected, guaranteed. No alimony, clean split, done. All I had to do was sign. My hand hovered over the mouse. This was it. The official end. The moment that would transform separated into divorced wife into ex-wife, married into single. I signed electronic signature. Witnessed and notarized remotely. Modern divorce for a modern failure. Then I closed the email and went back to work because what else was there to do? The markets didn't care about my personal life. The yen-dollar exchange rate remained indifferent to my emotional state. Richard found me at lunch sitting in the break room with a convenience store bento. I wasn't really eating. You have that look, he said, sitting down across from me. What look? The look of someone who just did something significant and is trying to pretend it doesn't matter. If you've ever tried to hide emotional devastation behind professional composure, you know how transparently it fails. I set down my chopsticks. Signed the divorce papers this morning. Richard nodded slowly. How do you feel? I don't know. Empty. Relieved. Like I should feel something more dramatic than just tired. That's normal. The big moments are never as big as we expect them to be. It's the small ones that destroy us. He opened his own lunch. You should take the afternoon off. Go do something that's not work. I'm fine, David. Really? Take the afternoon off. That's not a suggestion from a friend. That's from your boss. He smiled slightly. Go to a museum. Take photos. Sit in a park. Just don't sit here pretending you're fine when you're clearly not. I wanted to argue. Wanted to insist I could power through. That work was the best distraction. That keeping busy was how I survived. But Richard had been through this. He knew. Okay, I said quietly. I'll go. I left the office at 1 p.m., walking out into a Tokyo afternoon that was warmer than it had been. The first real hint of spring in the air. Cherry blossom season was coming. The city was preparing for it. Forecasts everywhere. Hanami party planning. The collective anticipation of something beautiful. I took the train to Ueno. Wandered into the park where early plum blossoms were already blooming. Found a bench near the pond and just sat there watching people feed ducks, watching couples walk hand in hand, watching life continue its relentless forward motion. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Dad. Mom said the divorce is final. Are you okay? I stared at that message. Sarah must have told her immediately. Probably thought it was important for Emma to know. Or maybe she needed someone to talk to and 10-year-old Emma was the closest thing to a neutral party. I texted back, I'm okay. How are you? Sad, but also kind of relieved. Does that make sense? Yeah, sweetheart. That makes perfect sense. Mom's been crying a lot, but also planning things with Mark. It's weird. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of this. It's okay. Mark is nice. He doesn't try to replace you or anything. He just is there. Present. The word I'd heard so many times in the months leading up to this. Mark was present. Mark showed up. Mark was what I hadn't been. I'm glad he's good to you. I wrote and meant it. When can I visit Tokyo? Mom says maybe this summer. Would that be okay? My heart jumped. The thought of Emma here, seeing my new life, my apartment, my city. It felt impossible and essential all at once. That would be more than okay. I'd love that. Cool. I'll tell Mom. Love you, Dad. Love you, too, Emma. I sat with that conversation for a while. The idea of Emma visiting, of her seeing that I'd built something here, that I wasn't just hiding or running away, but actually living. My phone buzzed again. This time, Hana, hey, we're doing early Hanami viewing this weekend. Some spots already have blossoms. Wanna come? I almost declined. My default response to invitations, to connection, to anything that required showing up as a full human being rather than a carefully controlled facade. But Emma would ask about my life in Tokyo, about my friends, about what I did here, and I wanted to have answers that were more than work and gym and trying not to think about everything I lost. Yes, I texted back where and when. By Saturday, I'd almost talked myself out of going. The week had been long. Work had been intense, and the weight of the divorce, even though I'd told myself I was fine, sat heavy in my chest. But I went anyway. Met Hana and Marcus and 6 other people from various overlapping friend groups at Meguro River at 9 a.m. The cherry trees were just beginning to bloom. Not the full explosion of pink that would come in 2 weeks, but enough to be beautiful. Enough to remind you that winter doesn't last forever. You made it, Hana said, smiling. She handed me a coffee from the convenience store. How was your week? Divorce finalized on Tuesday. Her smile faded. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I don't know anymore. I feel like I should have a better answer. The answer is you're here. You showed up. That's enough. She linked her arm through mine. Casual and friendly. Come on. We're walking to Nakamiguro. The blossoms are better there. The group moved as a loose collective. People pairing off and reforming in different configurations. As we walked, I found myself next to Marcus, who was talking about a photography project he was planning. I want to capture Tokyo's in-between spaces, he said. Not the famous spots, the alleys and side streets and places tourists never see. The real city? That sounds incredible. Want to join me? Could be a collaboration. Your eye for composition. My obsession with obscure locations. I'm not that good. Stop. You're good enough and it'll be fun. Plus, it gets you out of that apartment more. I'm out plenty. Work doesn't count. Scheduled social events don't count. I'm talking about random exploration. Getting lost on purpose. That kind of out. I considered it. A photography project, something creative, something that had nothing to do with work or divorce or the person I used to be. Okay, I said. Let's do it. Marcus grinned. Excellent. We start next weekend. Bring your camera and your sense of adventure. We reached Nakamura where the cherry trees lined both sides of the river. Even with only partial blooms, it was stunning. Petals drifted down occasionally, landing on the water, floating downstream. Temporary beauty, fleeting perfection. If you've ever stood beneath cherry blossoms, you know that feeling, that awareness of transience, of beauty that exists precisely because it doesn't last. The Japanese had a word for it. Mono nor. The pathos of things. The gentle sadness of impermanence. I took photos. Lots of them. The blossoms. The river. The people beneath the trees looking up in wonder. Hana laughing at something someone said. Marcus adjusting his camera settings. Moments that would pass but could be preserved at least partially. At least in pixels in memory. We got lunch at a tiny restaurant overlooking the river. Sat on the floor sharing dishes, talking over each other in the way friend groups do. Hana was telling a story about a disastrous date she'd had that week, and everyone was laughing. And I realized with a start that I was laughing, too. Actually laughing. Not performing happiness or going through motions, but genuinely enjoying myself. When had that happened? When had I stopped just surviving and started actually living again? Earth to David, Marcus said, waving a hand in front of my face. You still with us? Sorry, just thinking about how I didn't expect to be here in Tokyo with friends laughing. 3 months ago I was. I trailed off miserable in New York. Hana supplied helpfully. Yeah, pretty much. And now I'm less miserable in Tokyo. Progress. Marcus raised his beer. To being less miserable. Everyone joined the toast. It was absurd and perfect and exactly what I needed. We stayed at Nakamiguro until late afternoon, then migrated to a bar in Shibuya. More drinks, more conversation, more of this strange new life I was building. Around 8 p.m., my phone rang. Unknown number, New York area code. I almost didn't answer, but something made me step outside into the Shibuya night and pick up. "Hello, David. It's Mark." I froze. Mark, Sarah's ex-husband, Emma's biological father, the man who'd been the catalyst for everything. "Mark," I said carefully. "This is unexpected. I know, I debated calling, but I wanted to talk to you. Monto man, if you have a few minutes." I looked back through the bar window at my friends laughing and drinking and living their lives. Looked out at Shibuya Crossing, the controlled chaos of thousands of people moving in organized patterns. "I have a few minutes," I said. There was a pause. "Then first, I want to say I'm sorry for my part in how everything went down. I didn't set out to destroy your marriage, but I did, or at least I helped, and I'm sorry for that. This was not what I'd expected. I'd expected defensiveness, maybe, or gloating. Not an apology." "Why are you calling me?" I asked. "Because Emma asked me to. She said you seemed sad when she talked to you. Said you were alone in Tokyo. Said someone should check on you." He paused. "She loves you, you know. She doesn't understand why you had to leave. But she loves you." The words hit harder than they should have. Coming from Mark of all people. "I love her too," I said quietly. "I know. Sarah showed me the education fund you set up. That was generous. More than generous. She's my daughter, even if not legally. About that." Mark cleared his throat. "I wanted to run something by you. Sarah and I are getting married next month, and we want to make sure Emma feels secure, that she knows she has both of us, but she also has you, and we don't want her to feel like she has to choose." "Okay," I said slowly, not sure where this was going. "So, we were thinking if you're open to it, maybe we could work out a schedule. Summers in Tokyo with you, some holidays, spring break, whatever works with your schedule and hers. We'd pay for the flights. We want her to have a relationship with you. She needs that." I leaned against the building, feeling like I'd been punched in the chest. This man, this stranger who wasn't a stranger. This person who'd taken my wife and was now offering me my daughter. "Why would you do that?" I asked. "Why would you make it easier for me to be in her life?" "Because she asked me to. Because I know what it's like to miss years of your kid's life. I did that. Made that mistake and I don't want her to lose another father." And because he paused, "Because you're clearly a good guy who got caught in a bad situation. I'm not trying to be your friend, but I don't want to be your enemy either." For Emma's sake, I couldn't speak for a moment. Just stood there on a Shibuya street, half a world away from where this conversation should be happening, feeling everything I'd been holding in for months threaten to overflow. "That would mean a lot," I said finally. "To me, to her. Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just be there when she visits. Be the dad you were trying to be." "I will. I promise." "Good." Another pause. For what it's worth, Sarah feels terrible about how everything happened. She knows she handled it badly. She's been in therapy working through stuff. We both have. "Good for her," I said, and didn't mean it sarcastically. I actually meant it. "I hope you guys are happy. I hope you build something good. We're trying. And David, you sound better than when you left. Sarah said you sounded destroyed on Christmas. You don't sound destroyed now." "I'm not. Not anymore." "Good. That's good." He cleared his throat. "I'll let you go. I'm sure you have better things to do than talk to me on a Saturday night." "Actually," I said, looking back at my friends through the bar window. "I'm out with friends. First time I've really had friends in years, probably. Then definitely get back to them. We'll be in touch about Emma's visit. Take care of yourself. You, too." He hung up. I stood there for a moment, processing. Mark had called me. Mark had apologized. Mark had offered me a relationship with Emma. Structured and real and ongoing. The man who'd taken my wife had just given me back my daughter. I walked back into the bar, slid into my seat next to Hannah. "You okay?" she asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." That was Mark, my ex-wife's soon-to-be new husband. Everyone at the table went quiet. And Marcus prompted and he apologized and said, "Emma can visit me in Tokyo. Summers, holidays, whenever we want." "That's surprisingly decent of him," Hannah said. "Yeah." I picked up my beer, took a long drink. "I think I'm going to be okay. Actually okay. Not just surviving, but actually building something here." "Took you long enough to figure that out," Richard said from the other end of the table. "I hadn't even seen him arrive. We've been telling you that for months. I'm a slow learner." Clearly, he raised his glass. "But you're learning. That's what matters." The conversation moved on, flowing around me like water around a stone. But I sat there feeling something shift inside me, something fundamental. For 3 months, I'd been thinking of Tokyo as exile, as escape, as the place I'd run to when everything fell apart. But it wasn't that anymore. It was home. Not because I'd forgotten New York or stopped missing Emma or magically healed from the divorce, but because I'd built something here. Friendships, routines, pottery on Sundays and trivia on Wednesdays and photography walks on Saturdays. A life that wasn't defined by what I'd lost, but by what I was creating. I pulled out my phone and texted Emma. "Hey, sweetheart. Just talked to Mark. I can't wait for you to visit this summer. I'm going to show you all my favorite places. Get ready for the best ramen of your life." Her response came immediately. "Yes. I'm so excited. Can we go to that robot restaurant and the cat cafes and see Mount Fuji? All of it. Whatever you want. Love you. Love you too, Dad. I'm glad you're happy there." I looked at that last message for a long time. I'm glad you're happy there. Was I happy? I looked around the table at Richard arguing with Marcus about the best hiking trails outside Tokyo. At Hana showing someone photos on her phone. At the easy camaraderie of people who'd chosen each other, who showed up, who made the effort. Yeah, I was happy. Not perfectly happy, not uncomplicated happy, but genuinely, surprisingly happy. The divorce was final. The marriage was over. That chapter of my life had closed. But this chapter, this Tokyo chapter was just beginning. And for the first time since leaving New York, I wasn't afraid of what came next. I was ready for it. April brought cherry blossoms in full force and a phone call I should have expected, but didn't. I was at Yo-Yo Yogi Park with Marcus, photographing the Hanami parties happening beneath the trees, families on picnic blankets, couples holding hands, groups of friends drinking and laughing beneath clouds of pink petals. The sun was setting, turning everything golden, and I was crouched low, trying to capture the way light filtered through the blossoms when my phone rang. Sarah, I hadn't spoken to her directly since Christmas night. Everything had gone through lawyers. The divorce was final. The arrangements for Emma's summer visit were being coordinated through Mark. There was no reason for her to call me, which meant something was wrong. I almost let it go to voicemail. But the thought of Emma made me answer, "Sarah, David." Her voice was different than I remembered, smaller, uncertain. "Do you have a minute?" I looked at Marcus, who'd noticed me freeze. He gestured that he'd keep shooting, giving me space. I walked away from the crowds toward a quieter section of the park. "What's wrong? Is Emma okay?" "Emma's fine. She's at soccer practice." A pause. "I'm calling because I owe you an apology. A real one, not through lawyers or brief emails. An actual conversation. If you've ever had someone pull the rug out from under you twice. First by destroying your marriage, then by acknowledging they destroyed it, you know how disorienting it is." "Okay," I said carefully. "I've been in therapy since January, processing everything that happened. And my therapist asked me a question last week that I haven't been able to stop thinking about." She took a shaky breath. She asked if I'd ever actually told you the truth about why I pushed you away. "You were in love with Mark. That seems pretty straightforward. That's part of it. But not all of it." Another pause, longer this time. "David, do you remember when we first got together? When Emma was 2 and I was drowning as a single mom and you swept in like this knight in shining armor? I remember. You were so put together, so successful. You had your life figured out and I was this mess, divorced, broke, struggling to raise a kid I had no idea how to raise. You made me feel safe. You made me feel like maybe I could build something stable. And then I worked too much and stopped being present. I know this story, Sarah 1. No, you don't. Because I never told you the other part." Her voice cracked. "I never told you that somewhere along the way I started resenting you for being so capable. For having all the answers, for making me feel like I couldn't make a decision without running it past you first. I stopped walking." "What? You were so good at everything, David. So successful at work. So good with money. So logical and rational and calm. And I felt like this accessory to your perfect life, like I was supposed to be grateful you'd chosen me, grateful you'd taken on someone else's kid, grateful for the house and the lifestyle and everything you provided. Sarah, I know you never meant it that way, but that's how it felt. Like I was less than, like I'd brought nothing to the table except baggage and bills." The words hit like stones. I'd spent months thinking I knew why my marriage had failed. I'd worked too much. I'd been absent. I'd prioritized wrong. Simple causation. Clear fault. But this was different. This was about things I hadn't even known were happening. When Mark came back around, she continued, he made me feel different. He didn't have his life together. He was still figuring things out. He asked for my opinion on things. He made mistakes and admitted them. He was. She searched for the word human, flawed, equal, and I wasn't. You were perfect. That was the problem. I laughed short and bitter. I wasn't perfect, Sarah. I was drowning. I was working 80-hour weeks trying to provide the life I thought you wanted, trying to be good enough for you. I never asked for that. You didn't have to ask. You married up your words, not mine. You said that at our rehearsal dinner, that you were marrying up, that you couldn't believe someone like me chose someone like you. Silence on the other end. Heavy silence. I said that, she whispered. You did, and I internalized it. I thought providing was how I proved I was worth choosing. That if I could just work hard enough, earn enough, give you the perfect life, then I'd be enough. Oh, God, David, I didn't realize. How could you? I never told you. I just kept working harder, kept trying to be perfect, kept failing at the one thing that actually mattered, being present. We both sat with that for a moment. 8 years of miscommunication distilled into a phone call across 13 time zones. I'm sorry, Sarah said finally. For all of it. For making you feel like you had to be perfect. For not telling you I felt suffocated by that perfection. For running back to Mark instead of talking to you about what was wrong. For the Christmas ultimatum. For everything. I'm sorry, too. For not seeing what was happening. For hiding in work instead of fighting for us. For leaving the way I did. Were we ever going to make it? She asked quietly. If we'd done everything differently, if we'd communicated better, if I'd been honest and you'd been present, would it have worked? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Tried to imagine a version of us that could have survived. I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe. Or maybe we were always going to get here eventually, just maybe with less collateral damage. Emma, Sarah said. Yeah, Emma. She asks about you constantly. What you're doing, if you're happy when she can visit. Sarah's voice softened. She's so excited about this summer. She's already planning everything she wants to do in Tokyo. Me, too. I've been making lists. Mark showed me the education fund you set up. David, that's you didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. She's my daughter, Sarah. Maybe not legally, maybe not biologically, but in every way that matters. I'm not going to stop being her father just because our marriage ended. I heard her crying. Soft, quiet crying, not the dramatic sobs from Christmas night. Just sadness, just grief for what we'd lost and how we'd lost it. You're a good man, David. I wish I'd appreciated that more when I had the chance. And you're a good mother. I wish I'd told you that more often. Are we? She paused. Are we going to be okay? Not together, but as Emma's parents, as people who used to love each other. Yeah, I said and meant it. I think we are eventually. It'll take time, but we'll get there. Good. That's good. She took a shaky breath. Mark and I are getting married next month. Small ceremony, just family. Emma wanted me to ask if you'd be okay with that. Of course, I'm okay with that. He makes you happy. He's good to Emma. That's all that matters. You really mean that. I really do. And I did. Standing in Yai Yogi Park surrounded by cherry blossoms and strangers celebrating spring, I genuinely wished her happiness. Sarah, I need to ask you something. Okay. When you were with Mark before Christmas, before the ultimatum, was there anything I could have done to save us? If I'd noticed sooner, if I'd fought harder, if I'd chosen differently. She was quiet for a long time. No, she said finally. By the time you could have noticed, I was already gone. I'd already emotionally left the marriage. I just hadn't admitted it yet, even to myself. The honesty hurt, but it was clean hurt. Clarifying hurt. Thank you for telling me that. I should have told you months ago. Years ago, maybe. She paused. Are you happy there in Tokyo? Emma says, you sound different, lighter. I looked around the park at the blossoms falling like snow. At Marcus in the distance, still photographing at the families and couples and friends celebrating the fleeting beauty of spring. Yeah, I said. I am. It's not what I planned, but it's good. Really good. I'm glad. You deserve that. Another pause. I should go. Emma will be home soon. Sarah, one more thing. Yeah, thank you for calling, for apologizing, for being honest. It helps. I'm glad. Take care of yourself, David. You, too. She hung up. I stood there for a while, phone in hand, processing. 8 years of marriage, months of divorce, and now this closure. Real closure. Not the legal kind from signed papers, but the emotional kind that comes from honesty and accountability and mutual recognition of failure. We'd both gotten it wrong. We'd both made mistakes and now we were both moving forward separately but with less animosity, less blame. Marcus found me standing there. "You okay?" he asked. "You've been gone for 20 minutes. My ex-wife called." "Oh, is everything?" She apologized. Actually apologized. Took responsibility for her part in everything. I looked at him. I didn't know I needed that until I got it. Marcus nodded slowly. Closure is weird like that. You think you don't need it, and then when it comes, you realize you've been carrying this weight you didn't even know was there. Yeah, exactly that. We walked back toward the Hanami parties. The sun had set completely now, and the park was lit with lanterns. People were settling in for evening celebrations, eating, drinking, singing, life happening all around us. "Want to grab dinner?" Marcus asked. "Or do you need space?" "Dinner sounds good." We ended up at a yakitori place in Harajuku, sitting at the counter watching the chef grill skewers over by Notan charcoal. The familiar ritual of it, ordering, eating. The quiet companionship grounded me. "Can I ask you something?" I said after we'd ordered. "Shoot. How long did it take you to stop feeling guilty about your engagement ending?" Marcus considered this, absently rotating his beer glass. "Honestly, I'm not sure I ever completely stopped. But the guilt changed. At first, it was this crushing thing. Everything was my fault. I destroyed something good. I was a terrible person. But over time, it became more complicated. I could see where I'd messed up, but I could also see where she'd messed up. Where we'd both made choices that led to the ending. And now I just feel sad sometimes. Sad it didn't work out. Sad we couldn't be what each other needed, but not guilty. Not responsible for fixing something that was already broken." He looked at me. "Is that where you're at?" "Getting there." Sarah's call helped, hearing her take responsibility, admitting she'd already left emotionally before I even knew there was a problem. I paused. It makes the leaving feel less like abandonment and more like acceptance. That's growth, my friend. We ate in silence for a while. The chef brought more skewers, chicken, scallions, beef. Simple food perfectly executed. My phone buzzed. "Emma, Dad. Mom said you guys talked. She seems happier." "Thank you." I stared at that message. "Thank you." Like I'd done something for Sarah by accepting her apology. Like forgiveness was a gift I'd given instead of a release I'd needed. "I'm glad she's happier." "How was soccer practice?" "Good. Scored 2 goals. Coach says, I'm getting better." "That's amazing. I'm so proud of you." "Only 73 days until I visit." She was counting. The thought made my chest tight. I know. I'm counting, too. "Love you, sweetheart." "Love you, too, Dad." I set down my phone, smiling despite everything. "Good news?" Marcus asked. "Emma, counting down days until her visit this summer." "That's sweet." "You nervous?" "Terrified. What if Tokyo disappoints her? What if I disappoint her?" "You won't. You're building a whole life here. You have things to show her, places to take her, friends for her to meet." He gestured around. "This is real, David. This isn't exile or escape anymore. This is your actual life." He was right. Somewhere over the past 4 months, Tokyo had stopped being the place I'd run to and started being the place I lived, worked, had friends, made pottery, took photos, existed as a complete person instead of a collection of failures and regrets. When did that happen? I wondered aloud. For much, when I tear gradually. Same way healing always happens. You just wake up one day and realize you're not bleeding anymore. We finished dinner, walked back through Harajuku toward the station. The streets were alive with weekend energy teenagers in elaborate fashion. Tourists taking photos, couples walking hand in hand. At the station, Marcus turned to me. "Photography project tomorrow. I found some great spots in Yanison we should shoot." "Yeah, text me the time." "Will do." "And David, I'm glad your ex called. I'm glad you got that closure. You seem lighter." "I feel lighter." We parted ways. Marcus heading to Nakamuro. Me back to Shibuya. The train was crowded but not uncomfortably so. I found a spot near the door and watched Tokyo slide past the windows. My phone buzzed one more time. "Richard, heard from Marcus, you had a big call today. Pottery tomorrow. Nothing like throwing clay to process emotions." I smiled. "Can't photography project with Marcus, but next week for sure." "Good. Proud of you, kid. Building a real life there." I put my phone away and just rode the train, feeling the rhythm of it, the sway and click of rails, the collective journey of strangers going their separate ways. When I got back to my apartment, instead of immediately turning on my laptop or diving into work emails, I did something different. I made tea, put on music jazz, something Miles Davis that felt right for the mood. Stood at my window looking out at Tokyo's nighttime sprawl. Sarah's call had given me something I didn't know I'd been waiting for. Permission, maybe to stop carrying the full weight of our failure. To acknowledge that relationships end for complicated reasons, not simple ones. That two people can both try and still fail. That love isn't always enough. But also, and this felt important, that failure in one thing doesn't mean failure in everything. My marriage had ended, but I wasn't ending. I was here in Tokyo building something new, making friends, finding joy in pottery and photography and ramen shops where the owner knew my order, creating a life that felt authentic instead of performative. Emma would visit in 73 days. We'd eat ramen and visit temples and take 1,000 photos. I'd show her my favorite spots, the quiet shrine in Harajuku, the bookstore in Daikanyama, the river in Nakamura where cherry blossoms fell like snow. I'd introduce her to my friends, show her the pottery I'd made, ugly but improving. Prove to her that I hadn't just run away, I'd run towards something better. And maybe in showing her that, I'd finally believe it myself. I opened my laptop and started a new document, not work, something else. Things I've learned in Tokyo. 1. Failure isn't permanent unless you let it be. 2. Starting over is terrifying, but possible. 3. Community matters more than I thought. 4. Presence is a practice, not a destination. 5. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is leave. 6. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stay gone. 7. Healing happens gradually, then suddenly. 8. Cherry blossoms are beautiful because they don't last. 9. Neither does pain. I saved the document. Maybe I'd add to it. Maybe I wouldn't. But seeing those thoughts organized, acknowledged, felt like something. Outside, Tokyo glittered. Inside, I felt something close to peace. The divorce was final. Sarah had apologized. Emma was coming to visit. And I was okay. More than okay. I was healing. Summer arrived in Tokyo with humidity that made the air feel solid. And a text message that changed everything. Dad, I land in 6 hours. I'm on the plane. I can't wait to see you. I read Emma's message for the 10th time. Standing in my apartment at 5 a.m. too nervous to sleep. 73 days of planning, of making lists, of preparing for this moment, and now it was here. My apartment was spotless. I'd cleaned obsessively for 3 days. Stocked the fridge with snacks I thought a 10-year-old might like. Set up the guest room with fresh linens and a small vase of flowers. Made a binder, an actual binder of activities and restaurants and places we could visit. Richard had laughed when I showed it to him at work. You made a binder for a 10-year-old's visit. That's very you. I want it to be perfect. It will be because you'll be there. That's all she wants, David. Just you present and engaged. Present, that word again, the one that had destroyed my marriage and was now guiding my attempt at redemption. I took the train to Narita Airport at 6 a.m. arriving 3 hours early because anxiety doesn't respect reasonable timelines. Found a coffee shop with a view of the arrivals board and watched Emma's flight status update from en route to landed to at gate. My hands were shaking. If you've ever waited for someone who matters really matters, you know how time warps. How minutes become hours. How you check your phone compulsively even though nothing's changed. And then suddenly there she was. Emma burst through the arrivals gate, pulling a purple suitcase covered in stickers, her hair longer than I remembered, her face older, more mature. She scanned the crowd frantically, and when her eyes found mine, her whole face transformed. Dad, she ran. I caught her. She crashed into me with the full force of an almost 11-year-old who hadn't seen her father in 6 months. And I held her like she might disappear if I let go. I missed you, she said into my chest. I missed you so much. I missed you too, sweetheart. So much. We stood there in Narita Airport's arrivals hall, travelers flowing around us, both of us crying a little and not caring who saw. Finally, she pulled back, grinning through tears. Your hair's different. I'd gotten a haircut yesterday. Probably unnecessary. You think you look good? Happy? She studied my face. Seriously. Are you happy here? Yeah, I said, meaning it completely. I really am. Come on, let's get you home. Well, to my home. Your temporary home. For the next 2 weeks, the train ride back to Shibuya was a blur of Emma's excited chatter. Everything amazed her. The trains, the stations, the vending machines, the sheer density of Tokyo. It's so crowded, but everyone's so quiet and organized. Dad, they have seats that heat up. I watched her experience Tokyo through fresh eyes. Seeing the wonder I'd stopped noticing. The efficiency, the order, the small kindnesses, people giving up seats for the elderly, The automated announcements in multiple languages, the sheer impossibility of 13 million people functioning together at my apartment. Emma dropped her suitcase and immediately went to the window. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You can see everything, Dad. This is amazing." I stood beside her, looking at the view I'd stared at countless times. The Shibuya crossing, the buildings stacked like children's blocks, the organized chaos of Tokyo life. Pretty cool, right? So cool. She turned to me, serious suddenly. "Thank you for letting me visit. I know things are complicated with you and Mom, but I'm really glad I get to be here, to see your life. I'm glad too, sweetheart." I pulled her into another hug. "You hungry, jet-lagged, starving, and yes, but I want to stay awake. Mom said I should try to adjust to the time zone fast." "Smart Mom. Okay, lunch first. Then I want to show you some of my favorite places." We went to the ramen shop where the owner knew me. His eyes widened when he saw Emma. "Musu, daughter." "Hi." "Yes," he beamed immediately, fussing over Emma, bringing her extra toppings, teaching her how to slurp properly. She giggled and tried, making a mess and not caring. "This is the best ramen I've ever had," she declared. "We're coming here every day. Every day might be excessive, but we can definitely come back." After lunch, we walked. I took her through Shibuya, let her experience the crossing during a busy period, took photos of her in the middle of thousands of people. All of us waiting for the light, then surging forward in organized waves. "It's like a dance," she said, amazed. We went to the cat cafe she'd requested. Spent an hour surrounded by cats while Emma took approximately 300 photos, visited the shrine in Harajuku, where I showed her how to make an offering. She wished for something silently. "Seriously?" Then told me it was a secret. "Will it come true?" she asked. "Maybe, if you work toward it." We took the train to Nakamura, walked along the river where the cherry blossoms had been. Now it was just green trees and summer heat. But Emma loved it anyway. "You really live here?" she said, more statement than question. "Like this is really your home now?" "Yeah, it is." "Do you miss New York?" "Sometimes, mostly I miss you, but you're happy here." "I can tell." We sat on a bench by the river watching people pass. Couples, families, solo wanderers like I'd been. "I am happy here," I said carefully. "But I was miserable in New York. Not because of you. Never because of you, but because your mom and I were wrong for each other. We made each other worse instead of better." "I know. I could tell." She swung her legs, not looking at me. "Are you mad at her? At Mom?" "No, not anymore. We both made mistakes. We both could have done better." She feels bad. About how everything happened. "I know, we talked about it. We're okay now. Different, but okay." Emma nodded, processing this with that 10-year-old wisdom that shouldn't exist, but does. "Mark's nice. He makes Mom laugh, but he's not you. He doesn't have to be me. He just has to be good to you and your mom. And it sounds like he is." "He is. But I still wish." She trailed off. "Wish what, sweetheart?" "I wish you could both be happy. You and Mom like separately, and that I could see both of you without it being weird or sad." I pulled her close. "We're working on that. It takes time, but we'll get there. You get to have a mom who's happy with Mark and a dad who's happy in Tokyo. And you get to be part of both worlds. That's not the worst thing, right?" "No, it's pretty good, actually." She leaned into me. "I'm really glad you're happy, Dad. Even if it means you're far away." We sat there for a long time watching Tokyo live its life around us. The next 2 weeks were the best 2 weeks I'd had in years, maybe ever. I took Emma everywhere. The Team Lab Digital Art Museum, where she spent 3 hours wandering through rooms of light and color. The Ghibli Museum, where she cried during the Totoro short film. We took a day trip to Kamakura. Saw the Great Buddha. Ate shiatsu don by the ocean. I introduced her to my friends. We had dinner with Richard and Marcus and Hana at an izakaya, and Emma charmed everyone, asking questions about their lives in Tokyo, their hobbies, what brought them here. "Your dad talks about you all the time," Hana told her. "We feel like we already know you." "Really?" Emma looked at me. Pleased. "Really?" I confirmed. "You're my favorite topic." We did pottery together at Yuki's studio. Emma made a lopsided bowl and declared it perfect. Yuki fired it specially. Had it ready before Emma left. For keeping special things, she told Emma to remember Tokyo. We took 1,000,000 photos. Emma with her ramen. Emma at the crossing. Emma at temples and parks and the top of Tokyo Tower. Emma with my friends with cats. With every vending machine she found interesting. On her last night, we sat at my apartment window watching the sun set over Tokyo. "I don't want to leave. She said quietly. I don't want you to leave either, but you'll come back Christmas break maybe or spring and we'll video chat every week. Promise. Promise. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Dad, can I tell you my wish from the shrine? Sure, sweetheart. I wish that you'd keep being happy. That you wouldn't stop building this life just because it's far from me. She looked up at me with serious eyes. You're allowed to be happy even if it means being away. I want you to know that the permission I didn't know I needed from the person whose opinion mattered most. Thank you. I managed that means everything to me and I'm going to be happy too with Mom and Mark and knowing you're here being happy. She smiled. We can both be happy in different places. That's okay. Yeah, sweetheart. That's more than okay. The next morning, I took her back to Narita. We stood at the security checkpoint, neither wanting to say goodbye. 2 weeks flew by, Emma said. They really did. But I'll be back. And you'll visit New York sometime, right? When you can. Definitely. We'll figure it out. She hugged me one more time. I love you, Dad. Thank you for the best 2 weeks ever. I love you too, Emma, so much. I watched her go through security, watched her turn and wave one last time, watched her disappear into the crowd of travelers. Then I stood there for a while, feeling the weight and lightness of it simultaneously. The sadness of goodbye. The joy of having had these 2 weeks. The knowledge that this wasn't an ending, just a pause. On the train back to Shibuya, I pulled out my phone and looked at the photos. Hundreds of them. Emma laughing, exploring, experiencing, building memories in my city, my life, my home. A text came through. Emma already at her gate. Thank you for everything, Dad. Tokyo is amazing. You're amazing. I'm so proud of you for building this life. Love you to the moon and back. I stared at that message. I'm so proud of you. And felt something break open in my chest. My daughter was proud of me, not for what I provided or achieved, but for surviving, for leaving, for choosing happiness, even when it was hard. I texted back, proud of you, too. For being so strong through everything, for giving me permission to be happy. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Tokyo blurred past the train windows. My phone buzzed with messages from friends. Hana asking if I was okay. Marcus suggesting drinks later. Richard offering to meet for pottery tomorrow. This life I'd built. These people who showed up. This city that had healed me. I got off at Shibuya. Walked through the crossing one more time. Looked up at my building in the distance. Home. Not because it was perfect. Not because the pain was gone, not because I'd forgotten everything I'd lost, but because I'd built something here, something real, something mine. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Story 4. My sister called from my wife's parents' house. Whispering. Bro, come get me. Bring the police. Why? What happened? I can't talk. They're coming back. Call ended. I drove 90 miles per hour. Arrived in 12 minutes. House dark. Door unlocked. Alone. Surrounded by. I couldn't process what I was seeing. Then my mother-in-law's voice from behind me, you weren't supposed to see that. Police arrived at her house. The September rain drummed against the windows of James Moody's home office as he reviewed footage from his latest project, a documentary about witness protection failures. At 42, James had built a reputation for hard-hitting investigative documentaries that exposed corruption and gave voice to the voiceless. His work had won awards, but more importantly, it had changed laws and freed innocent people. Tonight, though, his mind wasn't fully on the screen. His wife, Marjorie, had taken their 10-year-old son, Toby, to her parents' house for the weekend, and the silence felt wrong somehow. His phone buzzed at 9:47 p.m. Toby's name flashed on the screen. Hey, buddy. Everything okay? James answered, already sensing something off. Dad, the whisper was barely audible. Come get me. Bring the police. James's blood went cold. Why? What happened? I can't talk. They're coming back. The line went dead. James was out the door in 30 seconds, not even grabbing a jacket. He dialed 911 as he drove, but the operator's questions, what's the emergency? What did you see? Couldn't be answered. James had nothing concrete, just a terrified child's whisper. He hung up and pushed his car to 90 miles per hour through the rain-slick streets. The Oliver house sat in an affluent suburb 40 minutes away. James made it in 12. The house loomed dark against the night sky. Not a single light burned in any window. James' hands shook as he tried the front door. Unlocked, he pushed it open slowly. Toby, he called out, his voice echoing through the darkness. Dad, down here, The voice came from below from the direction of the basement stairs. James descended, using his phone's flashlight to navigate the wooden steps. The basement had always been off limits, even to Marjorie. Her mother, Bernadette, claimed it was just storage for her late father's things. Kermit Oliver had died 3 years ago from what everyone believed was a heart attack. The basement was vast, far larger than the footprint of the house above suggested. James' light swept across the space and his breath caught. Toby stood in the center of the room, surrounded by an array of monitors, filing cabinets, and walls covered with photographs. But these weren't family photos. The images showed people, dozens of them, in compromising positions. Affairs, drug use, financial crimes captured in high definition. One wall was devoted entirely to what looked like evidence boards with names, addresses, and dollar amounts written in neat handwriting. I came down looking for the bathroom, Toby said, his voice small. The upstairs one was locked. I found the door behind the bookshelf, and Dad, what is all this? Before James could answer, the lights blazed on. Bernadette Oliver stood at the top of the stairs, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the late hour. At 68, she maintained the regal bearing of someone who'd spent her life in control. You weren't supposed to see that, she said calmly, descending the stairs. Her eyes held no panic, no fear, only calculation. Marjorie was supposed to keep you both at the house tonight. I specifically told her to make sure you were busy. Where is my wife? James demanded, stepping protectively in front of Toby. Upstairs, sleeping. I gave her something to help her rest. She's been so stressed lately. Poor dear. Bernadette reached the bottom of the stairs. Put your phone away, James. We both know you're not going to call anyone. You're blackmailing people. Such an ugly word. I prefer to think of it as insurance collection. These people have all done terrible things. I simply ensure they contribute to causes I deem worthy. And before you get any heroic ideas, look at Monitor 7. James' eyes followed her gesture. The screen showed a compilation of images. James himself in situations he thought were private. Meeting with confidential sources, accepting cash payments for information, moments that could be taken out of context and spun into a narrative of corruption. You've been doing this for years, James breathed. How long does it matter? What matters is that you understand the situation. I have leveraged over 43 individuals, including 2 police chiefs, a district attorney, 3 judges, a senator, and now you. Your documentary career, your reputation, your freedom. All of it depends on your cooperation. Mom, Marjorie appeared at the top of the stairs, groggy, but alert enough to take in the scene. At 38, she still had the delicate features her mother had possessed in youth. But where Bernadette's eyes were hard, Marjorie's held confusion and dawning horror. Go back to bed, sweetheart, Bernadette said. What is this? Marjorie descended the stairs, her hands trembling. What have you done? What I've always done protected our family. Do you think your father's business success was luck? Do you think James' documentary on the Riverside corruption case won awards because of his talent alone? I've been steering this family toward prosperity since before you were born. James watched as realization crept across his wife's face. You knew, Marjorie whispered about the documentary. You helped him with sources, with funding. Of course, I did. The Riverside case was going nowhere until I ensured certain evidence found its way to the right people. Your husband got his Emmy. The corrupt officials went to prison and I gained leverage over everyone involved. Everyone wins. Except the people you're blackmailing, James said. Bernadette smiled. Those people are criminals, James. Adulterers, thieves, abusers. I'm simply making them pay for their sins. The money goes to good causes, charities, scholarships, community programs. I'm practically a philanthropist. Let us leave. James said, we won't say anything. We'll forget this ever happened. Will you though? Bernadette moved to one of the filing cabinets and withdrew a thick folder. Because I know you, James Moody. I've studied you for 7 years since before you even met my daughter. You're a crusader, a truth seeker. It's what makes you so good at what you do. It's also what makes you predictable. She opened the folder, revealing photographs of James's own family. His sister Carol Collins struggling with addiction after her husband's death. His mother, Maria Moody, living in a modest assisted living facility. I have contingencies, Bernadette continued. Your sister's recovery is fragile. One word to her employer about her past and she loses her job, her insurance, everything. Your mother's facility is expensive. What would happen if the payment stopped? James felt Toby grip his hand tighter. His son had witnessed this entire exchange, was learning exactly what kind of monster his grandmother was. You're going to continue your life exactly as it was. Bernadette said Marjorie and Toby will visit me as usual. You'll make your documentaries, and when I need something, a specific story told or buried, a source protected or exposed, you'll do it. That's the cost of everyone you love staying safe. And if I refuse, then everyone learns the truth about James Moody, the documentarian who accepted bribes, planted evidence, manipulated stories for personal gain. Even if you prove it's false, eventually the damage will be done. Your career will be over. Your family will suffer, and I'll still be here running my business because you'll have no credible way to stop me. The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of the monitors and Toby's quiet breathing. James looked at his son, at his wife, at the woman who'd orchestrated their lives like pieces on a chessboard. I understand, James finally said. Bernadette's smile widened. I knew you would. You're a smart man, James. That's why I chose you for my daughter. The drive home was silent. Marjorie sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window while Toby slept in the back, exhausted by fear and adrenaline. James' mind raced, cataloging everything he'd seen. The monitors, the filing systems, the backup drive stacked in the corner. Bernadette's operation was sophisticated, built over decades. When they arrived home, James carried Toby to his bedroom while Marjorie moved like a sleepwalker. Once Toby was settled, James found his wife in the kitchen staring at nothing. How much did you know? He asked quietly. Nothing. Marjorie's voice was hollow. I swear, James. I knew my mother was controlling, that she always had opinions about everything, but this I never imagined. She said she chose me for you. My father died right after we got engaged. She encouraged the relationship from the start. Yes, but I thought. Marjorie's voice broke. I loved you. I chose you. James believed her. He'd spent years documenting liars and could spot deception in a heartbeat. Marjorie was a victim, too. Her whole life potentially manipulated by a woman who saw people as assets. What are we going to do? Marjorie asked. James pulled her close. I'm going to think. I'm going to plan. And I'm going to make sure your mother never hurts anyone again. She has evidence against you. Against everyone, the police, the courts, she owns them. I know. James kissed the top of her head. But she made one mistake tonight. What? She showed me everything. She was so confident in her control that she didn't hide the extent of her operation. Now I know what I'm up against, and I know exactly how she thinks. Over the next 3 days, James acted normally. He worked on his documentary, had dinner with his family, exchanged pleasantries with Bernadette over the phone when she called to check in. But every spare moment, he was cataloging his memories of that basement, the names he'd glimpsed on the evidence boards, the patterns in her filing system, the technology she used. James had spent 15 years investigating corruption, following money trails, and exposing hidden networks. He toppled criminal organizations, and exposed government conspiracies. Bernadette Oliver might have leverage, but she'd never faced someone who understood how to dismantle power structures from the inside. On the 4th day, James drove to a storage facility 3 towns over and rented a unit under a false name. He paid in cash. Inside, he set up a workstation, a laptop purchased with cryptocurrency, a secure server, and a wall where he began building his own evidence board. Every blackmail victim he could remember, every connection, every pattern. Bernadette had spent decades building her empire of fear. James would spend however long it took to tear it down. The call came 2 weeks later. James was editing footage when his phone rang. A number he didn't recognize. Mr. Moody, my name is Craig Perez. I believe we need to talk about Bernadette Oliver. James's heart hammered. Who is this? Someone she's been bleeding dry for 8 years. I received a coded message suggesting you might be in a position to help. Can we meet? How did you get this number? From someone else she's blackmailing. There are more of us than you think, Mr. Moody. We've been trying to find a way out for years. When word got around that you'd seen her operation, word got around. How? Her driver, Fred Merritt. He's one of us, too. And he's been waiting for someone who could actually fight back. He saw you leave that night with your family. He's been quietly building a network of her victims who want to be free. James' mind raced. Bernadette's own driver was working against her. This could be a trap. It could be. Or it could be your only chance. We're meeting tonight, 1:00 p.m. at the old Riverside warehouse. The one from your documentary. We figured you'd know it's clean. You exposed everything dirty about that place 3 years ago. The line went dead. James sat in silence, weighing his options. It could absolutely be a trap. Bernadette could have discovered his storage unit, his investigation, and was luring him out. But if it was real, if there was a network of victims ready to fight, this changed everything. He called his sister Carol. Hey, I need you to do something for me. Don't ask questions. Jamie, you're scaring me. If you don't hear from me by midnight tonight, there's a package in my office safe. The combination is Toby's birthday inside our instructions. Follow them exactly. What's going on? Insurance. I love you, Carol. He hung up before she could protest, then wrote a detailed letter explaining everything. Bernardette's operation, the basement, the blackmail network. He included the address of his storage unit and every piece of evidence he'd gathered. If this was a trap and he didn't survive, at least the truth would get out. At 9:45 p.m., James drove to the Riverside warehouse. The massive building loomed against the night sky, abandoned since the corruption case had shut down the illegal operations inside. James parked and approached cautiously, every sense on high alert. Inside, a dozen people waited in a circle of folding chairs illuminated by battery-powered lanterns. James recognized three faces immediately. A city council woman he'd seen at charity events, a local news anchor, and Detective Rufus Ua, a cop he'd interviewed for a documentary 2 years ago. Mr. Moody, Fred Merritt, stepped forward, a lean man in his 50s with tired eyes. Thank you for coming. Talk fast. How do I know this isn't a setup? Because we all have too much to lose. The city council woman, Eleanor Haas, stood. Bernardette Oliver has been blackmailing me for 6 years. She has photos of an affair I had during my first campaign. If I don't vote the way she wants on every city contract, every development deal, she'll destroy me. She has evidence I accepted gifts from a suspect's family. Detective Ua added, I was trying to help them, but she made it look like bribery. She controls my entire precinct through me. One by one, the others shared their stories. A judge who'd had a gambling problem. A surgeon who'd covered up a mistake. A businessman who'd evaded taxes 20 years ago. All of them trapped. All of them paying. All of them desperate. How long have you been meeting? James asked. 6 months, Fred said. I've been with Mrs. Oliver for 12 years. I've seen everything. The files, the victims, the way she operates. I thought about going to the police, but she owns too many of them. Then I started noticing patterns. People she targeted would sometimes mention each other in passing, not knowing they were both victims. I started making connections, reaching out carefully. We've been trying to find a way to stop her without destroying ourselves in the process. Why me? Why now? Because you have something none of us have, Eleanor said. A platform, access to media, investigation skills, and most importantly, you've already been exposed to her operation. She thinks she has you controlled, but that also means you can get close to her in ways we can't. She has evidence against me, too. James reminded them. Fabricated evidence, Fred said. I know because I helped her create some of it. Photoshopped images, edited videos, manufactured bank statements. The thing about Mrs. Oliver is she's so good at this because most of her leverage is real people's actual crimes and mistakes. But when she needs to control someone who's clean, she's not above creating evidence. I can testify to that. I can prove it's fake. James studied the driver carefully. Why betray her now? After 12 years, Fred's jaw tightened because last month my daughter Kristen came to visit. 22 years old, just graduated college. Mrs. Oliver took photos of her leaving my apartment, had them edited to make it look like something inappropriate, and told me she'd use them against me if I didn't help her target Kristen's new employer, a tech company she wants leverage over. I've done terrible things for that woman, helped her ruin lives. But I won't let her touch my daughter. The raw pain in Fred's voice convinced James more than any evidence could. This was real. These people were desperate, trapped, and finally ready to fight. What do you need from me? James asked. A plan, Detective Ua said. We have pieces, knowledge of her operation, some evidence, access to her daily routine. But we need someone who knows how to put it together into something that can actually take her down. James thought about his storage unit, his evidence board, the weeks of planning he'd already done. He'd been working alone, trying to protect his family while dismantling Bernardette's empire. But with these resources, with these victims ready to turn against her, I need complete transparency. James said, everything you know about her operation, every file, every victim, every payment. I need access to her house, her schedule, her vulnerabilities. Done, Fred said immediately. And I need you all to understand something. Taking down Bernardette, Oliver won't be clean. Your secrets might come out. Some of you might face legal consequences for the things she's blackmailing you about. This could destroy your lives before it saves them. Our lives are already destroyed. The news anchor Georgina Walton said quietly, we're just not in prison yet. At least this way, we get to choose how we fall. James looked around the circle of desperate, determined faces. 12 people willing to risk everything for freedom. Bernadette had built her empire on fear and control, believing herself untouchable. But she'd overlooked the one thing that could bring her down, the collective power of her victims once they decided to fight back. "All right," James said. "Here's what we're going to do." Over the next month, James orchestrated the most complex investigation of his career. Fred provided access to Bernadette's schedules, her movements, and most crucially, her digital systems. The woman who'd built an empire on blackmail had ironically trusted her driver with administrative passwords, never imagining he'd betray her. James learned the full scope of her operation. 43 victims, as she'd claimed, but the network went deeper. Bernadette had been running this operation for 34 years since her husband Kermit's business had failed in the early 90s. She'd started small, blackmailing a few wealthy neighbors, but had systematized it over decades. Kermit's heart attack 3 years ago had actually been suicide. Fred revealed that the man had discovered his wife's operation and couldn't live with the knowledge of what she'd become. Marjorie took the revelation hardest. Her entire childhood had been built on money extorted from desperate people. The charitable foundation her mother ran funded by blackmail. The prestigious schools Marjorie had attended paid for with other people's misery. Every happy memory was poisoned by the truth. But Marjorie's pain hardened into resolve. She began working with James, using her insider access to her mother's life to gather additional evidence. She photographed documents during visits, recorded conversations, and slowly built a case from the inside. The breakthrough came when James discovered Bernadette's true weakness, her ego. The woman documented everything because she wanted a record of her power. In a hidden safe in her bedroom revealed by Fred. She kept physical proof of every crime, every payment, every piece of leverage. It was her insurance policy, but it was also her vulnerability. "She's paranoid about digital evidence being hacked," Fred explained during one of their late-night meetings at the warehouse. "So, she keeps the most damaging material in hard copy, bank records, original photos, signed confessions, everything. We need that safe," James said. Getting into her bedroom would require a family emergency. Marjorie interrupted something that would pull her away from the house long enough for someone to access the safe. James looked at his wife. "You're sure? She destroyed my father. She's been using me my entire life. She threatened my son." Marjorie's eyes were steel. "I'm sure they spent 3 weeks planning." Detective Ua provided intelligence on Bernadette's security systems. Eleanor used her position on the city council to ensure certain building inspectors would be looking the other way at crucial moments. The surgeon, Wendell McCarty, agreed to stage a medical emergency at a charity gala Bernadette was attending. Fred would drive her to the hospital, keeping her away from the house. Meanwhile, James would break into the safe, document everything, and create copies of the evidence. But they needed more than just evidence. They needed a way to release it that couldn't be stopped or traced back to them. Bernadette had too many powerful allies. The solution came from an unexpected source. Ignacio Wolf, a tech entrepreneur Bernadette had been blackmailing for 4 years, revealed he'd been developing a decentralized data distribution network for whistleblowers. It's designed to release information across multiple platforms simultaneously, impossible to stop once activated. "I built it because of her, actually. I just never had the courage to use it." "Can it handle this much data?" James asked. "Terabytes, documents, photos, videos, everything. And it releases to news organizations, social media, law enforcement databases, all at once. Even if she manages to shut down one source, the information keeps spreading." James smiled for the first time in weeks. "Then we have our weapon." The plan was set for November 15th at a gala fundraiser for children's literacy. One of Bernadette's favorite charities, ironically funded by extortion. At precisely 8:30 p.m., Dr. McCarty would stage chest pain severe enough to require immediate hospitalization. Bernadette, as the event sponsor, would insist on accompanying him. Fred would drive her to the hospital, then report car trouble, keeping her stranded until James had what he needed. James would have exactly 2 hours to break into the Oliver house, crack the safe, photograph every document, and escape. Toby would stay with Carol, protected by 2 of Detective Ua's trusted officers. Marjorie would be at the gala maintaining appearances while monitoring Bernadette. The night before the operation, James couldn't sleep. He sat in his home office reviewing the plan for the 100th time. So many things could go wrong. If Bernadette discovered the breach early, if the safe had additional security they didn't know about, if any of the 12 victims got cold feet and warned her, "You're doing the right thing." James turned to find Marjorie in the doorway wearing one of his old shirts. "Am I? We're breaking a dozen laws. If this fails, Toby loses both his parents. If we do nothing, Toby grows up learning that monsters win if they're smart enough. Marjorie sat beside him. My mother needs to face justice. Not just for us, but for everyone she's hurt. For my father, James took her hand. When this is over, assuming we're not in prison, what do you want to do? I want to take Toby somewhere far away from here. Somewhere she never touched. And I want to build a life that's actually ours, not one she orchestrated. Marjorie leaned her head on his shoulder. But first, I want to watch her empire burn. The next evening, James watched from across the street as luxury cars arrived at the downtown hotel hosting the gala. He wore all black, a backpack containing tools and camera equipment slung over his shoulder. His phone buzzed. A text from Marjorie. She's here holding court like a queen. At 8:30 exactly, another text. It's happening. James drove to the Oliver house parking 3 blocks away. Fred had confirmed the security system was older, relying on motion sensors that could be fooled by specific movement patterns. James approached the house carefully using the technique Detective Ua had taught him, slow, deliberate movements close to the walls where sensors were less sensitive. The back door opened with the key Marjorie had provided. Inside, the house was silent. James moved through the familiar halls, up the stairs to Bernadette's bedroom. The master suite was enormous, decorated in expensive neutrals. James found the safe behind a painting. How cliché, he thought, of Bernadette and Kermit on their wedding day. The young couple smiled at the camera, unaware of the darkness their future held. The safe was a high-end model with both a key and combination lock. Fred had provided the combination obtained months ago during one of Bernadette's careless moments. James' hands shook as he dialed the numbers. July 18, 34. The date Bernadette had started her operation. The safe clicked open. Inside were 5 leather-bound ledgers, dozens of manila folders, several external hard drives, and stacks of photographs. James photographed everything systematically using a high-resolution camera to capture each page, each image, each piece of evidence. The ledgers detailed every payment, every threat, every victim. The folders contained the blackmail material itself, affairs, crimes, mistakes, all documented with clinical precision. One folder was labeled James Moody. Inside, James found the fabricated evidence against him along with Bernadette's handwritten notes. Subject is ideal for long-term control. Moral compass makes him predictable. Suggest marriage to Marjorie to secure permanent access. Useful for media manipulation and information gathering. His wife had been right. Their entire relationship had been engineered. The rage James felt in that moment nearly derailed his focus. But he channeled it into determination. Every photo, every document, every piece of evidence went into his camera's memory. He was closing the safe when his phone buzzed. Problem. She's suspicious. Calling Fred back. Get out now. James' heart hammered. He'd photographed maybe 80% of the contents. He needed more time. Another text, this time from Fred. She knows something's wrong. Demanding I take her home immediately. ETA 15 minutes. 15 minutes wasn't enough to escape cleanly and eliminate all traces of his presence. James made a split-second decision. He grabbed 3 of the ledgers and 2 folders of the most damaging evidence, including his own fabricated file, and shoved them into his backpack. Then he closed the safe, rehung the painting, and ran. He made it out the back door and across the yard when he heard a car pulling into the driveway. James dove behind a hedge as Bernadette's Mercedes appeared. Fred at the wheel looking pale and stressed. Bernadette emerged, her face tight with suspicion. Check every room. She ordered Fred. Something's wrong. I can feel it. James waited until they were inside, then sprinted to his car. He drove carefully, maintaining the speed limit despite every instinct screaming to floor it. His phone rang. Marjorie, did you get it? Most of it. She came back early. I had to take the physical evidence. She'll know it's gone. Silence. Then we move to phase 2 now. Tonight before she can regroup. We're not ready. We have to be. Call everyone. Tell them it's happening now. James' mind raced through contingencies. They'd planned for this scenario. A rush deployment. If the operation was compromised, Ignacio's system was ready. The evidence James had collected over the past month was already uploaded. The physical documents he'd just stolen would fill in the gaps. Do it, James said. He drove straight to Ignacio's apartment where the tech entrepreneur was already at his computer. Multiple screens showing the distribution network interface. Eleanor, Detective Ua, and 4 others from their group were there, having rushed over when Marjorie sent the alert. How much do we have? Ignacio asked as James burst in. Everything. Digital photos of her ledgers, the blackmail files, payment records, plus the originals of her 3 most recent years of operation. James dumped the ledgers and folders onto the desk. Can your system handle this? Give me 2 hours to scan the physical evidence and integrate it with what you already uploaded. Then we deploy. Detective Ua's phone rang. He listened, his face darkening. That was my contact at the station. Bernadette just called in a burglary. She's got 3 squad cars en route to her house and she specifically requested that I not be involved in the investigation. She knows it was one of us. Eleanor said worse. James realized she knows we're working together. Fred must have. His phone rang. Fred's number. James answered on speaker. James listened carefully. Fred's voice was strained. Wrong. She has my daughter Kristen. She had someone grab her from her apartment an hour ago. Bernadette says, if I don't tell her everything, if I don't give her the names of everyone working against her, Sheila's voice broke. Please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't let her hurt my baby. Bernadette's voice came through the phone. Hello, James. I admit I'm impressed. You actually managed to organize a rebellion. Very cinematic. But you forgot something crucial. I'm always 3 steps ahead. Fred's daughter is safe with some associates of mine. She'll stay that way as long as everyone cooperates. You have 1 hour to return my property and disperse your little group. Otherwise, Kristen Merritt becomes the first casualty of your failed revolution. And James, I still have evidence against everyone in your coalition. You can't release it without destroying them all. So, what's it going to be? Your principles or their lives? The line went dead. The room erupted in panicked voices. Someone was crying. Detective Ua was calling his contacts trying to trace Christine's location. Eleanor sat down heavily, her face ashen. She wins, Wendell McCarty said quietly. She always wins. No. James's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone quiet. We have one advantage. She doesn't know how far we've gotten. She thinks we're still gathering evidence that we need more time. She doesn't know Ignacio's system is ready, but it's not. Ignacio protested. I need 2 hours to integrate. Then we deploy what we have. The photos I took tonight, the evidence I've been gathering for weeks. It's incomplete, but it's enough to cause chaos. Enough to make the authorities look at her seriously. And Kristen dies. Fred's voice came from James' phone. The call hadn't actually disconnected. Bernadette had left the line open, letting them hear Fred's despair. You'll kill my daughter to make a point. James closed his eyes, thinking fast. Bernadette's mistake was believing he'd choose between justice and an innocent life. But there was always another option, the one she'd never consider because she thought he was predictable. Ignacio, can your system send files to specific recipients instead of broadcasting everything? Yes, but send everything we have to Detective U's captain. Just him. Include a note that Bernadette Oliver is holding Kristen Merritt hostage at an unknown location and that she needs to be arrested immediately for kidnapping. Make it impossible to ignore that'll burn all of us. Eleanor said our secrets will come out better than an innocent woman dying. James looked around the room. I'm giving you all an out. Walk away now. I'll take the fall. Say I coerced you. But if you stay, you need to understand we're going all in. Our secrets, our careers, everything. We exchanged our controlled destruction for her complete downfall. One by one, they nodded. Even Eleanor, who had the most to lose, straightened her shoulders and said, do it, Fred, James said into the phone. We're coming for Kristen, and we're bringing Bernadette down tonight. Trust us. He hung up before Fred could respond. Ignacio, send it. Everything, not just to the captain. Send it everywhere. News stations, the FBI, the state attorney general. Make it impossible to bury. That's not the plan. The plan changed when she took a hostage. Send it all. Ignacio's fingers flew across the keyboard. Windows opened and closed on his screens. File transfer bars crept across displays. It's going to take 15 minutes to upload and deploy across all channels. Then we have 15 minutes to find Kristen. James turned to Detective Ua. You said Bernadette has associates. Who? She's used the same security company for years. Bolton Security. They handle her home security, personal protection, the works. Ex-military types, not particular about the legality of their work. Where would they take someone for leverage? Ua thought for a moment. Bolton has a storage facility they use for equipment. It's isolated, secure. If I was going to hold someone, that's where I'd do it. Address. James. We can't. Address. Ua rattled it off. James was already heading for the door. Call your captain. Tell him everything. Make sure he knows there's a hostage situation. And Ignacio, don't stop that upload no matter what happens. Eleanor grabbed his arm. You're not going alone. I am. The rest of you need to be here on record cooperating with authorities when this breaks. If I'm the only one who goes off mission, the legal exposure is minimized for everyone else." Before they could argue, James was gone, running to his car. The storage facility was 20 minutes away. The data upload would complete in 12. He had a narrow window to extract Kristen before Bernadette realized her empire was burning. James pushed his car hard, running red lights and weaving through traffic. His phone buzzed constantly. Calls from Marjorie, from the group, from numbers he didn't recognize. He ignored them all. The storage facility was a squat concrete building surrounded by chain-link fence. A single guard sat in a booth at the entrance looking bored. James drove past, parking a block away. He approached on foot, staying in the shadows. The fence was easy to climb. James dropped into the facility's lot and moved between rows of storage units. Most were dark, but light showed under the door of Unit 47. James crept closer and heard voices inside. Two men talking about sports, sounding relaxed. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have backup. What he had was surprise and desperation. James picked up a rock from the gravel lot and threw it hard at a storage unit 3 rows over. The clang echoed across the facility. Inside Unit 47, the conversation stopped. "Check it out," one voice said. The door opened and a large man in tactical gear emerged holding a flashlight. James waited until he was 10 feet away, then stepped out of the shadows. "Looking for me?" The man spun, reaching for a weapon, but James was already moving. 15 years of documentary work had taken him to war zones, disaster areas, and dangerous places. He'd learned to fight out of necessity, studying under the same self-defense instructors who trained journalists in conflict zones. James ducked the man's grab, drove his elbow into the guard's throat and followed with a knee to the gut. The man went down gasping. James took his flashlight and his radio, then zip-tied his hands with a cable tie from the man's own belt. Clearly, they'd come prepared for restraining people. The second guard emerged from the unit. "Rick, what's—" James hit him in the face with the flashlight. The man stumbled back and James tackled him, both of them crashing into the storage unit. Inside, Kristen Merritt was zip-tied to a chair, her eyes wide with terror. The guard was bigger than James and trained. They grappled, knocking over boxes and equipment. The guard got on top, raining down punches. James blocked most of them, but his vision blurred. He was going to lose this fight. Then Kristen, still bound to the chair, hopped forward, and brought the chair down on the guard's back. The man howled and rolled off James. James scrambled to his feet, grabbed a metal pipe from the corner, and brought it down on the guard's head. The man went limp. James cutress free with the guard's knife. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Who?" "Friend of your father's." "We need to go now." They ran for the fence. Behind them, James heard the first guard regaining consciousness, shouting into his radio. James and Kristen cleared the fence and reached his car as headlights appeared at the facility entrance. Bolton security reinforcements. James drove, checking his rear view mirror constantly. His phone buzzed. "Marjorie, it's everywhere. The news just broke. They're calling it the biggest blackmail operation in state history." "Good," James said. "Kristen's safe." "Where's Bernadette?" "At the house. Police are surrounding it. She won't come out." James changed direction, heading for the Oliver residence. Kristen stared at him. "What's happening? What did my father get involved in?" "Your father is a hero," James said. "He helped take down a monster." The Oliver house was chaos when they arrived. Police cars, news vans, helicopters overhead with spotlights. James parked a block away and approached on foot with Kristen. Detective Ua met them at the perimeter. "She's barricaded inside," Ua said. "Won't talk to negotiators, but James, it's working. The captain has assigned a task force. The DA is already drawing up charges. Every person she blackmailed is being contacted. Half of them are coming forward voluntarily now that the evidence is public." "Where's Marjorie?" "Where's Toby with your sister?" "Safe." "Who has studied James?" "You look like hell." "I feel worse." James watched the house. The lights burning in every window. "Does she know Fred is alive? That Kristen is safe?" "We haven't told her anything. She's alone in there and she knows her world is ending." Fred Merritt appeared from behind a police cruiser running to his daughter. The reunion was tearful. Fred looked at James over Kristen's shoulder and mouthed, "Thank you." An hour passed. 2. The standoff continued. Then as dawn began to lighten the sky, movement at the front door. Bernadette emerged immaculate in a tailored suit, her silver hair perfect despite the circumstances. She walked down the steps with her head high, ignoring the police officers approaching with weapons drawn. "I would like to make a statement," she announced, her voice carrying across the chaos. Immediately, cameras and microphones thrust toward her. She'd always known how to command a stage. "For 34 years, I have operated a business that held powerful people accountable for their crimes and indiscretions. I collected what they owed society and redistributed it to worthy causes. Millions of dollars to charities, scholarships, community programs. Yes, my methods were unconventional, but the results speak for themselves." "You destroyed lives," a reporter shouted. "I exposed people who deserve to be exposed. Adulterers, thieves, corrupt officials. Every person I targeted was guilty of something. I simply made them pay." What about James Moody? The evidence against him was fabricated. For the first time, Bernardette's composure cracked slightly. Her eyes found James in the crowd. "Mr. Moody is an exception. I needed someone I could control who had the skills to assist my operation. The evidence against him was insurance." "So, you framed an innocent man." "I did what was necessary. In any system of justice, there are occasionally innocent casualties." Detective Ua stepped forward. "Bernardette Oliver, you're under arrest for kidnapping, extortion, blackmail, and about 40 other charges. You have the right to remain silent." "I will not be silent." Bernardette's voice rose. "You are arresting the wrong person. Every person I blackmailed committed crimes. They should be in handcuffs, not me. I was serving justice where the system failed." "You were serving yourself," James called out. The crowd parted, creating a path between them. "You used your husband's suicide to build an empire. You manipulated your own daughter's life. You threatened children. You're not a vigilante or a philanthropist. You're just a criminal who got good at justifying her crimes." Bernardette's mask finally shattered. "You self-righteous fool. Do you think you've won? My lawyers will have me out in hours. The evidence you stole is inadmissible. Half the judges in this state owe me favors. You've accomplished nothing except ensuring your own secrets are public. How does it feel, James, knowing everyone now thinks you're corrupt? The evidence against me was fake, and Fred Merritt is prepared to testify to that in court. But even if it wasn't, even if I had to sacrifice my reputation to stop you, it would be worth it. Because unlike you, I understand that some things are more important than control." Police officers moved in, placing handcuffs on Bernardette's wrists. She didn't resist, but her eyes burned with hatred. "This isn't over." "Yes," James said quietly. "It is." As they led her away, the crowd erupted. Reporters shouting questions, cameras flashing, people cheering. James felt nothing but exhaustion. He'd won, but the cost was still being calculated. Over the next 6 weeks, the scope of Bernardette's operation fully emerged. The task force discovered evidence of 127 victims beyond the original 43, spanning 3 decades. The ledgers James had photographed detailed over $50 million in extorted payments. Bernardette had invested the money in legitimate businesses and real estate, creating a complex financial empire that took forensic accountants months to untangle. The victims' stories dominated the news cycle. Some, like Eleanor Haas, chose to publicly confess their original sins and accept the consequences. Eleanor resigned from the city council but emerged with her integrity intact, having chosen honesty over continued hiding. Others were prosecuted for their crimes. The gambling judge lost his position. The tax-evading businessmen faced charges. But most of the victims were people who'd made mistakes, not committed serious crimes, and they found public sympathy when the full context emerged. Fred Merritt became an unexpected hero. His testimony about Bernardette's operation providing crucial evidence. He'd kept detailed records of everything he'd done in her service, and his willingness to face consequences for his complicity helped bring down her network of accomplices at Bolton Security and other companies. James' fabricated evidence was debunked quickly. Ignazio's analysis showed the photoshopping and digital manipulation. Fred's testimony confirmed how it was created. James' reputation, rather than being destroyed, was enhanced. The documentary filmmaker who taken down a massive criminal conspiracy became a household name. Networks offered him deals for new series. Book publishers wanted his story, but James turned most of it down. He made one documentary about the experience, carefully edited to protect the victims who wanted privacy while exposing the full scope of Bernardette's crimes. The Emmy he won for it felt hollow compared to the satisfaction of seeing justice served. Marjorie struggled the most. Her mother's arrest, the revelation of how her entire life had been manipulated, the knowledge that her father had killed himself rather than live with his wife's crimes. It broke something in her. She spent months in therapy working through the trauma while trying to shield Toby from the worst details. The divorce papers arrived at the jail where Bernardette was being held awaiting trial. According to Fred, who visited once to give his final testimony, She ripped them up without reading them. She still believed she'd done nothing wrong. The trial was a media sensation. Bernadette represented herself, firing 4 lawyers who tried to argue for plea deals. She used the courtroom as a stage, giving impassioned speeches about justice and accountability, portraying herself as a misunderstood crusader against corruption. The jury deliberated for 4 hours and found her guilty on all counts. At sentencing, the judge, a new appointment from outside the state to ensure impartiality, addressed Bernadette directly. You claim you were serving justice, but justice requires transparency, accountability, and fairness. You operated in secret, answered to no one, and showed no mercy. You destroyed lives not because those people deserve punishment, but because you could profit from their destruction. You are everything you claim to oppose. The court sentences you to 45 years in federal prison. Bernadette showed no emotion as Baifs led her away. But as she passed James, seated in the gallery with Marjorie and Toby, she paused. You'll never be free of me, she said quietly. Every time you look at your wife, you'll remember that I chose her for you. Every success you have, you'll wonder if I engineered it. I may be in prison, but I'm still in your head. James met her eyes. No, you're just in prison, and that's all you'll ever be again. 6 months after the sentencing, James stood in the living room of a new house in Vermont, hundreds of miles from the Oliver estate and its poison memories. Toby was at school making friends who knew nothing about the scandal. Marjorie was teaching art at a local college, rediscovering a passion her mother had discouraged as impractical. Carol had moved nearby, 2 years sober, and working as a counselor for other recovering addicts. James' phone buzzed. A message from Fred Merritt, who was serving his own sentence at a minimum security facility for his role in Bernadette's operation. Kristen graduated today. Top of her class. Thank you for giving her that chance. James smiled and typed back, you gave it to her. You chose to fight. He looked out the window at the mountains in the distance, at the clean snow covering the ground, at the world unburdened by Bernadette Oliver Unk's schemes. The scars would always be there, the knowledge of how their lives had been manipulated, the years they'd lost to her control. But they were free now. They'd earned that freedom through courage, sacrifice, and the willingness to risk everything for truth. Marjorie emerged from her studio, paint on her hands and a rare smile on her face. Come see what I finished. In the studio stood a large canvas. The painting showed a house, the Oliver estate, but rendered in abstract violent strokes, the structure fragmenting and dissolving into light. It was cathartic, a visual representation of their liberation. It's perfect, James said, pulling her close. It's the last one, Marjorie replied. I've been painting our trauma for 6 months. This is the final piece. After this, I paint new things, beautiful things, things that are ours. That evening, as they had dinner together, a real family, unmanipulated and authentic, Toby asked a question that had clearly been on his mind. Dad, do you think Grandma will ever admit she was wrong? James considered lying, offering comfort. But his son deserved truth. No, buddy. Some people can't see their own mistakes. They build walls of justification so high they can't see over them. Your grandmother convinced herself that being powerful was the same as being right. But you proved she was wrong. We proved it. You, me, Mom, Fred, and everyone else who was brave enough to stand up. One person can't fight someone like her alone. But together, we were stronger than her fear. Toby nodded, processing this. Then with the resilience of childhood, he asked, can I have dessert? James laughed, feeling the weight of the past year finally beginning to lift. They'd survived. They'd fought. They'd won. And now, finally, they could begin to heal. Outside, snow began to fall, covering the world in white, pristine, and new.